Platypus Rex Productions presents Raising the Dead by Floyd Wray. Friday morning, March 2nd, 1990. A clap of thunder rang out over the old city. Jews and Arabs haggling in the sheep market looked south. Everyone ran the estimate. Would the shock wave be followed by another explosion or gunfire? After 30 long seconds, everyone pretty much assumed that the commotion beyond the trees, whatever else it was, did not involve the sheep market. All was not well, but Jerusalem was back to normal. Absalom's tomb, where the explosion was believed to have taken place, was located south of the market, just outside the eastern wall. It was an area of the city with which I was well acquainted. Carved from the hillside in the Kidron, Absalom's tomb was situated in a province of tombs. There were thousands of them sprinkled around on the Mount of Olives, in caves on the valley floor, but Absalom's had been one of the most prominent. From its base of golden brown to its tapered spire, the pillar rose to a height of more than 15 meters and weighed more than 50 tons. Considerable firepower would have been required to bring the thing down. As I made my way to the scene, I had a vivid mental snapshot of the tomb's outer surfaces. The flinty exterior had been marred by the nicks and scars from 1,000,000 hurled stones. As a target, Absalom's pillar had been big, bright, and a hard miss. It's been said that we who live in the Mideast have long memories, and it's true. 3,000 years ago, Prince Absalom had mounted a coup attempt against King David, ancient Israel's greatest warrior king. Absalom had proved to be a treacherous son. Had he been a good one, of course, his gravestone would have disappeared long ago. For uncounted generations, young rock throwers had been encouraged to throw stones at Absalom's ruthless ambition. As a target, as a moral subscription, Absalom's monument had survived politics and wars and armies of occupation, not to mention the Crusades, but it would not survive beyond this Friday morning. How I came to be involved in this investigation owes as much to chance as anything. Rachel Levy, a young woman who worked for me, jogged the walls of the city 4 times a week, and this morning she had just pulled even with Absalom's tomb when the concussion shook the ground beneath her feet. The original reports of an explosion turned out to be false. The massive pillar had actually collapsed into an illegal excavation shaft. There was a boom, she told the policeman, and then I heard car brakes and sheep. Those sheep? The investigator pointed to 3 lifeless animals at the bottom of the freshly cracked pit. Yes, she replied. The shepherd tried to stop them, tried to head them off, but they went around him. What happened after that? Asked the officer. Well, at that point, I think I realized that... No, interrupted the officer. Tell me exactly. What did you see? Rachel perfectly understood the question, but the answer was only massively obvious. 10 meters away, where Absalom's pillar once stood, there was now a wound piercing deep into the hillside. Only the topmost peak of the monument was now visible. What else? He asked, looking up from his pad. What about the bodies? No, I didn't see them at first, she told him. I think I realized what was happening in stages. First, there were the sheep, of course, and then my eyes drifted across, and I think I saw... Maybe I saw the arm next. Poking from the base of the monument? Yes, and then after that, I saw Professor Gedd, she told him. He was over there. As she was speaking, everyone looked down into the debris field. Miss Levy, answer me, and I want you to be honest. Were you surprised? Or did you know he was going to be here?" "What kind of question is that?" she asked. "Well, you both ended up here this morning, and you have to admit that's a pretty strange coincidence." "I had absolutely nothing to do with this," she told him. "But of course you just admitted you know him," the policeman repeated. "He's down there, you're up here." "I know him because he's my boss's friend," said Rachel. "And that's your explanation?" "Well, it's not just an explanation, it's the truth. He came to our office one time, and that's where we met." "And remind me again, who is your boss?" "I've already answered that question. His name is Avi Sofer." She pulled out identification and tried to come off as tough, but Rachel didn't have much experience at tough. Undoubtedly, this was where Danny Halfon first heard my name. As the interrogation dragged on, she had two things in her favor. Credentials, first of all. It helped that she was associated with the Institute. Second, the case was migrating across jurisdictions from the Jerusalem Police Department to the Institute. Ehud Benveniste's field commander, a young man by the name of Danny Halfon, was taking over even as Rachel was being grilled. The police fanned out in all directions up and down the roadway, staring at the ground, picking at anything that looked like a clue. It was inevitable, of course. There was more going on here than the sudden mystical appearance of a 50-meter crater. Secreted in a drainage tube under the roadway, an investigator found an access port to the site, hacked into the concrete. Beyond its dark threshold were uncharted cisterns and caves running back into the hillside. Danny Halfon saw this as an opportunity to test Rachel's protests of innocence. "We found another entrance to the shaft," he told her. "If you would like to go down with us, maybe you can help us with the professor. Oh, and there was one other thing you wanted her to do. Could you also phone your boss?" "You want me to call Mr. Sofer?" "Is that a problem?" he asked. No. I had just secured the buckle on my arm when the phone rang. Rachel frantically told me everything. "They want you to come down," she told me. "Who wants me?" "The police." There was a muffled pause. Someone was talking in the background. She came back on to tell me that a Mr. Benveniste wanted to speak with me. These days, Ehud and I usually met on the basketball court. In fact, we were scheduled to meet at the YMCA that afternoon. "Avi, what are you doing?" he asked when he came on the phone. "Well, actually, I was getting ready to teach my weekly basketball class," I told him. "I'm afraid it's a bad day for basketball," was his reply. She explained what had happened. "Yes." "So, Avi, why not come over and help me out a little? Do a little work for a change." When he said this to me, I had to reel in my emotions because he knew how I would interpret such an invitation. By the time I arrived 45 minutes later, I parked half a kilometer north of the site. The tourists were everywhere, along with international press vans and satellite dishes and police. As I made my way through this congestion, I finally got to a spot where I could see the new cavity in the hillside. It was eerie. Passage through the police lines was easy at first. They waved me through until I reached the very front where they took a long look at my credentials. I told them I was asked to come down by Ehud Benveniste. The young policeman looked at me and smiled. "No one's allowed into the site. I'm sorry, ground is unstable." "Well, of course, that's probably true," I said, "but, sorry, sir, only authorized personnel beyond this point." It was so humiliating. They handed back my ID. "What am I supposed to do? I was told to come down here, and now you won't let me through." I felt like a 6-year-old pleading for privilege. I was about to turn away when a hand fell across my shoulder. I turned to see my ex-boss, Ehud, a short man with a big attitude this morning. He stared at the young policeman who wilted first, then stepped aside without saying a word. "Idiot," said Ehud, and not too discreetly. We walked past the barricade to the edge of the pit and looked in. The monument rested at an angle against the inside wall of the shaft, fully 10 meters lower than it had been 3 hours earlier, and there were people down in the debris field, kicking through the rubble. In the shadows, medical personnel surrounded my friend Saul. "Can I go down?" I asked. "Of course. That's why I called you." "But it does look like your people have it under control," I said. "Maybe they do, maybe they don't," Ehud replied. Not only had Ehud not shaved this morning, the rim of hair circling the back of his head was uncombed and sticking out in all directions, and there were other signs that his daily routine had been interrupted. Where he usually wore a plain white shirt and black slacks, this morning he was wearing a one-piece cream-colored leisure suit, a color that did not look particularly good on him, made him look sallow, accentuated the deep circles under his eyes. "Are you okay?" I asked. "Yeah, fine. So go down. See if there's anything you can do." "Sometimes old men do get in the way," I told him. "Which is sometimes exactly what young men need," he replied. By this, I knew his thinking, Ehud the sage. And he knew what I was thinking too. I didn't want to get involved with his junior staff. "When you show respect for a person," he added, "honor his attendant as well." As I turned to leave, he called out to me, "When was the last time you spoke with Saul?" "Couple of weeks ago," I replied. "Did he say anything about who he was working for?" I told him, "Not that I remember." Rachel waited for me underground in the caves. For an hour she had watched investigators making their way back and forth, and then I appeared at the underground portal to the main shaft. I squeezed through the opening. As I did, I felt a snap. I told Rachel that I had popped something, and I think she thought I meant pulled a muscle. But actually what had happened, the rivets on the prosthesis had pulled through. The straps now dripped down my back most uncomfortably. "Are you okay?" she asked. I tested the arm, and it hung a little lower than usual and sideways, but I was relatively sure it wouldn't come off completely. So I motioned for her to lead on, and we set off into the subterranean shadows. In one underground chamber, Rachel pointed to a row of pots, covered to their rims in silt. "There are 3 cisterns with pottery," she whispered. "Who knows what else we're going to find down here?" I had the strange sensation that ours were among the first human eyes to see this place since the day those pots had been stacked against the wall. And like Rachel, I wondered what else would be discovered in this ancient place. Indeed, we rounded the next corner where we came face to face with one of the Palestinian victims. The investigators were going through his pockets. "They told me his name was Elvis," Rachel said, adding that while 2 diggers had been crushed in the cave-in, Elvis and another man had been shot point blank. Shot? Obligingly, as Rachel was speaking, the investigator rotated what was left of the man's face for me to see. Dripping down into the sad, wet visage was distant evidence of a pompadour. Long hair, plastic black, matted now in gore. 100 steps later, we stumbled into daylight, into the exposed portion of the shaft. Danny Halfon nodded as I came through. He was holding a corner of a yellow sheet as one of his assistants hammered a stake into the shaft wall. I realized they were hiding something, and while I was curious about what might be behind the tarp, My principal concern was for my friend who, when he saw me, motioned me over. "Look at you," I said, kneeling. Saul smiled. He made a circular motion with his index finger. He was trying to tell me something. "You have to say it again," I told him. I placed my ear next to his lips, where I could practically feel each word. "There are journals behind my desk," he whispered. "It is the record of everything we've done." He then told me where to find them, behind a small door inset into the back side of his computer desk. "If you press it in the center, the door opens." His words were spoken with such frailty, I had to concentrate to distinguish what he was telling me. He wanted me to retrieve his journals and hide them until he had recovered. "Do you understand?" he whispered. Everyone was curious about what I'd just been told, but Saul was not finished yet. He motioned again. The last words he said to me made no sense whatsoever. "Avi, we made man in our own image," he told me, flashing me a sick man's smile that was both pale and baffling. The others saw my reaction, and in Saul's face, no doubt they also saw what I saw there: guilt. When they shifted Saul to the stretcher, Danny Halfon placed a hand on my shoulder and told me how sorry he was. "But what did he say to you?" "Huh? Well, he seemed to tell you something at the end," observed Halfon. "I'm not sure why I didn't reveal everything at this point. Maybe it was shock, or simple allegiance to Saul, but in that moment I made a decision that would have an impact on all that followed. He, told me he had a daughter in the United States," I said. It was a lie, of course. "And that's it? That's all you talked about?" "Well, I also told him goodbye," I replied. As it turned out, it was goodbye. My friend, Professor Saul Gedd, did not survive the ambulance ride to the hospital. Now there was no one who could tell us what had actually been going on there underground beneath the tombs of the Kidron. To better understand some of the events that immediately followed the cave-in, it might be a good idea to briefly consider Israel's enforcement agencies. Political intelligence in Israel is the shared responsibility of three groups. Shin Bet handles internal security, not unlike the FBI. Amman is responsible for military intelligence. But the best known of the three is Mossad, also referred to as the Institute. It's Israel's version of the CIA. The motto at Mossad explains what may be the secret of our regular military success. By way of deception, thou shalt do war. To outsiders, this might sound unnecessarily ruthless. But those of us who live in Israel understand the land of the Bible is the land where war never ends. And what we've gained from this expenditure of blood is a simple wisdom. Good intelligence and deception are more powerful than bombs. When I joined Mossad in the mid-1970s, I saw Israel's genius at deception firsthand. In 1985, while vacationing in New York, one of our retired generals ran into a young man by the name of Jeffrey Pollock at a party. Pollock forthrightly announced that he worked for U.S. Naval Intelligence. 2 drinks later, he was gushing information, lamenting the fact that critical data was not being shared with Jerusalem. A few days later, it fell my lot to invite Pollock for lunch at Ray's Pizza in Midtown Manhattan. Before we'd even ordered, he blurted out the same thing again, that he wanted to help Israel. In a more discreet setting, we accepted his offer, and I became his katsa, his case officer. And yes, there was some jealousy among senior staff. Pollock turned out to be a huge win. He stole satellite reconnaissance photos, secret information about Arab troop movements and construction projects, and brought us early design information about advanced weapon systems. For 18 months, it was the richest intelligence stream we'd ever tapped into. Sadly, it all came to an end in 1987 when the FBI caught up with Jeffrey, and I barely got back to Israel. The fallout was incredible. The American press trumpeted the treachery of allies. Relations with the United States, specifically then Secretary of State James Baker's State Department, hit an all-time low, and I was dead center of the whole stinking mess. An easy target for politicians on both sides of the Atlantic. Back in Israel, I was quietly reassigned to a team of researchers, retired professors mostly, ambitious students working their degrees. From humble offices in West Jerusalem, we tracked international articles, dissertations, and books, watching for anything that might have a bearing on Israel's national security. We seldom uncovered real news, of course. By the time we saw something in publication, someone higher up in the intelligence chain would have already seen it. We were only backup. This is the evidence, then, the secret knowledge behind my behavior on Friday, March 2nd, 1990. Saul's secret must have reminded me of a golden period, a time of professional definition. Friday evening, as we drove to her apartment, Rachel talked nonstop. Eventually, we got around to the subject of Danny Halfon. "You knew some of the investigators, didn't you?" she said, approaching her infatuation in a curiously stealthy manner. I told her that I had indeed worked for Ehud Benveniste in the past, the older man. Oh. She shied away from anything that touched my professional history. "What about the other one? I think his name was..." She pretended she had forgotten it. "Was it Danny something or other?" "Oh, him. Danny Halfon," I replied. "That's it. Wasn't he a little young to be in charge of an investigation?" she said. "Well, I doubt he's in charge, actually." "Still, it is unusual for someone his age," she said. And I didn't contradict her, because she was rattling around inside some happy little female dream. At her apartment, just before she got out of the car, I asked her about the yellow plastic. What was going on there? "I'm not sure," she told me. "There may have been another cave or a tunnel, something. I did see a policeman crawling behind it once." I asked her to think hard. Could she think of anything else? "Well, before you got there, Danny was talking about a map. Actually, now that I think about it, maybe it was a photocopy of a map. Words to that effect." "They found a map?" I asked. "Yes, it was about this big." She indicated something half the size of a newspaper. "If I heard right," she said, "Professor Gedd had it in his pocket." "But what kind of map was it?" I asked. "I don't know," she told me. "Good night, Mr. Sofer." It was dark now. I guessed correctly that Ehud would have someone already posted watching the front door, so I parked on the street behind Saul's apartment, near where his Italian widow friend lived. And she remembered me, or at least recognized the arm. She didn't know about Saul, though, only what I told her, that he was in the hospital again and had wanted me to stop by and tell her hello. Oh, and cross over and pick up a few clothes. I wish they would do something for his heart, she said as she led me through the back door. I agreed with her and thanked her, and then moved quickly through the connecting garden to Saul's porch, where the key was under the flower pot. I slid it into the lock and ducked inside. Everything in Saul's place haunted me. The telephone with the tape note, the empty cup next to the sink, the open book on the kitchen table. Saul's world seemed to me morbidly unfinished. As I tiptoed through the kitchen, I held my funny arm across my stomach. In the dark, it could be a clumsy thing, easy to scrape against a wall or bang into a lamp, and for all I knew, someone was still listening. I would miss him. Saul and I had so much in common. Perhaps most old men do, except for one thing. I couldn't imagine how he had gotten mixed up in something like this. My assumption, as of that moment, was that Saul had been involved in artifacts trafficking. What other explanation was there for having a heart attack inside an illegal excavation pit in downtown Jerusalem, no less? His desk was actually 2 desks pushed together to form an L. On the right side were more books, and on the left, his much-beloved Amiga computer in a state of disassembly. I saw logic cards and several other strange gizmos stacked along the side. Obviously, someone beat me to the computer. Had they also discovered the journals, I wondered. The desk was heavy, requiring all my strength to push it out from the wall. And as always, the funny arm had to be managed. Squatting with my back to the wall, I balanced the prosthesis on my side, and then with my right hand, I felt around behind until I located the seam. I pressed, and the cover swung away, the journals tilted into my open hand. There were to be a lot of surprises that Friday, and they didn't end with the discovery of Saul's journals. I had warned Rachel to keep quiet about what we had seen and heard underground, but when she got out of my car, she walked straight into her flat and proceeded to tell her roommate, Ahuva Dennett's, everything. She was especially anxious to pick up on the subject of Danny Halfon. He was conceited, she told Dennett's. That's all I'm going to say about him. Ahuva Dennett's, who also worked for me, reminded Rachel that people with leadership abilities were often accused of egotism. Don't confuse vanity with command, she told Rachel. So, how long? How long what? Asked Rachel. How long was the hair? You told me he had long hair. Oh, down to his ear, I guess. And they were huge, like this, said Rachel, cupping her hands either side of her head. Thus it began, a discussion of ears, an argument, a dare, and by the end of the evening, the police station. Given that the 2 women had a history of misunderstanding, their fates were as good as sealed when Dennett suggested that Danny Halfon's big ears were good ears. She claimed it was a sign that he had dealt with big issues. Excuse me? Think about it, Rachel. Be logical for once in your young life. You were about to say something perverse, Rachel responded. No, I wasn't, Dennett replied, what I was about to say. He was teased as a child, and it made him philosophic. Children in that kind of situation are forced to deeper understandings. Do you get it? Because of his ears? Oh, Ahuva, that's ridiculous. Rachel, sometimes you are so dense. What do you know about him? You know just this, that he is regarded as highly capable by those investigators above him. What does that say? In spite of the pose to the contrary, Rachel secretly enjoyed this argument. She liked hearing Dennett's talk about Danny Halfon with respect, which is why she had even approached this subject in such a backhanded manner, leading with a discussion of Halfon's big ears. Had Rachel presented into evidence Danny Halfon's good looks or cool aloofness, Dinitz would have proceeded to shred the man. Rachel had thus succeeded in manipulating her roommate into massaging the day's fantasies as opposed to eviscerating them. At this point, they were approximately 45 minutes away from being hauled into the police station. The conversation turned to me. The longer they talked about the cave-in, the more it bothered Dinitz that I had even been called to the scene. "I just don't understand," she said. "It was the investigators. They told me to call." "But why?" asked Dinitz. "What would Sofer have to offer?" "Maybe because he knew the professor," suggested Rachel. Dinitz thought about this possibility for a minute before suggesting an alternative explanation. "Or Avi Sofer is a suspect," she said. "A suspect?" "Sometimes you are so naive, Rachel. It's just deductive reasoning. That's got to be it. He's involved." And so the argument began. Dinitz served as my prosecutor, Rachel my loyal defender. It was a scene that had played out regularly, I was later told. To her credit, Rachel stuck to the facts. There had been an accidental cave-in. 2 diggers had been killed. In another part of the shaft, Professor Gedd had suffered a heart attack, probably due to the excitement. As for the 2 men who had been shot, she pointed out that there was no way of knowing why they had been murdered or who had pulled the trigger. Dinitz wouldn't accept any of it. "Maybe he and the professor were working together," said Dinitz. "And of course, Sofer can be counted on to bless anything he attempts to do with a massive screw-up, which will eventually come out in public, if it hasn't already. Ahuva, I hate to bring this up, but your bias is showing again. He's a highly competent investigator. I know you don't want to believe that, but Avi Sofer, our boss? Then why isn't he in Tel Aviv?" asked Dinitz. "Why doesn't he have a proper job at the Institute?" "What do you call what he's doing now?" replied Rachel. "Oh, please, you're making me crazy. What he does at our office is not a proper job," said Dinitz. Rachel was no longer enjoying this argument. She wanted to get back to Danny Halfon, so she allowed Dinitz to rage on for a few minutes before attempting to jump back across the conversational tracks. "There was something else about Danny," she said finally. "He wasn't just in command. He was arrogant." In some other exchange, this might have been enough to goad Ahuva Dinitz into another rhapsodic defense of Danny Halfon, whom she'd never met. But the tactic failed miserably. Dinitz stared up at the ceiling, lost in unthinkable estimations of my incompetence. "Because the police think he knows something," she picked up. "That's why they made you call." "Oh, he's no more involved than I am," Rachel told her. "Would you please try to reason for a change?" said Dinitz. "You know what I think? I bet you he's back at the professor's right now, because he's got to make sure there's no evidence linking him to the crime." "You're so wrong," Rachel said, giggling. "That's the stupidest thing you've ever said." "Stop protecting him, Rachel. Then you stop accusing him." "Oh, really? Then if you're so sure of yourself, why don't we go together?" "Go where?" asked Rachel. "Professor Gedd's. Let's go and see if he's there. And if I'm wrong, I'll apologize," said Dinitz. As a matter of fact, I was at Saul's apartment. Unable to resist the temptation for a quick look into the journals, I had hung around a little longer than I should. Flipping through the pages, I discovered rather standard entries for a lab journal of this type, along with first drafts of letters and research papers. There were long passages with additional notations in red ink, and there were no margins. Saul had filled every available space on the page with his cryptic, hard-to-read English scrawl. On his desk, I noticed there was a flip calendar, which I also grabbed. I was just starting to thumb through its pages when I heard commotion outside. Angry voices, car doors being slammed. I peeked out to see Ahuva and Rachel as they were announcing to Ehud's men that they were here looking for their boss. One of the men asked, "Who is your boss?" It was a question that had been asked a lot that day. It was time to get out. I rushed into the kitchen, but as I reached for the door handle, something dropped out of the journals, a piece of paper folded into quarters and pressed very flat. I tucked it back in and raced into the garden. By the time Ehud's people and the police were opening the front door, I was on my way home. Late Friday night, I changed to sweats, put on a pot of coffee, let the cat out, then spread everything I'd taken from Saul's across the kitchen table. Coincidentally, the paper at the back of the journal turned out to be a map, roughly the same size as the one described by Rachel, except this wasn't a photocopy. Technically speaking, it was a rub, an image transferred to tracing paper through charcoal. Top to bottom, I studied every impression on the page, and in the lower right-hand corner found something unusual, a Crusader cross under an inverted English V. I had no idea what it represented, nor had I seen it before. After the map, I spent considerable time thumbing through the journals. Occasionally there would be a diagram or a draft of a letter. What I was hoping for, of course, was a theme. Were these technical journals or diaries? I finally came to the conclusion Saul's journals contained a little bit of everything. That first weekend, I found several things of interest. Saturday night, while flipping through the calendar, I came across a telephone number for Dov Elgovich, one of Saul's friends. I was curious about this, why his number might be there, and I decided to give him a call. When he answered, the first thing he did was ask me if I had heard about Saul. I only talked to him a couple of days before, Dov said. You just never know, do you, one day to the next. It was the perfect setup. Dov, so what was he doing at the end? Who was he contracting for? I asked. Are you working the case? He wanted to know. No, not yet. I'm just curious. There was a pause. He measured the words before speaking. He had secrets, Dov replied. It wasn't Saul's nature to confide in anyone, even me. I had the feeling he knew something else, but I didn't press him. From this point on, our conversation bounced along, concluding with the mutual agreement that we ought to get together. Death has that effect. Friends tend to close ranks around memories of the deceased. We both realized at the same instant that we would be getting together soon enough at Saul's funeral. After that, the conversation drifted to a gloomy conclusion. I put the receiver back. True, it wasn't my investigation, but this was the way I would conduct it. When you had a piece, like a phone number, you went to the puzzle and tried to place it. Analyzing too much or hesitating seldom advanced anything. And if the piece didn't fit, you held it. At some point it would. After a few minutes of thinking like this, my dilemma over what to do with the journals only deepened. In the journals, I found other things, too. In an investigation of this sort, you start at the point nearest the date in question. So I flipped to the last pages of Volume 2, scanning backwards until I came across a bizarre entry. Saul certainly hadn't overstated himself. He had indeed written everything he had done. Here was an early draft of a letter written in February, less than 30 days earlier. "Dear Jay," it read, "in a few weeks you'll be looking for a death rotary on Absalom. May I offer the following suggestions drawn entirely from historical reference? These are the click events you're looking for. If Absalom had fallen into his father's hands, he had a secret assurance that while he could kill the king, David would never kill him. Absalom was a child of indulgence. This may have been his only tactical confidence. In fact, the old man did tell his generals to spare the prince for my sake. In the end, Absalom's army was no match for David's. A rebellion, begun in bravado, concluded with Absalom's troops scattering in all directions. One can only guess at the carnage. Corpses would have littered the streams, and on mountain passes lifeless animals would have been slumped across the trails. Israel's fathers, brothers, and sons died at the hands of fathers, brothers, and sons, 20,000 in all. Should you identify a click stream containing any of these elements, assume that you're near the instance of death. Now, in the event you're not acquainted with this history, as the prince attempted to ride out of the forest that day, his hair became tangled in the limbs of a tree. He was yanked cleanly from the back of the animal he was riding, and he struggled to free himself, but David's men were everywhere. And when David's general, a rascal by the name of Joab, found Absalom flailing in the air, he demanded immediate death for the prince. The soldiers reminded him of the king's wish, but the old warrior brushed them aside. Taking 3 javelins, he drove them into the boy's heart. This was the instance of death. The sights and sounds of that afternoon must have blurred as Absalom's insides filled with fire and the unthinkable darkness. The general's aides, who were standing around watching, became emboldened by his ruthlessness. They grabbed clubs and proceeded to beat the already dying man into unconsciousness. Fury was the final vision that Absalom beheld, and in that fading conscience he must have mourned a father's indulgence and a palace denied. Imagine a little boy stripped of ambition, thinking about his father and knowing utter loneliness. That was Absalom. I hope this little history primer helps you in your work. I reread this passage 5 times, utterly mystified. What was actually under discussion here, and what were the references to death rotary and click events or click stream? At the bottom of the page was a short conclusion to the letter. It read, "On a personal note, I believe I understand your thinking. By contracting researchers from around the world, your investment is secured across the broadest possible support structure. But you must also consider there is risk. Should something happen to either of you, your discoveries would be forever lost, and I, for one, suggest a forum in which we might learn more about the encoding-decoding process. For instance, is the chemistry being done at your lab, or are you working with a researcher somewhere else, the way you're working with us? Please don't consider this request anything more than an intense scientific curiosity. This is the most astonishing work with which I have ever been involved, and I simply wish to know more. Is there any possibility of a closed seminar at your lab, perhaps?" I reread this passage as well several times. The more I read, the less I understood. It was all so strange. My office was on the 2nd floor of a rock house in the Rehavia district of West Jerusalem. Built in the 1930s by a German-born doctor, the structure had been remodeled in the mid-1970s into an office complex. We had a garden, lilies, roses, and bougainvillea, Just inside the black iron fence were 6 oak trees planted by the original owner. Centuries that had grown massive now, providing shade on all sides of the residence. Monday morning, I was still under the influence of too much caffeine and too many pages of Saul's tight-fisted English. My weary footsteps thundered across the floor. Hannah Satcher, a retired professor and my senior editor, looked up as I came through and gave me a little wave. Ahuva Dinitz and Rachel Levy were in the next office. "Good morning," I said. Rachel responded with hello and a smile, but Dinitz refused to look up, which was pretty normal. "Good morning, Ahuva," I said. She hated it when I singled her out by name, but it forced her to nod. And it must have really hurt in this case because being cheery after the weekend she had just had was probably almost impossible. Ahuva and Rachel had spent much of Friday night and Saturday at the police station. Across the hall was my Russian immigrant, Peter Sokolov. I tried to sneak by his door. "Mr. Sofer, look at this," he called. I leaned back into the doorway only to see him holding up a recently framed poster of what could only be an American wrestler. Across the top it read, "West Texas Cyclone." "Where did you get that?" I asked politely, making my way into his office. "I got it from a wrestling magazine." "Good job," I told him, examining the corners. "Maybe even better than me." I had just spent 3 weeks teaching him how to mount and frame a photograph for this. "There was only one little crinkle, and you can see it here," he said, pointing to a crease in the middle. "But I used the iron, and you can barely see it now." "Peter, you are now the master," I told him. "I think so," he replied. Proceeding down the hall, I waved at Mayor Friedman. "I saw your picture in the paper," he said. "You had a busy weekend." "Yes, I did," I replied. Rosa Washman, another retired professor, told me she had seen my picture as well. I would be hearing words to this effect for the rest of the day. There were numerous call notes scattered across my desk. The one from Mia Weisberg reminded me that I had missed a doctor's appointment on Friday. She had also seen my picture in the paper. Dov Elgovich had also called. Not only had he seen the photo, his message was that we needed to talk more, quote, on the subject. What subject, I wondered. The last note was from Ehud. He had reserved a court at the Y that afternoon. I wondered if he would actually drive all the way from Tel Aviv just to make up a basketball game. Or could it be something else? Was I about to be reassigned? I was curious about the call from Ehud. I returned to the hall, asking who had taken the message, and Peter said he had. "How did he sound?" I asked as I walked into Peter's office. "Was he in good spirits?" "Yes, he was very nice to me," Peter replied. "Good," I told him, turning away. This was exactly what I wanted to hear. I hadn't taken more than a couple of steps when Peter rushed around and blocked my exit. "Can I ask you something?" he said. "You know, she's very discouraged." He nodded in the direction of the office, on the other side of the wall. "Who's discouraged?" "Rachel. You heard what happened? She was arrested. Ahuva, too." "Really?" I replied, doing my best to act surprised. For Peter, who had grown up in the Soviet Union, this must have seemed an especially ominous turn of events. I told him not to worry. "She's not guilty of anything," I said, "and if there is a problem, I know people will fix it." When I told him this, his chubby body relaxed. He even sighed. "I am so glad to hear this," he told me. "So don't worry," I said, pushing him aside. I opened the door and walked out. "Mr. Sofer, Yes? Do you want me to tell her, or will you? You do it, Peter. Oh, yes. Thank you so much, he said. As I walked away, sort of as an afterthought, I suggested, and while you're at it, show them your wrestler. Ahuva-Denitz likes that sort of thing. She likes wrestling? He asked. Likes it. She used to be a wrestler, I told him. Really? Yes, but it's a secret. Shh. The YMCA in Jerusalem was an elegant building directly across from the King David Hotel. Built in 1933, the structure was constructed of limestone and featured a bell tower 45 meters high. There were squash courts, a weight room, a pool, and even a hotel, but my interest there was always basketball. By the time I arrived Monday afternoon, Ehud had already picked teams. There were 3 young Americans darting around like puppies just let out of the gate. I don't remember the names, O'Shaughnessy, O'Connor, Irish-American Catholics to be sure. I had seen the breed before. Bored adolescents dragged to the Holy Land by devout parents. Bored adolescents looking for a pickup game at the Y. There was also a Brazilian with him, a nice enough young man who spoke very little English. I had no idea how he had come to join us. The last person to step on court was Danny Halfon. It was quickly obvious he didn't know how to play. I saw in him the tendencies of a soccer player, the instinct to kick things or bump them with his chest and head. But I had a small handicap of my own, my prosthesis. Though it offered a mirage of normalcy in a social setting, it did nothing to hide the weakness of my game. As would have been the case with any one-armed basketball player, I didn't have a wide selection of shots. Basically, all I had was a hook. And of course, my basketball friends found this almost too hilarious. I zeroed in on Halfon because he was the weakest link. Ehud attempted to coach him, but I made 8 shots over the top, and all he could do was stare, like the soccer player he was, on a basketball court. The Brazilian seemed to be enjoying it all immensely. At one point he ventured my shot and actually sunk it. Everyone applauded, but Ehud came over and whispered to me, "Your hook is too nasty to export, even to Brazil." Toward the end, their side took a timeout, and I overheard Ehud talking to Halfon. He was saying, "Don't look at the arm. Watch the stomach. A stomach moves only one way. It doesn't lie." In the 4 minutes that remained, Halfon did a better job. I had to pass, ignoring shots I might have taken earlier. Then, with a minute to go, I got the ball one last time. I moved right, only to have him cut me off. I tried going left, but the same thing happened. This contest would end between the two of us. I attempted to drive, but Halfon was getting too smart. I saw growing confidence until I caught him in a stumble. Now, on a soccer field, he might have been able to recover, but not a basketball court. Not against me. It was the only mistake I needed. I faked a forward motion. He heaved backwards, only to watch helplessly as I faded. The ball flew up, hit the rim, and dropped through the net. The game was over. There were cheers and congratulations. Ehud turned to Halfon, who awkwardly shrugged him off. Suddenly, the dispirited young man stormed the ball and kicked it, which was a serious breach of etiquette at the Y, where basketballs were not kicked. Knowing Ehud as I did, I knew I hadn't risked all that much, playing his boy so hard. If I had thrown the game, he would have been considerably more upset, because Ehud was as competitive as I was. Still, We had gotten to the most important part of the afternoon, and I was nervous about what would happen next, in lieu of what had just happened on the court. The patio at the Y faced the old city, though the view was mostly blocked by the King David across the street. Ehud and the others were already talking by the time I arrived. He was about to tell one of his stories. I knew this by the way he was leaning back in his chair. Avi has maybe heard this many times, he said. I was going to tell them about the day the King David exploded. As he was speaking to me, I noticed that Danny Halfon was glaring at me, pouting. I think I was maybe 18 years old when Irgun blew up the King David, said Ehud. I was working 5 blocks away. I had a job digging what do you call it in English, for the pipes and the water? Utilities, maybe, replied one of the young men. That's it, said Ehud. Utilities. He stopped talking for a moment, as if he had become lost in melancholy. Avi, tell these boys what happened, he said. Realizing perhaps I should humor him a little, I picked up the narrative. I certainly knew it well enough. You were going to tell them about the safe? Yes, tell them about the explosion and the safe, he said. The force of the detonation was so intense, the hotel safe was blown through the wall and out onto the sidewalk. That's as far as I got with the story because Ehud picked it up again immediately. Would you believe it, he told them. A man was walking along completely innocent, and the safe came down from the sky, killing him instantly. The Irish-American boys just sat there, mouths open, basketball players in history class. And in the pause I noticed one of them looking down into the street. I was so ashamed, Ehud continued. Those 5 floors there, do you see where I'm pointing? Reduced to bodies and bricks, 92 people dead, and not just Arabs, but English, and Jews as well. I dare say this is something you've never heard before. No, sir, replied the sober boys. Ehud continued in top rhetorical form. To think that Jews were capable of such things! That was the greatest shame. I lost the will to fight, because if one terror is to be only replaced by another, what have we won? Nothing, sir. By this point, the Brazilian was careening into his 3rd gold star, or 4th, which might explain why the story wasn't having much impact on him. That and his fragile command of English. But the Americans were deeply touched by Ehud's grand spoken opera. Right there, he said, leaning over the rail, that's where an innocent man died, when a safe came down on his head. They all looked over, but Ehud turned to me. Is that the end of the story? No, I told him. There was a young woman, Pessia Lev. She was 19 years old, the same age as you, Ehud. When I said this, the old man's eyes sparkled. He smiled. And if I remember, I continued, it was Hanukkah, and she was on her way home to Tel Aviv to be with her family. He nodded. He approved of my sympathetic, if not operatic, tone. Some of the men in the convoy flirted with her, I continued, asking why such a pretty girl would take such a risk. They told her, maybe you need a man to tell you what to do, and she told them she had a man. That's why she was going home. At this point, the boys' eyes shifted to Ehud because they suspected he was Pessia's man. Oh, how Ehud warmed to their sympathies. He gazed down into the street to great effect, his voice stiff with emotion as he picked up the story. A murderer saw the trucks, he told them. If there were women or children, it didn't matter. He fired his rifle, and Pessyalev was shot through the heart as she sat in the front seat of that truck. The boys were speechless. Ehud's performance was as grand an invocation as I had ever seen from him. It concluded with a little homily from Ehud the Sage, his alternate personality. "Prestige in life is reward for persecution," said Ehud with a patriarch's stern but wounded countenance. "And gentlemen, Ehud Benveniste is highly esteemed." "Oh, please," I was thinking. I hoped my gag reflex would engage. When the Americans stumbled off that afternoon, they shook Ehud's hand and thanked him profusely for everything. The older boy even whispered that when he got back to the U.S., he would call his senator and demand more aid for Israel. "God bless you," said Ehud. "God bless all who bless Israel." Bringing up the rear, the Brazilian stumbled out, marching behind his American friends. He said to Ehud, "I enjoy very much the basketball." And then the door flew back and hit him squarely in the nose. There were only two of us now. Time to get down to business. "You are my good friend," Ehud told me. "I don't know if it's of interest to you," he said, "but they found something at the cave-in. There was a map in Saul's pocket. They're telling us it may be a burial codex dating from the Crusades." "How did Saul get it?" I wanted to know. "I have no idea, but it's what he used to find Absalom's grave. May I ask you something, Avi?" I felt it coming. Outwardly, I steeled myself so that I wouldn't be easily read, but I expected him to be direct. Ehud was that sort. He would bluntly demand to know whether or not I was withholding information. That was something to be gotten out of the way before any reassignment could be made. "This is only hypothetical, of course," he continued. "But what if you knew something, a secret maybe? And what if you told a secret, it would embarrass the good name of a friend? To be specific, what if you had information on Saul that was, shall we say, compromising? Would you withhold it?" "Of course not," I replied. "Why not?" he asked. "If I had dark secrets, I hope you would protect me." He said this in softened tones. "But we were talking about Saul," I replied. "In any case, my allegiance is to Israel, not Saul Ged." "Right answer. I told Danny that's the kind of person you were," said Ehud. He smiled, patted me on the knee as he stood up. "Let's keep in touch on this," he said. "I have a feeling you're going to hear something. When you do, if you do, get in touch with Danny first thing, okay?" I heard the words, but I couldn't believe it. Ehud walked to the door, and that was all he was going to say. All sorts of emotions were going off inside me, like small bombs. In my trance, in my stupor of dismissal, an image forced itself into my inner chaos, the specter of a man and a safe flying in from nowhere. Surely this would be my own eulogy as well. Here walked a man, hit in the head by the unseen, dead finally, but first a great headache. With almost any criminal act, there are multiple pathways of discovery. I've always imagined this convergence as a fuse being lit at both ends. And this is exactly what happened with the Absalom investigation as well, with one small distinction. A few days after the cave-in, the other end of the fuse was lit in Phoenix, Arizona. The man with a match in his hand, literally in his hand, was a man by the name of Roy Brooks. I had never been to Phoenix. I always imagined it, though, with cactus, heat and sand, and, of course, a fairly good basketball team. It never occurred to me that Phoenix might also be a modern community with freeways and high-rise buildings. One Wednesday morning, Roy Brooks struggled to the roof of one of those buildings, the Federal Building. This was not a spur-of-the-moment thing. Roy Brooks had expended considerable imagination planning out what he was going to do. During the morning break on Wednesday, he made his way to the utility closet on the top floor. He'd hidden there a half-gallon of gas, 2 5-gallon cans of brake fluid, and a heavy cardboard box. He lugged all of it up to the roof. Inside the box was a piece of a landing gear from a skylane. He'd scrounged it up at a salvage yard. On the roof, he removed the wheel from the box, held it high over his head, and then smashed it into the surface of the roof as hard as he could. The wheel bounced. The metal edges ripped up giblets of tar, spitting gravel in all directions. He repeated this action over and over until a depression was gouged into the surface. Next, he baptized the wheel in brake fluid and gasoline, then returned the empty containers to the closet. Back on the roof, match in hand, Roy Brooks prayed this prayer: "Lord, I know you can see me." When he said these words, a breeze kicked up. "Lord?" he said, opening his eyes and looking around. The breeze gusted steadily until his tie was sticking straight out. Until that moment, the morning had been perfectly still. I just want to warn you," he continued, his wary eye to the heavens now. "I'm going to leave you for a little while, but I'll be back. And if it be your will to protect me, I'll give you the honor and the glory and praise your holy name forever and ever." Just as suddenly as it had appeared, the breeze vanished. The morning became still again. Perhaps it had been an inadvertent wind. Roy certainly didn't believe in omens. Roy Brooks then said, "Amen," followed by this small postscript: "And you know, of course, Lord, I'll tithe. Amen." That little formality discharged, Roy returned to the task at hand. It was a little more difficult than he had originally anticipated. Sensing loss of nerve or heart, or both, Roy struck the match, tossed it into the fluid beneath the landing gear. There was an instant boom, followed by a wall of flame 10 meters high, and a concussion that blew Roy Brooks at least that far. He landed flat on his back near the edge of the roof. The fire twisted and swirled and grew quickly into a violent red storm. Roy Brooks struggled to his knees, breathing in a sickly odor of melting tar and hair. The roof wasn't the only thing on fire. He hopped about, trying to orient himself inside the billowing cloud. To his relief, one corner of the roof was not yet on fire. He rushed over, fell down, and started rolling, and as he did, a clump of singed hair blew off his head, over the side of the building, down into the street. His plan had unexpectedly taken a turn for the worse. He was singed, almost too tired to move, and the fire was spreading. If he didn't act quickly, he would be trapped. With all the energy he could summon, Roy Brooks dashed through the encircling flame, crashed through the roof access door, tumbled down the stairs, jarred free another fist-sized clump of smoldering hair, and landed on the final step, mouth first. There could be no turning back now. In the 90 seconds since the match strike, he had physically committed himself. The roof of the Federal Building was on fire. Roy Brooks had taken his first bounce, mouth first, into destiny. Still disoriented, he staggered to the wall phone across from the closet. Fingers trembling, he dialed the front desk. "Is this the Federal Building?" he asked the receptionist, dripping a slurry of blood and saliva onto the receiver. She said it was. How could she direct his call? About a minute ago, a plane flew over and something fell off. A wheel, maybe. Whatever it was, it landed on your roof. You better check it out." He slammed the receiver down, then counted to 15 before tripping the fire alarm. Within minutes, workers from all 6 floors were streaming into the street. This was exactly what he wanted. Only one thing troubled him now. Would he be able to get into the second-floor conference room? His boss, Julian Lockery, was not the sort of person to carelessly expose a classified investigation. As special agent in charge of DEA's regional office, Lockery was the kind of guy who would lock the door on a burning house, or in this case, order a guard to stand by until the very last second. He might even go so far as to gather up reports and photographs and carry them into the street for protection. For Roy Brooks, any of these scenarios would instantly derail a carefully elaborated plan. After waiting for the offices to clear, Roy drifted down to the second floor. This was his moment of truth. He could still hear doors being slammed on the floor below. He could hear excited voices and the approach of distant sirens. But he maintained his focus. With calm assurance, he knocked on the door to the conference room. "Is anyone here?" he asked, peeking in. He was instantly buoyed by what he saw. The pictures and reports were still scattered across the table. Lockery had done none of the above. Holding his focus, he quickly evaluated the documents. His first objective was to copy all photographs of the elderly man. He also wanted any pictures that had come in since the moratorium. Again, Roy Brooks was in luck. He found 2 pictures, one of a resort hotel with palm trees, a beach, and a cabana. There was another photograph he hadn't seen before. It was of an unidentified man sitting beside the pool. He would certainly copy this photo as well. Roy Brooks then turned his attention to the reports. He was particularly anxious to find a summary of the investigation. He found 3. Together with the pictures, he now had as much as he could possibly copy in the amount of time he had left. He slid the pages into the plastic guides of the Xerox machine and punched start. Seconds later, copies began dripping into the out tray. Except for the accidental inferno upstairs, everything had gone pretty much as planned, but his fortunes were about to change. Holly Brooks knew something was wrong when she saw the car pull up a little after 3 p.m. Mama Jack knew it too. "Who is it?" the old woman demanded to know. "It's Roy," said Holly, rushing outside. "He better not have lost that job," said Mama Jack, aiming her wheelchair for the back door. The modest white adobe structure had been originally constructed with 2 bedrooms. When the kids came along, however, Mama Jack contracted for a 3rd to be built just off the porch. She had also built a wheelchair ramp which she frequently used as a launching pad. Past the back door, the old woman could build up enough momentum she could roll all the way down the driveway and halfway to the Quick Mart at the end of the block. Of course, someone would have to bring her back at that point. As Roy crawled out of the car, he saw her coming. Quickly, he described what had just happened to his wife, leaving out only a few major points here and there. He was particularly compelling as he spoke of the landing gear, how it had crashed from the sky. "Look at your lip," said Holly. "You need to get some ice on it." She then pulled back the T-shirt he had draped over his head. "Was anybody hurt?" she asked. "Just me. I was getting something out of the closet on the top floor. The doctor checked me out, though. He said I was going to be okay, but I need to get to bed." At that instant, they heard the sound of rubber wheels spinning. Roy was an imposing figure, tall and brawny with massive arms. On a regular basis, he was treated with near religious reverence by clerks and waiters for the famous football player they assumed him to be. Not that he resembled anyone in particular. He just looked professionally stout, footballish. In the presence of Mama Jack, though, Roy melted into a spindly 11-year-old boy. The scared little spider he'd been that first day he'd come to live with her 20 years before. "Mostly," he said, "I don't want to have to deal with her." "She won't bother you," Holly said. "Oh, yes, she will. I don't need sermons." "What's going on here? Why aren't you at work?" asked Mama Jack as the wheelchair surged to a stop. "Just leave me alone. Is that too much to ask?" said Roy, stomping up the ramp and into the house. When the kids got home from school, Roy pulled the pillow over his head. "Daddy," said Sandra, his 8-year-old daughter, "are you okay?" His son, Duncan, who was 6, reached up to touch his father's swollen lip. "It's okay," said Roy. "Daddy just fell." "Are you sure?" asked Sandra. "Yes, Daddy's going to be fine. I want you to be sure and help your mom, okay?" "We will," said Duncan. "And don't worry about me. I'll be fine." "Okay, Daddy." She already had the Bible, her shawl, and the blue hat with a veil. Until the last, she had given every indication that she was going to Bible study. Then suddenly she changed her mind. Mama Jack locked the wheels on the chair, holding fast the lever. "Mama, what are you doing?" "I'm not going," she said. "The Lord wants me here." As she said this, she cut her eyes back toward the bedroom. Holly knew what she was thinking. Tenderly, her pale white hand brushed across the old woman's dark forehead. "Mama, you've got to quit picking at him. Don't worry about me, sweetheart. I'm calm, promise." "Are you sure?" "I'm sure," said Mama Jack. "I'm just going to have a little prayer meeting, that's all." Roy heard the change in plan. Through the closed bedroom door, he called out that he wanted Mama Jack to go to Wednesday night Bible study. "The Lord told me to stay," Mama Jack yelled back, "and I do what the Lord says." "I don't think so. The Lord wants you to go to church. Forsake not the assembling of yourself." Mama Jack's eyes opened wide. Roy was quoting scripture? "I can read the word right here," said the old woman finally. "Just why is it you want me to leave?" "I didn't say that," he called through the door. "Well, you might as well have said it." It was no use. When Mama's mind was set, she was impossible. "Get me my big print before you go," Mama Jack said to Sandra. "I'll sit right here and I'll have church to myself." Sandra went to the bedroom and retrieved the large Bible from Mama Jack's bureau. It was almost more than the little girl could carry. "Thank you, baby," said the old woman. Though Mama was officially Roy's aunt, her affections were reserved for Holly and the children. With them, her mannerisms were measured and careful. For Roy, who had lived with her most of his life, she had no patience whatsoever. Before they left, Holly asked if the children could help Mama Jack find her scripture. "Thank you, sweetheart. Yes, please." The children scrambled, one on either side of the chair. Searching verses for Mama was worth a quarter, if you could find them. "Could you turn to the book of Job?" she asked. "It's just before Psalms." Little Sandra knew exactly where it was. "Look at this child, would you? You have to remind Mama she owes you a quarter." When Holly and the kids were gone, Mama Jack parked outside the bathroom. She planned to Jesus ambush Roy and do a little one-on-one with the devil. She always had the ability to sense when he was up to something. What she didn't always know were the specifics. Tonight, for example, she couldn't have known that his duffel bag was already packed and waiting outside behind the oleander bush, or that he had $500 cash and her paid-off MasterCard. Kneeling on his hands and knees, Roy looked beneath the door. He saw Wheels, with her paranormal instincts and serrated gospel tongue. The old woman terrified his mortal soul. Even worse, when she started ranting, she called it preaching, he could think of absolutely nothing witty or disarming to say. Roy had always loved being big and scary, but he also loved being well-spoken and respected for his intelligence. The frail woman outside the door, sitting with her 12-gauge Bible cocked and aimed, took it all away. He put on his robe, slung the T-shirt over his head, and ran out. "What's that? What's that on your head?" she shouted as he whizzed by. "Nothing. Take care of your own business." "Don't you tell me what to do," she hissed as he slammed the bathroom door in her face. "What are you doing in there?" "Saving." "You shaved this morning. I smell something fishy. What are you doing with the scissors?" she asked. "Please, just leave me alone." "Don't you tell me what to do," she said. "You ain't too old. I'll come in there and whip your ass." Oh no, she never talked like that. She never used that kind of foul language. But Roy made her so mad sometimes he forced her back into the terrible habit that had been so hard to break, the habit of naughty words. "You said ass," Roy taunted her from the bathroom. "I did not," replied Mama, not a little indignantly. "Yes, you did, and you know it. You said you were going to come in and whip my ass." Deeply frustrated at the spiritual setback here, mad at herself for falling again, she primly informed the infidel in the bathroom that ass was in the Bible, and she was using the word in that manner, the way it was used in the Bible. "You said ass, and not like in the Bible. You said ass, as in kiss my—" "Don't you dare," she warned him, a frightful anger building in her voice. "For your information, ass means donkey." That's strange. I don't see any donkeys in here," said Roy. "Check the mirror," said Mama. "It's probably in the mirror." He continued to taunt her, saying, "ass." She had little choice but to try to pick up where she'd left off. Looking back down into the Bible, she returned to her preacher voice. Mama called out her intention, her scriptural line in the sand. In the book of Job, God said to the devil, "Where hast thou been?" "I'll give you a quarter if you'll take that someplace else," said Roy, "and please don't say ass to me." The old woman ignored his taunts and bore down on the word of God. "I've been going to and fro, patrolling the earth," said the devil. As she preached, Roy snipped out an entire section of hair, the part untouched by the fire. Whole clumps were dropped into the toilet. God said, "What have you seen? Have you seen my servant Job?" The devil said he had. "Why do you waste your time?" Roy called. "I'm not listening, not unless you say the word ass again." "Stop using that word," she commanded. "Ass." As the sermon continued, Roy proceeded to shave his head. He snipped around the edges of the burn, neatly shaved back and forth across the top until it was perfectly shiny. He then stood back and admired the results. And the devil told God the only reason Job was still a righteous man was because God paid him off. "But give him to me for a little while," said the devil. And the devil was pleading for poor old Job, and God said, "Job's going to honor me whatever you do." Then God held up his big old finger and said, "I'll give him to you, but spare his life." And he did his hand this away, telling the devil, "Get thee out of my presence." And when God says, "Get thee out," he means, "Get thee out." She let these words hang out in the air for a moment before aiming her preacher voice directly at Roy. "You know, for a sinner boy, you had it real good, just like Job. And now the devil's asking for you, Roy, just like he did Job." Mama began praying, the way she always did when she finished preaching, loud extremely loud and long. "We beseech thee, Lord Jesus, look down, have mercy, even when some of us are wicked and silly." As she prayed, Roy quietly opened the bathroom door, lost in the camouflage of passionate hallelujahs and invocations in the name of Jesus. He crept back to the bedroom unnoticed, then quietly slipped out the window, snatched the duffel bag from the flower bed, changed clothes in the hedge, and headed off for the airport. Meanwhile, Mama Jack thought he was still in the bathroom and calibrated her prayer storm accordingly. Roy's fire on the roof had its origins in an investigation being conducted out of DEA's Phoenix office. Over the Christmas holidays in 1989, the agency had received 5 envelopes in the mail. There were no return addresses on any of them, but all had been postmarked in Albuquerque, New Mexico. Each envelope contained a single photograph. As file clerk, Roy had been the first to see the pictures and the first to recognize their astonishing importance. For a few wonderful days, he exceeded the lowly role of clerk. Unfortunately, this transcendence didn't last. It wasn't broadly known at the time, but Roy Brooks and Julian Lockery both attended St. Matthew's Community Assembly. Roy assumed that church affiliation translated into special privileges at work. When Lockery sequestered the evidence, closing off all unauthorized access to the case, Roy was surprised at first, then hurt. He'd gone through many stages after that. He subjected himself to a great internal debate with the big questions. Who am I? Is this what I'm going to be for the rest of my life? A file clerk? He weighed the pain of temporary sacrifice against opportunity long term. And in the end, Roy devised the story of his future, a story that would begin on a roof. The FBI made short work of his little fiction, though. The ignition source was obvious. Plus, Roy had inadvertently tracked brake fluid and blood from the roof to the closet to the second floor to the conference room and then into a stall in the men's restroom. And then, of course, there was that little discovery of 3 empty cans in the utility closet. The investigators from DEA and FBI quickly figured it out. The fire had not been the result of flaming wheels from the sky. This was to be an especially awkward turn of events for Julian Lockery. Roy's job at DEA had been the direct result of the New Jobs, New Lives outreach at St. Matthew's. Together with Bishop Wilson at the church, Lockery had worked hard to prep Roy for a clerical position at DEA. In fact, until he stepped in, Roy's resume had hit the ceiling with a year and a half at a junior college, 3 years as a security guard, custodian for 3 years, 6 months playing bass in a gospel funk band, and then 2 years under the watchful eyes of Phoenix Juvenile Court. Thursday morning, when the fingerprints on the cans were positively identified, Julian Lockery phoned the bishop, because barring a miracle, Roy was on his way to federal prison. Lockery told Wilson about the fire and Roy's fingerprints. "I would like you to go out and see Mama Jack with me," he said. "Maybe we can talk him into turning himself in." Bishop Wilson wanted to know, who's going to take custody? Well, the FBI, probably. And I'm not saying it'll make any difference, but if he turns himself in, somewhere down the line, it might make things a little easier. Bishop Wilson wanted to know, do we have any idea why? No, Bishop, we don't. I don't know, but if he keeps this sort of thing up, he's going to kill that old lady. said Wilson. The bishop had one more question. Brother Julian, will this put you in a bad light, having recommended him and all? Lockery said he hoped there wouldn't be too much kickback, but both men knew there would be tough questions ahead. Wednesday evening after church, Holly and the kids found Mama parked outside the empty bedroom, snoring, and Roy seemed to be fast asleep as well. They rolled Mama to her bedroom, and Holly slept with the children. Early the next morning, when she didn't hear him stirring, Holly went in to check on Roy. She discovered the pillows under the covers and the open screen. As usual, Mama sensed almost immediately that something was wrong. "What is it?" she demanded, gliding into the bedroom. "Where is he?" Holly answered in simple gesture, her face in her hands. "Gone? He's gone?" The old woman rolled over to the screen. Dark, bony fingers pulled it back into place and latched it. "I knew by the way he was sneaking around that he was up to something. Lord God, that boy." The old woman instantly broke into prayer. "Wherever he is, God, please bring him to his right mind before he does something to himself or gets himself in trouble." The old woman then looked over to the weeping figure. "Honey," she said, "we're going to get through this one too." Mama rolled over and took the young woman's soft, buttery hands into her own. Everything was going to be okay. If the enemy thinks we're going to sit by and just let him do whatever he wants, in the name of Jesus, we bind the hands of Satan. In the holy name of Jesus, we rebuke thee. As she was praying, she had a flash of insight. I know exactly what the Lord wants us to do. He wants us to have a prayer chain, she said. At St. Matthew's, a prayer chain was the ultimate escalation in spiritual hostility, a tag team match against evil around the clock. In God's corner, the combatants were usually elderly women who undertook their mission with the intensity of jungle fighters. They slept in shifts, ate in shifts, and prayed until they had old Slewfoot on the run. By the time Wilson and Lockery knocked on the front door, 6 warriors of the faith were already in the trenches. They had arrived at Mama Jack's like a gospel SWAT team and were presently knee-deep into the formidable challenge of praying Roy back into his right mind. An 82-year-old woman known with affection at St. Matt's as Mother Curley opened the door. Evidence of the intense spiritual combat inside the little adobe structure could be seen in the angle of her wig. It was saluting left just a little. "Bishop," she said, "and Brother Lockery, come in." She flashed them a toothless grin. Mother Curley then looked left and right, as if there might be snipers. "It's Roy," she whispered. "Is something wrong?" Bishop Wilson wanted to know. He was curious to see what she would say. "Shh," she put a finger to her lips. "He done run off. He's an idiot." "Run off?" "Yes. I give up on him myself, but Mama Jack and Sister Ola are in the back, and Holly Girl's in the kitchen." Wilson asked if anyone knew where Roy was right now. Mother Curley's voice became a whisper again. She didn't know, and she didn't care, actually. "I don't want to be talking out of school," she said, "but I think Mama's going to adopt her." "Adopt her? You mean Holly?" "So I hear. She want Holly and the babies to be next of kin, but don't let on like I told you." As they made their way to the kitchen, from the bedroom they heard impassioned voices calling to God. They heard "Hallelujah, Jesus," and blistering denunciations of the devil falling just short of curses. All hell was breaking loose back there. "Bishop?" said Holly when the two men walked in. "Brother Julian, I was actually just getting ready to call you." "How are you holding up?" asked Wilson, putting his arms around the young woman. She was fighting tears. Holly told him that she was doing her best, given the circumstances. "You remember the last time this happened," she said. "I warned him if he ever did it again, I was going to leave. Except I don't have any place to go." "Can't you go to your family?" asked Wilson. She smiled and shook her head, no. The bishop then turned to the old woman. "Mother Curley, can we speak in private?" From the scowl on her face, he could see that indeed Mother Curley did mind. She would now have to listen from the distance of the hall, and given the state of her hearing, things would be missed. When she was gone, the bishop asked, "Do you have any idea where he went?" "No, not really. I mean, he could walk in 5 minutes from now for all I know, or 5 months, or 5 years. She described how hopeless it all felt, how difficult it was facing the children. They deeply loved their father, but how could a child ever understand or accept being abandoned? To this point, the men had not mentioned Roy's involvement in the fire on the roof. Holly remained under the impression that their visit was related to the prayer chain in the back bedroom. At St. Matt's, news of such things traveled fast. "Oh, I did run across this," she said. Reaching into her apron, she produced a crumpled piece of notebook paper, a list of names and telephone numbers, and at the top of the page was the word agents. She said that Roy had been obsessed with the notion that he could write a screenplay. "A screenplay?" said Lockery, not sure that he had heard right. "Yes, he was looking for someone to represent him," she said. "And do you have any idea what the subject might have been?" asked Lockery, growing sicker at heart by the minute. "No," she said, "but he's been working on it for a couple of months at least." The second-floor investigation had been going on for just about that long. Lockery had a sinking feeling he might just know what Roy had been writing about. "When did you find out he was gone?" Wilson wanted to know. "Early this morning." Suddenly there were war whoops from the bedroom. It sounded like Mama and Sister Ola had the devil in a panic. "Julian," said Holly, "why are you here too?" In her voice was an anticipation that there might be more to this nightmare than she currently knew. Lockery had no choice. He told her about the fire. He told her about Roy's fingerprints. "But I thought a wheel fell off an airplane or something," said Holly. Lockery couldn't look her in the eyes. They talked for a few more minutes. Wilson asked if there was anything the church could do, and Holly said there was one thing. She was worried about Mama. The old woman had gotten so worked up over this, she was on the verge of a stroke. As if on cue, a hallelujah blasted from the bedroom, a spiritual exaltation undoubtedly heard as far away as the Quick Mart. It would be tricky. Mama was in bed, seeking God from a prone position, as Bishop Wilson quietly made his way into the bedroom. Sister Ola was beside the bed with her arms raised. Discreetly, Bishop Wilson joined in, and when the timing was right, he took the lead. "O Lord," he said, "you know our weakness. Only in Thee are we strong." His deep, masculine tones brought a temporary calm to the room. Mama Jack peeked out to see who had just joined in, and when she realized it was Bishop Wilson, A wave of inspiration washed over her. She raised her hands and prayed even louder. Like a boxer watching for an opening, Wilson held back until the moment was exactly right, and then he made a move. He took a holy jab. "Lord," he said, "we remember the prophets of Baal. Help us not to be guilty of noise alone, but help us approach your throne with honor, with expectation and faith." Upon hearing this, Mama throttled back to a baseline, "Thank you, Jesus." "And let us remember, it's not by might, it's not by power, but by thy Spirit that all things are possible," said Wilson. "Give us strength to meet our day. Make us strong. And Lord, help us remember that we are a temple of the Holy Spirit, and as such must not get too worked up in the flesh. And also, we should take our blood pressure medicine so we don't defile this temple as the prophets of Baal did, trying to make their false gods here. Thank you for your mercies and grace. Amen." The prayers from the women continued, though at a slight reduction in unction. The bishop slipped out, making his way to the car where Lockery waited. As the vehicle pulled from the curb, the bishop said he hoped Roy would be found soon because Mama Jack was in no condition to call too much more heavenly fire. "You can't just tell her to stop?" asked Lockery. The bishop looked over at him, his eyes fluttered. "Oh, right," said Lockery. "I guess not." The two ends of the fuse were thus lit. Roy sought a face that had disappeared into Death's Sanctuary in 1963, while I hunted one whose death had occurred 3,000 years ago. What we could not know at the time, for all the distance between our two ghosts, they shared a common point of convergence. As the authorities in Phoenix were trying to find Roy Brooks, back in Israel, I was getting ready to attend Saul's memorial service. Had Ehud appointed me to the investigation, the journals could have been discreetly worked into the exhibits, but he hadn't. I now faced a legal dilemma. Given the obvious fact that the journals were vital to the case, someone would know about them, and someone else would come looking. Dov Elgovich waited inside the funeral tent, sitting on 2 chairs at once, as was his requirement. "Did you see the paper?" he asked, as I took the seat behind. As a matter of fact, I had. The Post that morning had all but accused Saul of artifacts trafficking. It was an unwarranted accusation. "Do you believe it?" Dov asked. "I think I'm going to write another one of my angry letters this afternoon. In fact, all of us should. And cancel our subscriptions while we're at it." Of course, the Post wouldn't be printing a retraction, but I agreed to write something, and that calmed Dov a bit. Saul had not been a religious man, so our time of remembrance would be informal. A funeral director instead of a rabbi. I didn't foresee a drawn-out ceremony, though long services can often take the sting out of personal loss. A couple of hours of rites and pontification makes goodbye a little easier. We watched as the bereaved strolled in, 22 in all. I counted. Danny Halfon dropped in too, though he didn't stay very long. After checking our faces and seeing no new prospect among us, he left just as the funeral director stepped to the podium. "Who was that?" Dov asked. "One of Ehud's," I said. "Figures." As a few mourners lined up to speak, my mind drifted to the opposite corner of the cemetery where my Julia was. It hadn't been all that long. Every day I thought about her. Every day I discovered a new grief that hadn't occurred to me before. I was startled from my contemplation by Dove shifting his massive frame across the chairs. Someone his size gets to his feet through applied physics, leverage, mass, and momentum. "I guess I'm going to have to do this," he said under his breath. He waddled to the aisle and then up to the podium, where he pulled out a paper from his inside jacket pocket and cleared his throat. As it turns out, a week ago, Saul and I were talking, curiously enough, about death, he said. Saul was in one of his monologues, which most of us were privileged to endure at one time or the other. But he made this point, and I'm quoting him roughly. "When I hear bright minds saying how we've evolved, how through selective adaptation we've grown eyes and fingers to accommodate the subtlest signals from our environment, I want to ask them, why then haven't we adapted to death? Unlike rocks and sticks, which supposedly sent vague signals to our ancestors, grow an opposable thumb and you can pick us up. Death sends big, obvious signals. There's nothing vague about them. So why haven't we grown something for death? We evolved thumbs. Why not hearts that beat on forever? And why not love that does not die?" Dove then came to his conclusion. "When I was a young man," he said, "I asked the rabbi this question, why death? And he answered me with a question. What would we become if we weren't stalked by death?" It's a question I've thought about a lot over the years, and I don't know. Maybe the prospect of dying prevents us from turning into an even worse version of ourselves than we already are. I know if Saul were here this morning, he would probably accuse me of defending human suffering by such logic or misery. He did not think these states were necessary to the human condition. Saul believed, as do I, that death, if it is a virtue at all, is a worthless virtue. As I think about him now, maybe it's true. Maybe we do find ourselves improved for the grieving, maybe. But the fact remains, Saul is gone. The vision of him sitting with his books, or the sound of his squeaky voice erupting into some shrill argument, will live in our memory, we who live. And when we've gone, Saul will have completely vanished. There might have been more on the page because Dove paused, then abruptly folded the paper and stuffed it back into his coat. Knowing Dove, I could tell that he had achieved the tone he sought. He would not betray his anger with acute conclusion. Afterwards, on our way out to the cars, I asked Dove if he would say words over me when the time came. "It was that depressing," he said, through a wry smile. "Yes, I think I'm going to go straight home and slit my wrists," I told him. "Ah, good. A recommendation," he said. As we were about to head off in different directions, he unexpectedly invited me to drop by his office later that afternoon at the university. "My brother saw your picture in the paper," he said. I'd met his brother a couple of times. He was a general in Amman, military intelligence. "How is Moshe?" I asked. "He likes you," said Dove. He said I should tell you what I know about the cave-in." "Tell me what you know?" I was running a sleep deficit. Adding another appointment to the day meant that Tuesday was going to be extremely long. By the time I got to work, if I'd had much of an option, I would have gone straight to my office and shut the door. Instead, I slipped into the conference room just in time to hear the final summaries of our weekly case review. The subjects that week had been pretty standard. Friedman had read something about Raytheon's upgrade for the SPS Series 49 radar. I dozed through most of it with my eyes open. Rosa Washman had found a newspaper piece on high radiation levels near the U.S. Embassy in Tokyo. I accidentally snorted near the end of her presentation, a sort of sleep chortle, but I recovered my dignity with a cough. Now I forced myself to stay awake as the final presentation turned to the prospect of a new chipset from Intel. Rachel Levy, Ahuva Dinitz, and Peter Sokoloff had been tasked with watching for new technology, and Dinitz seemed to have found it in a lawsuit. Filed in a California district court, Intel was claiming patent infringement, asking for damages of $10 million. Specifically, what is the point of the litigation, I asked. They're claiming intellectual rights to a multiple processor architecture, Dinitz replied. Their target is a professor at the University of Illinois who worked for them 10 years ago. Illinois, I asked. Where in Illinois? I had read something about this case in my own research. I probably knew more about it than my young protégés. Actually, I'm not sure, said Dinitz, who was turning pale. He lives in Schaumburg, just outside Chicago, said Peter, coming to her defense. Wouldn't that be important to know? I asked. Dinitz paused and glared at me. What other company was also headquartered in Schaumburg? And Peter didn't miss a beat. Motorola, he said. Everyone got the point. It was important to define the context surrounding a given subject. So is this a stealth move by Intel against Motorola, I asked. Poor Dinitz stared down at the table. She offered no reply. And what is the technology? Be specific. You can't just spew facts without linking them to the frame around the picture. It was Rachel this time, jumping to her roommate's aid. One card based on the technology holds the power of many computers, she said. Instead of one CPU, this architecture allows for 200 or more. Then Peter spoke up. Of course, the only drawback is you have to run multi-threaded software, and the professor is an expert at that. They say he's using his knowledge of their architecture to develop third-party software. After that, we just sat and looked at each other for a while. My older colleagues, I think they approved of my method, my professional needling, but the younger staff were not so impressed, especially Ahuva Dinitz. As we closed out the session, I told Friedman that the Raytheon material was first-rate, and I even praised Ahuva Dinitz, who bowed her head again at my compliment. Oh, how she hated this. To be specific, how she hated me. As always, seeing her contempt helped me recover my focus, because predators, like Ahuva Dinitz, make for sharpened senses. Ahuva, I continued, as always, I'm particularly proud of your work. And I only say what I say to make you even better, if that's possible. You know, Ahuva has the rare gift of clarity. She presents her facts with little or no subjectivity. That's something we could all learn to do. The more I complimented, the more rigid she became. It was like pumping air into an old tire. You could almost measure the depth of her fury by how much higher she was sitting in the chair. Thank you, Ahuva, for setting such high standards. The others looked at me sideways, I think, but Dinitz was on the verge of seizure, and one of these days she was going to rise up in her chair and then blow. At least, that was my goal. Mr. Sofer, may I have a word? It was Rachel. She was just outside my office. Sure, I said. Come in. Have a seat. The young woman seemed extremely nervous as she took the chair on the opposite side of the desk. What's up? I came to apologize, she told me. First of all, when you took me home Friday night, Yes, I heard, I told her. You and Ahuva ended up at the police station. I'm sorry, said Rachel. I hope we didn't make any trouble for you. But it was mostly Ahuva's fault. Going to Saul's was her idea, I asked. Yes, completely. But Peter told us that you would help us if there were any legal problems, and I just wanted to say thank you. Rachel, this investigation is at an extremely confidential stage. You and Ahuva have to be careful. This thing's got all sorts of twists and turns, from homicide to archaeology, and Mossad is running the show, so keep out of the way. I know, Mr. Sofer. Danny told me that they found wine goblets, she said, and they may date to the time of Absalom. Isn't that incredible? Wait a second, I said. Back up. Danny Halfon told you they found wine goblets down there? Yes, it hasn't been made public yet because they want to make sure about the dates. But wouldn't it be incredible if it turned out to be true, if it really was the tomb of Absalom, and we have artifacts from David's court? It would be incredible, I told her. So, you're going out with Danny Halfon, then? Yes, she said. I guess it's all right, isn't it? Of course. He seems like a nice young man, I told her, concealing my shock. It was all right, but it wasn't. Late Tuesday afternoon, I dragged myself across Hebrew University, physically exhausted, but I was deeply curious about what Dove wanted to tell me. Since I had never visited him at work before, it was interesting to see Dove in his natural habitat. He was entirely too large for his office. It was a situation made worse by the stacks of books everywhere. There were as many on the floor as in the shelves, paper stalagmites. He stood up as I entered, and then waddled around looking for the stool that had to be there under something, he said. I told him not to bother. I could find a spot on the floor, but he would not hear of it. I think it's over here, he said, as his massive backside connected with one of the stacks, sending it flying. He was now more resolute in his quest than ever. Here, he pointed to a mound atop a small white milking stool. One at a time, he removed each book until the chair was free, and then he handed it to me and proceeded to knock over another stack on the way back to the desk. Red-faced, he told me he would be getting a larger office soon, but I wasn't all that sure it would make much difference. He fell into his chair, caught his breath, and wiped his forehead. And then, in that abrupt manner of his, he told me he knew 3 things. First, he held up a piece of paper and handed it across. To my astonishment, it was a photocopy of the map that I had discovered in the back of the journal. "What is this?" I asked, attempting my blankest expression. "That's one of the things they found," he said. "Taken, we think, from the Templar Ark. It's the first tangible proof since 1954 that the thing really exists." "And they found it in the cave-in?" I asked. "No, not the Ark of the Dead," he replied, "only the map. That is, we think, the Templar Burial Codex. And Saul had a copy of it. And that's the second thing. There were others involved in this little escapade. In fact, Saul told me as much." "Back up a second. What is the Templar Ark?" I asked. "I anticipated your question, actually," he said, handing over a stack of papers. "I gave a copy to—" He looked me in the eyes before finishing the statement. "I gave it to the authorities yesterday, and my brother, Moshe, said you might want to see it too. Basically, this is a history I wrote of the Templar Ark, which is also known as the Ark of the Dead." Dove was not a patient man. When I started reading, he waved his meaty hand at me, saying that in the interest of time he would give me a quick overview, if that would be okay. So I placed the pages beside me on the floor and told him to go ahead. I don't know if you know this, Avi, but according to legend, the crusading Europeans planned to build a cathedral on the Temple Mount. Had they succeeded, there would be a Christian church there today, instead of a mosque. We have no idea what this monstrosity would have looked like, only that they intended to enshrine Israel's ancient and holy dead on the grounds, including the obvious candidates. The odd prophet or two, Mary, the mother of Jesus, of course, and Balaam's ass, if they could find it. Legend has it that they created a codex listing of the tombs and may have succeeded in harvesting remains from a few. Fortunately, or unfortunately, Saladin put an end to the project in 1187 when the codex and whatever bones they had recovered up to that point disappeared. So the map Saul had in his pocket was... Explain that again, I said. Well, the map was probably taken from the Ark of the Dead. The reason we think so, do you see this peaked cross? In a few manuscripts from the 15th and 16th centuries, that was the seal indicating the Templar Ark of the Dead. During his lecture, I was careful not to reveal myself, but it was hard not to wonder why he had cut to the chase so efficiently. He had to suspect the existence of an original map. The question was, did he suspect me of having it? What makes it a little more interesting, he said, this explains how someone could locate the long-lost burial crypt of Absalom at the far end of a forgotten cistern. Talk about the Ark, I said. It sounds to me as if you almost question its existence. Well, the year 1187 is the last hard record we have, so yes, and not just me. A number of scholars have questioned whether it actually existed. And there's been absolutely nothing else, no other evidence since the 1100s, I asked. Actually, yes and no, he said. Maybe. In 1910, a British captain by the name of Montague Parker was poking around beneath the Templar Mount. According to rumor at the time, he had found something rather startling, copper plates with ancient writing, and they say, a large stone ossuary. And what was inside? I asked. Again, according to rumors at the time, human remains, skulls, skull fragments. What happened to it? There was a riot, said Dove. The Arabs nearly killed Mr. Parker, and as far as the Ark, we simply don't know. My personal belief is, if the thing does exist, it's been out of the country for many years. So what about Saul? How does he figure into this? I asked. Your guess is as good as mine. This much I do know, though. He was working for an Englishman. Doing what? I asked. Dove closed his eyes and shrugged. I've no idea, but Saul was not solely responsible for what happened. And you've told this to the police? I asked. No, not the police, but I did speak with Ehud. Of course, that would explain it, I said. If the Brits were responsible somehow, that would explain Mossad's involvement. Another puzzle piece had just fallen into place for me. I would caution you not to be too hasty. Maybe this explains it, but maybe not, said Dove. I reminded him that he had promised to tell me 3 things, and so far he had only told me 2. Oh, yes. My brother likes you, Avi. He's concerned about your troubles, and he wishes you well. He wants to invite you to breakfast. Do you know about Tmol Shilsum, where they make the waffles? Yes, I said, I've been there once or twice. Would 7 a.m. be too early? Sure, I said. Fine. He could see the questions in my face, but never allowed me the opportunity to ask them. He began shifting his weight, managing the forces of momentum like a physicist as he stood to his feet. We plowed through the stacks, and he escorted me to the door. "One other thing," he said as I walked out. "You know, tradition has it those crusaders recovered the bones of the old king." "The old king? You mean David?" "That would be something, wouldn't it?" he said, his eyes twinkling. I agreed that would be something. It had been another long day. Julia's cat, Ra, was waiting for me on the front steps when I got home. I had planned to mount a couple of photographs tonight, and if there was any energy left over, maybe even translate a few passages from the journals, but I had changed my mind. I was going to do one thing. I was going to go to bed. I turned the light out, sank into the pillow and closed my eyes. Then, like a gunshot, it hit me. Ra had been outside, which was an impossibility. I always left him inside the apartment during the day, and what's more, I specifically remembered bringing him in that morning, and the windows were closed. The only explanation could be that I had had visitors during the day. Instantly, I was wide awake, sitting up in bed, wondering if someone might even be listening in or watching even now. I crawled out, sauntered to the kitchen, took a Maccabee from the refrigerator and some salami and a loaf of bread, and then I peeked into the crisper. The journals and the calendar were still there, still wrapped in plastic. For the time being, I did not remove them, but I unscrewed the refrigerator light instead, and then set about making a sandwich. An hour later, with the house in complete dark, I returned to the refrigerator and removed my secret. I vowed, from that moment on, until I had come to some resolution, they would be with me wherever I went. Wednesday morning, early, 5 days after the cave-in. As I made the drive in, an idea came to me. Dove's office, the books. If I had to get rid of the journals at some point, it would be a simple thing to lose them in one of those piles. They wouldn't be discovered for years, and any number of explanations would be possible at that point, the most logical being that Saul himself had hidden them there. They would be Dove's problem, not mine. By the time I had found a parking spot and turned off the engine, I had pretty much decided this was how I would slip out of this stupid situation in which I found myself. I saw Moshe Elgovich, Dove's brother, marching down the street, coming my way. He was dressed in plain khaki. There were no markings to indicate rank or affiliation, and he was in great shape. He looked 20 years younger than his brother. "I'm glad to see you, Avi," he announced. "This is one of my very favorite places for breakfast," he said. Of course, it had actually been his brother's suggestion. The cafe was bright, filled with wall-to-wall furniture and books and the sweet aroma of warm pastry. As we squeezed our way toward a table, it occurred to me that the brothers Elgovich were attracted to claustrophobic spaces. Instantly, I thought of Dove, crashing a course from one side of his office to the other. I would love to see him coming in here for breakfast some morning, from a safe distance, of course. "So what are we in the mood for?" Moshe asked in that commanding voice of his. I told him I would just have coffee. "This is the most important meal of the day, Avi," he said, as he ordered a waffle for me. He and the waitress seemed to know each other. At one point, she asked if his brother would be joining us. "Not today," said Moshe. "I'm not sure, but I think I saw disaster relief in the woman's face." When she'd gone, he turned to me and in a voice loud enough to be heard on the street, he asked, "So, Avi, do you keep up with the NBA?" Here I was trying to guess the reason why such a powerful man had asked to see me, and he wanted to talk basketball. We talked about Magic and Michael. My instincts suggested, though, that Moshe was not a deep basketball fan, only a studied one. A knowledgeable fan tends to have understated ways. Moshe Elgovich was strictly paint by the numbers. "He jumps high. I like the way he makes his points." Comments suggesting more what he didn't know than what he did. I think he sort of picked up on my intensity for this subject and decided against pursuing it past a certain point, particularly as it grew obvious that he had really never seen a game in his life. When breakfast came, we turned from basketball to the art of waffle preparation. How Elgovich kept his weight down, eating the way he did, was beyond me. The waitress brought us a bowl of strawberry jam. He ladled 5 or 6 teaspoons to his plate until the resulting enterprise was more sweet fruit than waffle. Meanwhile, I intended to satisfy myself with just a little date paste on the side. "No. Take the strawberry," he ordered. "It's fresh. It's made here." He slapped a dollop squarely in the middle of my waffle. "So, Avi, are you working the case?" he asked. "Which case would that be?" "The cave-in," he said. "Actually, it's being run by Mr. Halfon, at least the last I heard." "But I saw your picture in the paper, you and Ehud." I told him that I was just consulting a little. "Danny Halfon?" he said, biting into a thick chunk of waffle. I told him Halfon was one of Ehud's people. "I don't know," Elgovich said, shaking his head. "Maybe so, but he seems too young." "Ehud should give it to you. That's what I think." "Yeah, well, that's not the way it works, is it?" "To tell you the truth," said Elgovich, "this is all a bit of a mystery, isn't it? According to my brother, the professor was not the sort of person to be involved in something like this." I told him that this was my own view as well, adding that I was surprised to see Mossad taking over the investigation. He wanted to know why. I told him, jurisdiction. You would expect this to be a matter for the police. Elgovich thought about this for a few moments, then said, "Actually, I can think of maybe 1 or 2 reasons. I mean, not that I know anything, you understand, but when Mossad takes over, like they have in this case, it means usually that someone is covering their tracks." Well, here was an interesting thought. His statement was obviously rooted in information from the files back at Amman, but of course he didn't elaborate. Instead, there was a little more silence as we ate, sipped coffee, and watched the other customers stroll in. "This is a little off the subject," he said finally, "but I've been wanting to tell you something for a long time. Basically, you're an inspiration, Avi. Back when you were going through all the troubles, we were watching. You were respected, Avi, by important people." Well, I told him I didn't feel all that respected at times. No, don't be that way," said Elgovich. "You lost this arm for Israel. You took grave political wounds in silence. Half the people in this country have no idea the true story behind the Jeffrey Pollock case, because you held the country's interests above your own. You are a hero, Avi, twice a hero, and not just in my book either." He toasted me with a loaded fork speared through a waffle and massive strawberry. "Salud," he said. It was a toast I accepted, though my own fork was vacant at the moment, fitting. After that, we spoke of small things, the weather, Dove's office, and before I knew it, he was asking for the check. And then we were back out in the street, and no revelations, no secrets shared, nothing. Had I become such an object of pity that near strangers felt compelled to take me to breakfast? He looked at me and said, "You know, this was fun. Let's do it again. What about tomorrow?" I stammered. I told him that I thought I had a schedule in the morning. Of course, it wasn't true, and he seemed to know this. "You have to eat breakfast," he insisted. "Besides, there's something I want to give you, off the record." "Excuse me?" "Tomorrow. I'll meet you tomorrow. We'll talk about this some more," he said, marching off with my newspaper under his arm. I had a strange feeling now. Something was up. Couldn't tell what. By the time I arrived at my office, Hannah had the weekly briefing document all ready. I flipped through it, I told her good job, and then raced off to catch the bus. Unless I was running behind, I preferred the hour-and-a-half ride to Tel Aviv instead of driving. It gave me a chance to look over the presentation. Traffic was sluggish that morning. The bus crept into Tel Aviv finally. After 15 minutes of stop and go and sloshing from one side of the seat to the other, we finally turned onto King Saul Boulevard. The driver let me out in front of the Hadar Daphna building, a bland, nondescript high-rise which housed the Institute, among other things. Technically speaking, it was two buildings, one inside the other. Our side had its own electrical service and water supply. The other housed a bank, a travel agency, a coffee shop, and it was connected to city services. I often wondered how many customers came here to make deposits or to book holidays, never realizing the potent enterprise on the other side of the wall. Crossing the lobby, I stopped at an unmarked door, zipped my plastic badge, heard the lock click. Then as I entered, two guards at a table checked my card against the list. It was routine. They asked me where I was going. I told them the Wednesday briefing. At this point, the card was given back to me, and I walked down the hall to the library where I joined the others. My every move was monitored by at least 3 cameras. This morning, there was an empty chair across from Danny Halfon, where Ehud usually sat. I glanced over at him a couple of times and smiled, but he didn't acknowledge me. He was either distracted by more important things or still sulking about the court massacre 2 days earlier. I had half considered inviting him to lunch to smooth things over, but by the way he was acting, staring off into space, it seemed probably out of the question, at least today. As the others made their presentations, I was only half listening, daydreaming mostly, until I happened to look over and he was staring at me. Halfon was staring. I smiled, but his face remained rigid. Afterwards in the hall, I grabbed his arm and I asked him if something was wrong. "What do you think?" he snapped. I told him I didn't know. That's why I was asking. "Have you found the daughter?" he asked. The daughter? For a split second, I didn't remember what he was talking about. "Saul's daughter," he said. "Oh, I'm going to call this afternoon," I told him. "Right. And be sure and let us know if you find her," he said to me, turning away. "Hey, Danny, look, if there's some kind of problem, hey, let's talk." He wheeled back around and just stared at me. Saul Ged didn't have a daughter. "We can talk, Mr. Sofer, when you're ready to tell us what the professor said." He turned, walked a few more steps, and then stopped again. He looked over his shoulder. A man who speaks truthfully can accomplish great things. What was this? Was I to be spoken to in Proverbs by a mere boy? By the time I got back to my office, my frustration with Danny Halfon had subsided a little. There was more headed my way. I hadn't been back at the desk more than 5 minutes when Rachel slipped in and sat down. She leaned forward on my desk and wiped her eyes. Great rings of black dripped down her cheek. And then she blurted out, she didn't know if she should tell me this. "I don't want to lose my job," she bawled. "Excuse me? You're not going to lose your job," I said. Finally, it was as if the secret could be no longer withheld. She took a deep breath and then made a full confession without pause. She said she had gone out with Danny Halfon, and though she hadn't intended to, she had said things she now regretted. Like what? I wanted to know. I admire you, Mr. Sofer. I don't know everything you've been through, but I want you to know you're the best boss I ever had. Now, when you hear something like this coming from one of your employees, the red lights start flashing. So, that's it, I said? You told Danny Halfon I was wonderful, and that's why you're crying. No. We got to talking about people in the office, she said. I told him about Ahuva and Dr. Friedman and Hannah, how good an editor she is. And then you told him about me, I asked. She nodded. I told him I liked you. I like working for you. But I take it that's not what's bothering you, I said. She stared ahead and seemed to be carefully weighing her words again, and whether or not to even continue, so I urged her on. He asked me what the others think about you. I told him that almost everyone likes you. Almost everyone? I assume roommate Ahuva came up in the discussion. She nodded at this. Her eyes filled. All I said was, she didn't like you for personal reasons and didn't think you should be running the group. And then, when she said this, her tears burst through again. Oh, wait, but it's true, I told her, attempting to comfort her a little. This is not what I do best, I said. They've parked me here until they can, work me back into active duty. So she's right. I mean, not that I appreciate her saying it in so many words necessarily. I think she was astonished by my forthrightness. I went on, telling her that I had actually analyzed Dennett's and had come to a few conclusions, specifically that she had problems with men, period. That was strike one against me, I said. Strike two, she most likely thinks that I got this job on account of some political connection, and that is certainly true. I was appointed, Rachel, and there are a lot of people who think I've made some big mistakes in the past. I mean, I'm blamed for problems with the Americans, as you well know. Do you want to know what the real issue is? Rachel said. Ahuva thinks just because she got her doctorate, this job is now a dead end. Maybe she's right. I mean, this should not be your destiny, I told her. Destiny for either of you. Hey, let's change the subject. Let's talk about Danny Halfon, I said. Calmly, she repeated what I already suspected. She said she didn't want to hurt me, but basically, Halfon agreed with Ahuva. I'm sorry to have to tell you that, she said. Oh, that's okay, I told her. Thanks for being honest. You know what I've decided, Rachel then said? I think I'm only going to go out with him maybe one more time. She told me it was because one minute he could be incredibly charming, but the next, completely distracted and distant. Well, he still is pretty much a boy, I said. Maybe that's right, she said. Maybe that's what's going on here. He's a boy. As she stood to leave, Rachel then said, I think the real reason I'm not going to go out with him anymore, I think he's more interested in you. Me? Yeah, you. We talk about you more than anything else, she said. Oh, by the way, Mr. Sofer, did you hear what they found? I was still trying to recover from what she had just said. I told her no, I hadn't heard. They found a comb, she said. A comb. Do you remember the story of Absalom with the long hair? They found a comb in the tomb, Mr. Sofer. Do you believe that? By Wednesday evening, it had been an extremely long day. I was exhausted, but it wasn't over yet. As I turned onto my street, I saw Mia's dark blue BMW in front of the apartment. I would have preferred some other evening. For a split second, I considered driving past and going around the block maybe for a few minutes, but that would not do. She would see me and then she'd be hurt. I might as well get it over with, I thought. So I pulled up and got out of my car. She instantly ran over and threw her arms around me. Guess what I have here, she said. Another picture, right? Pictures, she said. Oh, I saw you and Ehud in the paper, she said as she led me into my house. Yeah, a lot of people did. So, why did you miss your doctor's appointment, Mia asked. Having not lived with a female for almost 3 years now, I had forgotten how carefully you have to answer these kinds of questions. I guess because I was busy on Friday, I told her. Mia said that she doubted anyone forced me to miss my appointments, but I told her, as a matter of fact, they did force me. At this point, she handed over a folder and said, I found these in one of my daddy's old books. I opened it. Inside were several black and white photographs. I forced a smile and shuffled through the stack. Actually, the photo on top was somewhat interesting. In it, she and Julia were standing on a seashore with little pails and shovels in their hands. In the next, Julia stood smiling behind her birthday cake. I couldn't tell how many candles there were because the resolution of the print was so low. The last photo showed a little line of boys and girls, all dressed up. Julia and Mia were at the end, apart from the others, holding hands. It was sweet. You think you can make some enlargements, she asked. I told her, maybe, but there wasn't a lot of resolution in the Polaroids. Avi, you know what? You look exhausted. It's been a long day, I told her. She asked me if I wanted to talk about it. Oh, not really. I think I'd rather just, sleep on it. Oh, okay, she said. I can take a hint. Oh, no. I didn't mean leave. So, is there any chance they're going to call you in, she wanted to know? I thought so, I told her, in the beginning. But now, probably not. You waited by the phone all weekend, didn't you? She asked. I told her, no, of course not. What a ridiculous suggestion. I hadn't waited by the phone. But there was something psychologically raw about the question, and something obviously disingenuous about my answer. She smiled, and then she reached out suddenly and grabbed me. She was warm and soft and round against my shirt, totally distracting. Fortunately for me, on the wall behind her was a picture of my Julia, taken the year we were married. My ordinarily photogenic wife had done something totally strange with her face in this photo. She had struck a pose that she had never shown before. The corners of her mouth were drawn tight, her teeth bared, and her smile so broad it practically closed her eyes. Seeing that crazy face of hers leering at me from both history and the wall made it possible for me to repack my emotions and deny the distraction that Mia so actively sought to be. She walked to the door. She announced to me that she could make it to the car without my help. I love you, Avi Sofer, she said, and I knew she really did. Love you, I said back, keeping it familial. It was a nuance, but it was something a female would mull over for days. The moment had passed, and we were back to normal. Avi, she called out from the darkness, I made you another appointment. Thank you. It's tomorrow at 2 p.m., she said. I'm telling you, I can't, Mia. I'm meeting someone. But of course, I wasn't. The door slammed. The BMW roared to life. Side by side, Ra and I watched as the car disappeared around the corner. Looking back now, I see how I drifted into trouble. It was a gradual thing. And I wasn't my own biggest enemy in this respect. I had help. Early Thursday morning, it was drizzling. I found myself back at Mol Shilsum for breakfast. Moshe arrived with a plastic shopping bag under his arm. In that commanding voice, he boomed out our order across to the waitress, same as yesterday. Then he walked over to the table and placed the stack in front of me. "Good morning," he said, taking off his jacket. He seemed to be more businesslike today. He caught me glancing down to the bag, to the folders that were spilling out under the table. "A little something for you," he said. "But before that I must tell you." He reached across, he placed his hand on the table in front of me. "If I were running this case," he said, "you, my friend, would be in charge." I thanked him. "Unfortunately," he said, "this is not Israel's golden age. When the old men were running things, it was different. Maybe this is partisan of me to say." A long pause followed. "But, Avi Sofer, your Mossad has no soul. They run around like James Bond, playing cowboys and Indians," he said, mixing his metaphors. "What about Amman?" I asked. "You know, I've seen you guys on a horse or two." "Oh, sometimes, I admit, but not like Mossad," he said. "In the old days, Harel or Amit would have kept your face out of the newspaper. Your name would never be known. Hey, I'm on your side, Avi Sofer. I'm on your side." At last he was ready to hand over the folders. I judged each document to be at least 100 pages each, and each page was marked Amman Confidential. "Oh, it's okay," he said, sensing my hesitation. "I have discretionary latitude. Of course, I want them back, Avi, when you're finished, but go ahead, look." The cover page of the first report read, "Interpreting DNA Memory Structure." The title page for the second, "Synthetic Psychologies, a Comparative Study." I asked him if I was going to need a medical dictionary. "I don't think so," he said. "These were prepared for us about a year ago, I guess." He started to say more, but we were interrupted by the waitress. She placed 2 cups of coffee on the table, then 2 bowls of strawberry jam. He thanked her politely, and when she had gone, he asked me if I would care for an overview of what I was about to read. He was just as impatient as his brother. One of these reports outlines technology in the near future. The other, who knows, maybe 10 years out, maybe 20. So which do you want to hear about first? I just picked one. I held up one of the folders, not even looking to see which one it was. He took it and opened it. "This is the one on comparative personalities," he said, "near future. First of all, let me just say this. Both documents are based on solid research." Having said this, he flipped to the back page, holding it out so that he could read the bibliography. University of Vienna, Max Planck Institute, and Caltech, just to name a few. And then his smile turned serious. "Avi, what if someone came up and asked to know everything there is to know about Avi Sofer? How would I go about telling them? I could let them hear a recording of your voice, and if they asked me for an opinion, I'd say, of course, he's patriotic. He gave an arm for his country. So what if I took all the things we know about you, Avi, and created a computer database of you? Then if someone asked, how would Avi Sofer react in a situation like this or that? An operator would type in a few commands. The database would churn out an answer based on what we know. I mean, we can do this now, Avi, without any special hardware or software. Hey, Moshe, if you have a question, ask me directly, I said. Save yourself the computer time. I say this to make a point, he continued. Take it to the next step. What if we wanted to reconstruct you, but added the database of all your memories and your voice and your behavior? Do you think that would be possible, he asked. I told him it might be possible, but remember, computers can't be human, I said. Oh, really? Read that, Moshe said, nodding to the other report, the one I had not selected. You might have to change your mind. In the future, we'll be able to take everything we know about you and create what one of the researchers calls bones of personality. Based on everything you've ever said or done, we'll be able to create a ledger of the characteristics that define you. And from these bones, recreate you to some degree. Assuming it's possible, what if we could reconstruct someone like David Ben-Gurion, the father of modern Israel. I mean, for David Ben-Gurion, there are plenty of bones in the forms of speeches and articles. There are even people still alive who knew him. If we reconstructed a dissertation-level database of Ben-Gurion, what would we have? One of our greatest statesmen back, said Moshe. And Amon pursues this? He laughed. If you're having trouble with this, wait until you read the next one, he said, poking his finger at that second report. May I humbly suggest that you never say in public what technology will never do. If we had Ben-Gurion again, he continued, Israel would have back one of her shrewdest, most reliable counselors. I told him, you're suggesting that we take our current problems to a reconstructed database of Ben-Gurion and have them solved? He looked at me and smiled. It's a little simplistic the way you say it, but on the whole, yes. Imagine how formidable it would be for the Prime Minister being able to run options and examine issues from every conceivable point of view. As he said this, I had a sudden insight. But we already have such counselors, I told him. Oh, we do? I'm not aware of this. Oh, yes, I said. Old men. They're usually dismissed, of course. Israel has been ignoring her old men for years. After going to all this trouble to create David Ben-Gurion, we would have simply created more wise counsel to be ignored. Moshe laughed. What you say is probably more true than I would care to admit, but if we had Ben-Gurion, or say FDR, or Churchill, or Einstein, and you put them all together in one place, these would not be just any old men, would they? They would be an Olympian council. From their pooled experience, Israel would be invincible. And by the same token, should our enemies pursue this technology for their own, Israel could be destroyed. It was then that I realized I was being set up. His interest in basketball, his constant appeal to my self-pity, all this flattery, how I should be running the investigation, these had not been incidental statements. And I liked being pursued like this, but I had to wonder, could he possibly know about the journals? Like Danny Halfon, maybe he was merely creeping around looking to see where I had buried the evidence. When we finished, when the ticket had been paid and we were at the door, he asked me, do you remember the story of Esther? You remember how she kept inviting the king to eat with her, but never told him why? In the spirit of Esther, Avi Sofer, meet me again, same time, same place, tomorrow. Eventually you are going to tell me what this is all about, I said. Tomorrow, he promised. Back at the office, I opened the second report from Amon, the one marked Interpreting DNA Memory Structure. From the first sentence, the implications stunned me because they connected directly to what I'd been reading in Saul's journals. Citing studies at Hebrew University and Johns Hopkins, Columbia, and the University of Texas, the writer of this report made the point that if we, quote, inherit physical characteristics from our parents, should we be too surprised to find that we also inherit memory, end quote. This was an old theory that had been hotly debated for years. Here were the high points of this confidential report. Quote, in a paper published in June 1988, Dr. Jessica Cassander goes on to suggest legacy memory is phase-encoded in no less a medium than DNA. She says there's evidence to indicate that certain genes known to have no apparent role in physical blueprinting are the sites where such memories are stored. Her stunning claim, these genes, called introns, also known as junk DNA, carry forward echoes of a parent's genetic legacy into the lives of their offspring. Page 8. The document went on to point out how theorists like Noam Chomsky had long suggested that there was an invisible organ for speech. It's a notion based on the fact that babies do seem to be born with not just a proclivity to language, but specific biases for the language environment in which they had been conceived. Thus, French babies were pre-wired to hear and speak French. The report continued. Dr. Cassander believes that children may inherit genetic rotaries, patterns, which provide the basis for grammatical structure, as well as anticipations of inflection and emphasis, predisposing the child to the earliest possible exploration of his or her environment. Page 12. Dr. De Leon suggests that legacy memory explains the sense of falling experienced when drifting off to sleep, or déjà vu, or flashes of other times, other lives reported by those who embrace reincarnation. He suspects that families might also inherit certain classes of behavior genetically. De Leon believes further research into this theory will yield therapies for alcoholism and classic schizophrenia, for which he has an additionally startling conjecture. Will we discover that people with what has come to be popularly known as multiple personalities are actually under siege from competing genetic legacies? Is there a fracture in the rotary which results in a flood of conflicting legacy profiles? Page 30. Further on, in a highly technical section of the report, the writer took up theories of how such memories might actually work. Included in this section was the first reference to a word that I had seen in Saul's journals. The report continued. Alicia Lowell at Harvard believes memory sorting occurs in the brain during sleep, and the patterns are then pulsed across the neural network, encoded in the introns as clickstream events. As we close our eyes, as the mind is freed from the duties of consciousness, the day's events are stored and interpreted and assessed and filed into rotaries. And the only evidence of this process are the dreams, the fumes that drift up from a soul at work. Page 35. Cassander believes that the chemical lock on these substructures will be broken in the near future, and some kind of transduction technology developed 5 to 10 years out, making it possible to decode both short-term and long-term memory from even minute samples of DNA. Almost everything I was reading in the report was new to me. It was information without precedent. Near the end, however, came the most astonishing conjecture of all, and it linked to the cave-in on Friday. The report continued. On the ethical front, do the dead have privacy rights? Cassander owns up to the problem when she says, would any of us wish for our memories to be exposed to the public beyond the range of our lifetime? Our infidelities, our illegal transgressions? Page 52. Cassander also foresees a potential for litigation over legacy ownership. Were the genetic samples from George Washington or John Kennedy slated for memory extraction, would the results of these extractions be considered in the public trust or the property of heirs and descendants? Page 68. Dr. Jennifer Cole suggests that a serious potential exists for dramatic increase of tomb desecration and grave robbery. Cole believes that while the actual technology for reading DNA rotaries does not currently exist, the reports of impending breakthrough could trigger a gold rush among those unscrupulous enough to raid the market for these highly rare and endangered human treasures. I let that first page fall back to my desk. In addition to goblets and combs, what if the real prize beneath the Kedron was actually Absalom? It went well beyond my imagination. According to this document, we were on the brink of raising the dead, or at least crawling up into their lives for an intimate look around. And not just the dead. This was technology against the living as well. A snippet of hair, the minimum requirement. And if they could decode memory beyond death, junk and all, where would we then hide? An ultimate fortress would not exist. I had reached the overstimulation point. I needed to talk with another human being. I needed a distraction. Unfortunately, everyone was at lunch, except for Peter. I found him looking out the window, absorbed in thought. He didn't even realize that I had walked in. Looking past him through the window to the garden, I realized what he was looking at. Rachel and Danny Halfon were having a picnic in the shade. "Oh, Mr. Sofer," he said when he realized I was standing there. He fumbled quickly through the papers on his desk, and his cheeks flushed. He was embarrassed. And then he blurted out to me that he had come up with a few definitions, as if that was what I was there to talk about. "This one," he said, "the word landmark. At first, I thought it might be what you find on a hike or something, but this is a word from forensics, Mr. Sofer. A landmark on a skull is a distinguishing elevation like a cheekbone or a brow ridge." I interrupted him at this point. I wasn't too awfully interested in what he was saying. I asked, "How long's he been here?" Peter turned back to the window and looked down at the couple. He told me that they had just finished lunch. "You like her, don't you, Peter?" He seemed stunned that I would have the impropriety to say such a thing. "Don't be embarrassed," I told him. "She's a beautiful woman. Peter, go for it." "So, who is she with?" he wanted to know. I told him, "No one important." "Is he the man they've been talking about?" he asked. "Danny Halfon," I said. "Yeah." Peter was obviously viewing the little picnic below the window in terms of lost love, but I saw something else. I saw Danny Halfon stalking me through one of my employees. "Back in Russia," said Peter, "I had a friend. He was a lot fatter than me. He had a philosophy. He said, the bigger you are, the more invisible you are to women. Doesn't seem to make sense, does it, Mr. Sofer?" "No," I told him, "but I think I understand." "My funny arm," I said. "Without the prosthesis, I'm too visible. When I'm wearing it, I blend in." Peter gazed at my arm and nodded. "My friend in Russia used to say, for every pound you lose, a fat man, by some strange process of optical inversion, becomes incrementally visible to females. If you can get to 175 pounds, they can see you." I told him that was an interesting theory. I asked if it got better at 165. "No, the theory changes below 175, he said. "My friend believed that only old women see you if you get too skinny." "And that can't be good," I said. "So, what you want is exactly 175 pounds, then." "That's the secret," he said. "Perfect weight to be in love." After a short pause, he added, "And I don't think Rachel ever even saw me, Mr. Sofer." Peter's love theory did it. It brought me back. It reminded me of my own invisibility. Jeffrey Pollock had happened more than 3 years ago. When would this quarantine lift? And when would Ehud see me as a valid option? No one was better suited to take this case. From Saul's journals, I had the background information. From Moshe, the probable technologies involved. And still, this investigation was not mine. Unless Elgovish had more reading material this morning, the only thing left for me now was to sneak into Dove's office and bury the journals. By the time I got home that night, I'd hit the bottom. All I wanted to do was crawl up in bed and sleep and achieve maybe a little invisibility on my own terms, which is exactly what I did. I slept long and hard, only to awaken a little after midnight. After that, I couldn't get back to sleep. I tossed for a while. Then, in the early hours of Friday morning, I flipped on the lamp and grabbed one of the journals. Scanning through the pages at random, I found this entry for November 20th, 1989. It was the first draft of a letter, and it began with just an initial, no name. Dear Jay, please don't be offended at my interest in visiting you. I understand that you've spent a fortune to get where you are. I understand the need for security. Perhaps we can speak on these issues when you arrive next week. And now about your question. This is an interesting point you make. There are similarities between the king and the president, though it had never occurred to me before now. Both were war heroes as young men, both highly regarded by their constituents. Finally, both had serious womanizing problems. I think you're right. The president may just be the map by which you can explore and navigate the king. Exactly what was under discussion here? There was a tone, certainly, and it seemed to touch the subject of human memory. Which king, though? Which president? My reading continued. If there is a difference between the two, it has to do with lifespan. The king was an old man when he died and had ample opportunity to change his behavior. The president, on the other hand, died before his time. Historians suggest toward the end the president was re-examining himself as a husband and father. Had he survived, he might have emerged into an even more devoted parent, with increased fidelity to the mother of his two children. This means a post-death construction would see a man fixated on family. The lives of his children would be at the center of his golden age. So as you sift through his emotions, the instance of death could be a sudden outpouring of parental devotion. That or a surge of guilt. Both are high probabilities. Given the context, I surmised that the king referred to here had to be David, King David. It all fit. David lived to be an old man. He presided over a golden age and had serious, lifelong problems with females. But if the passage referred to David, who was the president? As I leaned back into my pillow and stared off into the night, one name kept circling back. The American president, John Kennedy. He died young. He was gone suddenly before anyone had a chance to say goodbye. And he had 2 children. Finally, when I was at last drifting toward sleep, an idea streaked into my consciousness. It brought me bolt upright in bed. What was this instance of death I had seen on practically every page of the journal? Maybe genetic legacies involved a massive vista sprawling across this technology, data without a map, without a legend. In that respect, perhaps gene reading was like cryptography. In order to find the string that led to the rope, that led to the memory, perhaps you needed a reference. Instance of death suggested an end slate, maybe, a point in common shared by king and president alike. If Saul's partners had acquired the Ark of the Dead, if they had spirited away the remains of Absalom and his father as well, perhaps they had recreated these 2 men in their own image. Was that Saul's message to me? My depression began to lift, but I still could not shut down. One line of reasoning led to another. The reports seemed to suggest that memories fall into patterns. Did people with similar lives have similar readable reference points? The possibilities went on and on and on until finally my perceptions began to dull. Sweet exhaustion enfolded me in its mists. Questions merged or faded as I drifted off to a world of dreams more vivid than I had ever experienced. In my dream, I was in a forest. One minute I was in jeans and a t-shirt. The next, in the illogical sequence of dreams, I was carrying a sword in my left hand. There was unnatural stillness there. No birds, no animals in the underbrush, and it frightened me. I wanted to run because my enemies in this dream seemed to be all around me. I had the crazy feeling they wanted to take my left arm from me again. I at one point realized this was completely irrational. I didn't even know who the enemy was. There was whispering. In the illogical sequence of my dream, I walked toward a group of soldiers, men with swords. Then I saw a corpse dangling by its hair from a tree, the body soggy with bruises, the rib cage split open at the heart, bright blood everywhere. And somehow I knew the identity of the dead man. This was Absalom. In the illogical sequence of dreams, the body suddenly stretched before me on the ground. I hadn't noticed before, but there was now an old man kneeling beside him, crying uncontrollably. I couldn't see his face, so I stepped to the side. The man's cheeks were red-blistered with tears. In the illogical sequence of dreams, the wound on the corpse was suddenly black and brittle. The old man probed it with his finger, picking at the flakes of blood-hardened flesh. In that instance, I knew him too. This was David, the boy's father. Tears streamed from the old man's eyes, pouring down into that dark wound, swirling down like water into a drain in this illogical sequence of dreams. By 6 a.m. the next morning, I was showered and headed out for Ben Yehuda and my meeting with Moshe. Driving through the near-deserted streets, an idea popped into my head, a solution. What if I just gave him the journals this morning? That would solve a lot of problems. He was in a better position to get them into evidence. But would he protect me? He'd said all those nice things, but there was something about this situation that I didn't trust. If for no other reason than honor, however, it would be far more acceptable giving the journals to Moshe than filing them away secretly in his brother's office, which was a pretty lousy thing to do. I was thinking about my options as I walked down the sidewalk. I noticed someone ahead lurking in the morning shadows. It was Moshe. "No breakfast today," he said. "Let's walk." He was very serious. We circled the block without saying one word. He seemed to be watching everything, the streets, the alleys, the passing cars, all with great suspicion. Then, unexpectedly, he grabbed my good arm and spun me around. We backtracked to Zion Square. "Work with me," he said. I told him I had a job. "You know I work for Mossad." "Is that what you really think?" he said. I couldn't contradict this because, technically, he was right. I was just the leader of a research group somewhere in the backwater. He told me, "I want you, Avi, to bring Absalom home, and David too, if it's possible." He let the words sink in. We need someone not formally aligned with Israeli intelligence. "What am I, then?" I asked him. "Do you want me to speak honestly?" he said. "Avi, you are a spent cartridge." It was true. "You would run the operation on your own," he continued. "We've already done the hard part. We've established initial contact. Everything is set up. You're the only thing we lack, you and your team. You can take 2 people with you. The only stipulation is You cannot recruit anyone from Mossad or Amman. You're telling me I have to use non-professionals? He looked at me and smiled, then said, "Since Jeffrey Pollock, we can't afford to be caught again running an operation inside the U.S. Not Mossad, not us." "And not me either," I told him, "if you're expecting me to go to the United States." "If you don't want to do it, I understand," said Moshe. "Actually, there's a chance you'll only be required to go to Mexico if everything works the way it's supposed to." I wasn't sure what to say. On one hand, what he suggested was way out of line with the rules of interagency cooperation. On the other hand, I wanted the case bad. "Are you trying to sign up someone from Mossad to run a mission for Amman?" I asked. "It is a mission for Israel," he said, making the distinction. "This is where Mossad and Amman are one. Look, you have to decide, is this something you want to do or not?" "And you actually know where David and Absalom are?" I asked. "Not exactly. We're close. A couple of Englishmen who worked for the old forensics lab at MI6. For 20 years, they've been trafficking in human artifacts." Instantly, 1,000 questions flooded into my mind. "So why aren't you working with Ehud on this?" I asked. "Old business," he said. I told him it didn't make a lot of sense to me. First of all, Absalom and David were national treasures, obviously taken illegally. If there'd ever been a straightforward claim, this was it. Why not pursue Absalom and the Ark openly? "Let me tell you something you may not know," said Moshe. "In May 1967, just before the war, our friend Ehud was running a team in East Jerusalem, and it didn't have anything to do with politics. We'd just gotten reports that the Templar Ark of the Dead was being pursued by some wealthy but unknown Englishman and was about to be sneaked out of the country right under our noses. East Jerusalem was not the safest place to be in those days. Each person on Ehud's team was caught and killed before the week was out." "Was this his fault?" I asked. "No, but the Prime Minister specifically ordered Mossad to acquire the Ark of the Dead, war or not. And the day we took the old city, the Ark was still there. It was there for a whole week, which is something the Prime Minister never knew." "And I'm sure there was never a hint of interagency blackmail on this, was there?" I asked. Moshe smiled. "We controlled the roads, Avi. There was no way out except by someone making a mistake. Ehud and others in your agency made a mistake. The Templar Ark disappeared into Jordan, hasn't been seen since. You know what's most interesting about this? Ehud never had to pay for this mistake." He studied my face. I was thinking about all the stories that Ehud told, stories about Pesiel Lev and the safe. Perhaps there were tales beyond grief, tales of failure, and I sympathized with my old friend. "Weren't you injured, Avi, in 1973? Moshe asked, shifting tactics just slightly. I nodded, hoisted my plastic. "Let's see if I remember," he said. "It was on the road to Ramallah. There were 3 of you. You made it to that police station." "You've got a pretty good memory," I told him. 2 of the 3 were killed, and 1 of them lost an arm." "Avi, that's what makes you a hero. You did your job that day, and that's why you deserve this privilege." Of course, I knew what he was doing. Through cunning, Moshe pursued my heart, knowing the body would follow. In a manner of speaking, he had me by my plastic arm, dragging me through some of my most complicated emotions. "And I know about Jeffrey Pollock," he told me, bearing down. "We were watching the whole time. I even got to see some of your intercepts. It was the best intelligence in a decade. "Except for the part where he got caught," I replied. "You and Jeffrey Pollock were both abandoned in the field," he said. Moshe didn't just read the mind. He read the soul. "But they had to distance themselves," I said, attempting to reformulate something I'd said many times since 1987. The Prime Minister couldn't very well admit that Israel was running an operation against her most important ally. "That's noble sentiment," said Moshe. "That's why you must bring Absalom and his father home. This you are owed." The prospect of what we were negotiating, bringing David and Absalom back to Israel, hit me with full force. It was an appealing compensation. "I'm going to give you this envelope with a key inside," said Moshe. "Go to the address on the front. You and your team leave Saturday." Slowly, I accepted the envelope. I felt the bulge inside. "You've got to promise me something," I said finally. "Is this really only a grab for the technology?" "What do you mean?" he asked. "Moshe, if our mission here is purely David and Absalom, that's one thing. But if you really just want the technology, please, I want to know." I may have seen him blink at that point. "Just the remains, right?" I pressed him. "Look, find the lab," he said. "Bring them home. Everything else is secondary." Friday morning. It had been a full week since the cave-in. Now the investigation was mine if I wanted. But by the time I got to the office that morning, I really wasn't so sure. Maybe I wasn't fit for such an enterprise, at least not now. And what about Ehud? Could I betray a friend, someone who had always defended me? As much as I wanted to step off into the unknown, to take up this challenge, what if I succeeded? What if questions were asked and some old mistake from 1967 resurrected? What would happen to Ehud then? But what about me? For him it would be only a slight bump at the end. For me it was an issue of mortal fading. I'm not sure that I would have been able to reconcile any of this had Ahuva Denitz, of all people, not intervened. As I was sitting at my desk, brooding over all my options, I happened to glance out the window. Down in the garden, she and Rachel were engaged in a heated discussion. 15 minutes later, they were still there, along with Peter Sokolov, who'd also joined in. Denitz seemed to be doing most of the talking. If Rachel started to say something, she lashed out, marching around in a little circle and waving her hands. The two women were opposites. Rachel was alabaster and freckles, simple, sweet face and form. Ahuva Denitz, though, had the geometry of an iceberg drifting south. Where Rachel's hair was soft and black, cut stylishly short to the ear, Ahuva Denitz formed a stiff and prickly hedge, like growth I'd seen over a septic tank. Downstairs, suddenly there came fireworks. Peter interrupted Ahuva Denitz at one point, and whatever he said provoked a calamitous outburst. He flinched as she stormed over to where he stood. I thought she was going to hit him. "Mr. Sofer," said Hannah from the doorway, "where is everyone?" I pointed downstairs to the commotion. "It's nearly 9 o'clock, she said, looking out my window. "You want me to go down?" "No," I told her, "give it a few more minutes." Hannah drifted back into the hall, but she was clearly disturbed, not so much by the conflict down in the garden, but by the fact that no one was at their desk yet. Meanwhile, outside, we were moving towards some kind of concussion. Rachel suddenly jumped up, heading for the stairs, followed by Ahuva Denitz, who chased her. Then Peter did something a little unusual. Alone there in the garden, he started unbuttoning his shirt, taking off his shoes. The door at the end of the hall burst open. In tears, Rachel rushed to her office and slammed the door, followed by Dennett's, slamming it a second time. Through the wall, a muffled argument could be heard. Even Mayer stepped out to see what was going on. Then the door flew open abruptly. The rest of us scrambled as Ahuva Dennett's came through, heading straight for me. I ran back into my office and took cover behind my desk. "I see you," she shouted. I told her meekly, "Ahuva, I hope everything's all right." I flashed her my most concerned, fatherly look. "No, it's not all right. I resign," she said. "Oh, Ahuva, don't say that. I can't begin to replace—" "Stop!" she screamed at the top of her lungs. "Stop complimenting me!" Ahuva Dennett closed her eyes and let loose with a tortured scream, followed by a torrent of filth, curses never uttered in our office before, to my knowledge. It went on and on. Hannah recovered her footing and stood behind Dennett's. I saw this astonished look on her face. In her legal pad, every time Dennett's called me a name or said something especially profane, Hannah wrote it down, then checked her watch for the exact moment it had been spoken. "Calm down," I said. "Ahuva, I have nothing but the highest respect for you. You've always set such an example." When I said this, she screamed, as if she'd just been hit with a harpoon. I had her. She charged the desk. "What did you say?" She slammed her hands flat on the desktop. "Look," I told her, "girls have every right to be whatever it is they want to be." I knew I was getting her closer and closer to the edge. The woman breached. She grabbed my telephone. I ducked as it flew across the desk, crashing through my window. Now she screamed nonstop, stamping her feet and shaking her head, and if she died, or if her bowels exploded or heart stopped, or something like that, I was covered, in a manner of speaking, because Hannah had the evidence. All I had done was compliment her. "What's this all about?" I asked, innocently enough. "You know what it's about." She quickly looked across my desk, and fortunately there wasn't anything there left to throw. "This wonderful person who brims with so much opportunity is hurting," I said. "That's all I know." "Would you please stop?" At this point she went into another tirade. No curses, though, just a shrill, barely constrained assessment of me, yelled at the top of her lungs. She accused me of being devious. She said I lacked ethics and guiding principles, that I had compromised the nation's security. And when she caught a breath, she said, "You know what's wrong with Israel? People just like you. Politicians. Qualifications don't count for anything, only connections. It's who you know, not what you are. I mean, you don't even have a bachelor's." Well, I'd pretty much had it by this point. I asked if she had trouble with men generally or just me, and that's all it took. She turned and marched out, announcing to everyone that she was finished here. "May the Lord protect you and lead you back to your right mind," I said in a brilliant reprise. Okay, maybe she hadn't detonated, but this was the last time I would ever have to see her. And when the review came up, I think the women in the office would confirm my innocence. Hannah would, for sure. Almost immediately, Rachel appeared at my door. She asked me if I wanted to talk. I told her I did. She came in and sat down quietly. I told her, well, she just quit. I was reeling my phone in back through the window. "Look, I can explain all this," said Rachel. She then took a breath. "It started with Danny Halfon." "I'm curious about that," I told her. "How did we get here from there?" Rachel said that they'd gone out to Fink's the night before, which is a local pub. "You know, it was mostly him nodding at people, Mr. Sofer. He was trying to eavesdrop on everyone. At Fink's, that was indeed the floor show. Listening was why you went. But it was so pretentious, she said. When he did talk to me, when he wasn't grandstanding, he was talking about you again. He wants me to spy on you, sir. Spy? Yes, he says that you have information on the cave-in. Oh, really? So when I got home, Ahuva asked me how it went. I made the mistake of telling her what had happened, and instantly she went off, saying how I should help Danny against you. As Rachel was telling me these things, I made a decision to take Moshe up on his offer. I would retrieve David and Absalom for no other reason than patriotism. Clarity by negative, all thanks to Ahuva Dinitz. Toward the end, Rachel apologized again. She suggested that she might be able to talk Ahuva into staying on the job, but I immediately told her no. I said it gently, of course, disguised within the sentiment that people need to follow their heart. By the way, I asked, look at Peter down there. What's going on? Rachel looked out my window down to the bare-chested Russian who was pacing around and stretching his arms back and forth across his chest as if loosening up for battle. Oh, that. Ahuva said she was going to get Danny and she was going to come back, and they were going to make you confess. But what's he doing? I asked. I guess he's standing guard. You mean Peter is protecting me? I guess he is, she said. He's a wrestler. Having made the decision helped my day go quickly. If we followed the schedule already suggested, I'd be out of the office for a few days, so I made arrangements with Hannah. A little after 6 p.m., I drove to the address on the envelope. It turned out to be a palatial residence in West Jerusalem, not far from our office. In many ways, the two buildings were similar. Amon's briefing house was also surrounded by an iron fence, bordered by flowers. The key turned. I stepped inside into the hall. I called out. There were footsteps, and a bearded man poked his head around the corner. "Are you Avi Sofer?" he asked. He smiled when I said I was, and in a thick English accent he introduced himself only as Thomas, no last name. He motioned for me to follow him. "I'm making tea," he said, nodding to the cup on the kitchen counter. "I've taken the liberty of pulling everything we have," he told me, skipping all formalities. "We've been in touch with the target by phone. You can take a look at the transcripts if you're interested. From what we can tell, it's a high-tech startup." "Do they have any idea that they're talking to us?" I asked. "No," said Thomas. "We've got a fairly good legend in place. They think we're investors, possibly." As he was speaking, he led me to the library where I laid eyes on a considerable amount of paper stacked around. "In this pile," he said, "we have all of our initial contacts, and here are conversations with their mid-management people. But this is the most important stack, the one you should read first. These are the conversations we've had with the owners." I looked at it all and then back at him. "You have all this information," I said, "so why hasn't anyone been able to locate the lab?" He explained that the number was for New York. From there it was routed at least a couple of times, and they really hadn't had the resource to track it down. "But we think there are as many as 30 people working at the lab," he said. "They've also outsourced the project around the world, so there's a lot we don't know." I told him that Moshe had suggested there might be a little narcotics trafficking involved. By this statement, I was profiling, trying to find out what kind of thug I faced ultimately. Thomas didn't get a chance to respond. The front door opened. I heard the booming voice of Moshe Elgovich. "Avi," he called. He bounded into the library, followed by a squat little man with blooming jowls and a bald head. "Dennis, this is Avi Sofer." Dennis was an American. You catching up on the transcripts, I see. I told him that I hadn't had a chance yet, but I had a few questions. How can they run such a big operation, but you can't find them? You know what? Said Moshe. I don't have an answer for that. Next question. Well, maybe how you answer the first determines whether or not there's even going to be a next question, I said. Okay, what kind of explanation would satisfy you? He asked. I told him, just the truth. Please, just don't tell me you can't find the lab. Okay, the truth is, if you really want to know, we aren't budgeted for this. And this is what we've turned into since you were active. We're just another agency with baseline funding. This one is off the spreadsheet for us. And then there's the other option, of course, you. Because I'm cheap, I replied. Cheap is one way of looking at it, he said, but really, Avi, you should be flattered. Who else has your experience? Who else is going to find Absalom and David and bring them home where they belong? You, Avi Sofer, you. I want you to think one word, Avi. Think Poteet. When he said this, Moshe laughed. Poteet is your new company. You, Avi, are a venture capitalist. And here's your business card. From his pocket, he produced a card with an embossed sun on the front, along with a Poteet logo. It bore the name Charles L. Franklin, managing partner. And that's you, he said, pointing at the name. But what's a venture capitalist? I asked. Ah, that's for Dennis to explain. When he's finished, you could be CEO in any country of the world, right, Dennis? The American, who had been smiling until this point, suddenly took on a grave expression. Maybe that's a bit of overstatement, he said. At the very least, I can teach you how to take a company. Take? Oh, you're going to love this, said Moshe. He used to teach at Harvard. Dennis removed his coat and pulled up a chair. Oh, before you start, said Moshe, Avi, have you assembled your team yet? Yes, I told him. I want Rachel Levy and Peter Sokoloff from my office. Have you told them yet? No, not yet. May I suggest time is of the essence, he said. And with that, Moshe disappeared into the kitchen. Dennis asked me to repeat after him, venture capitalist. Venture capitalist, I said. As American Airlines Flight 1302 began its descent into Mexico City, my traveling companions remained in mild shock. It had all happened a little too quickly, perhaps. Late Friday evening, I broke the news. I led Peter and Rachel to a park down the street from our office, where I told them as much as I could about our mission, and I made it sound as if they didn't have much of a choice. Once we were airborne the next morning, both became withdrawn. Peter said he worried that the passport, the one proclaiming him a resident of Montreal, would be called into question. What if they want me to say something in French? He asked. Peter, I said, just smile. Say bonjour. Say bonjour for everything and let me do the talking. But I thought bonjour was food or something. That's soup du jour, said Rachel. Rachel knew a little French. Within minutes of our departure from Tel Aviv, she was writing out sentences. I warned her, being too fluent could lead to problems as well. What about our accents? She fretted. They'll know we're not French-Canadian. Trust me, I told her. In Mexico, no one will notice. I'd rather we speak English anyway. As the 747 drifted along its glide path, Peter looked down to the red clay roads and slums gracing the route into Mexico City. Peter, I said. You're still an Israeli. You realize that, don't you?" He didn't reply. "Your Canadian passport means nothing." "Oh, I understand," he said. "I know I'll get the old one back." "Yes, you're doing this for Israel, Peter. You want that, don't you?" I guess." Where Peter was worried that he wasn't going to be able to get back home, I think Rachel was concerned that we were marching off on some half-baked venture. She didn't actually say it in so many words, but that was my impression. "Rachel, why aren't you talking?" I asked. "Don't have anything to say," she replied. "Anyway, it wouldn't matter if I did." "Look, if you feel bullied about this, I'm sorry, Rachel. It takes a lot of courage to step off into something you've never done before. But you've got the skills. You can do this." "Are you going to start complimenting me like you do Ahuva?" "No, I mean what I say," I told her. "You know, Mr. Sofer, sometimes you're a little bit cynical," she said. "Manipulative, too." I told her I was sorry. "I'll try to do better," I promised. "Now, Rachel, I want you to do something before we land. I want you to take out your passport." She reached down and produced the document from her purse. "Who is that?" I asked, pointing to the picture inside. "It's me." "And when was that picture taken?" I asked. She looked down at the Canadian document and said, "Well, it's actually the picture from—" Her voice turned to a whisper. "My other passport, the real one." "So, Rachel, how could anyone have gotten your Israeli passport except through official channels?" She stared at me with the blankest expression on her face. She didn't get it. "Look, Rachel, if you have any questions about this being an official investigation, this passport photo says that what you're doing is authorized." "I knew that," she said. "I'm not worried about that." Getting through customs in Mexico City was pretty much a breeze. As usual, I had to go to the little room so the agent could check out the arm. He looked inside, then invited a German shepherd to sniff it. After much thumping and a close encounter with an X-ray machine, when I'd buckled my shoulder in place and put the shirt back on, the woman with the stamp didn't even look up at me. Soon the three of us were inside the terminal with 2 hours to kill before the connecting flight. "What did I tell you?" I said. "So, now we fly to Puerto Vallarta and rent a car?" asked Rachel. "And pick up equipment," Peter added. "Don't forget the equipment." For him, playing with the micro cams and transceivers would be the high point in all this. Rachel had a million questions, though she wasn't focused enough to hear any of my answers. I told her that we would go over everything when I had their complete attention. "But you do. I'm listening." But of course, as she said this, her eyes were following a class of school-age children on the opposite side of the terminal. Actually, I think that both of you are too busy to hear me right now, so we'll wait. "No, we're listening," they assured me, as I noticed their eyes drifting to the concourse. A little custodian shuffled down the hall there, a stooped little man with a broom, a dustpan, and a quick smile. "Bonjour," said Peter. "Buenos dias," replied the man. "Soup du jour," said Rachel. The little man then touched his hat and said, "Gracias." When we touched down in Puerto Vallarta, Rachel and Peter were further distracted by the exotic, tropical world in which they now found themselves. We rented a Ford Escort wagon at Hertz, where I spent a few minutes studying the city map. I told the clerk we needed to get to the bus station. It wasn't far. Rachel and Peter were like stupefied children as we drove off. The shimmering, glorious Pacific Ocean neither of them had seen before. The bright flowers erupting from every hedge, every terrace. They stared at the quaint shops, and they forgot temporarily why we'd come to this sleepy village on a Sunday, halfway on the other side of the world. I would never trust myself to drive in another country, Rachel said as she gazed through the back window. How do you know you're not getting lost? As luck would have it, 10 seconds later we were lost. I had to make a quick right into an alley, much to Rachel's delight. We turned into another alley and then across a couple of streets, and suddenly we were there, in front of the bus terminal. "Come on, Peter," I said. The Russian crawled out of the escort's back seat. There was terror in his eyes. As we made our way to the terminal, he said it felt like a bad spy movie where the Russian gets killed. "Peter, get on the page with me," I said. "Think about what we're doing. We're going to find this lab." Say it. "We're going to find this lab. And then we're going to find David and Absalom. And we're going to bring them home." The station was a noisy place. Children seemed to be spilling from every door, running helter-skelter, crashing into each other, screaming. Unlike the airport, which could have been any airport in the world, the bus station at Puerto Vallarta felt like Mexico. Warm, friendly, but a tad rowdy. I spotted the lockers on the back wall between the restrooms. We opened locker 28. Just as I expected, there were 2 boxes inside. Peter carried one, I the other, the smaller of the 2. "You had a key," he whispered as we walked away. I told him, of course I had a key. "Well, where did you get it?" he wanted to know. He was beaming now. Maybe he was beginning to enjoy his new role. "That information is classified, Peter." "Really?" No, not really. When I rented the car, they gave me an envelope, and the key was inside." "You got the key from Hertz?" he asked. "Peter, you always get—" Before I could finish, he interrupted me. "You always get keys from Hertz." "That's right," he said. I could see it plainly. The terror in his eyes had been replaced by growing excitement. Amman provided us a generous assortment of miniaturized, state-of-the-art technology. There were sensors and transmitters and receivers, some of them smaller than a fingertip. As we headed south on Highway 200, Peter was obsessed with his new toys. Meanwhile, Rachel stared outside, wide-eyed at a new and wondrous world, but the spells had to be broken. It was now time to go over our operation. I told them, I don't know everything there is to know about this case, only that we're in a situation where we... Rachel interrupted me. "Did you see that? Excuse me, I'm sorry. Are those crosses beside the road?" she asked. "Where?" said Peter, looking up from his manual. "Back there," she said. "They were on the opposite side of the road. There were 4 of them in a row." Peter was still looking back, but we'd gone around a curve now. He hadn't turned quickly enough. I asked them, "Are you listening to me?" "Yes, we are. Sorry, Mr. Sofer. We're listening." I began again. From what I can tell, this is a 2-stage operation, with the first being mostly surveillance. We've got some basic questions to answer, like, are we on the right track? Are these the people who have Absalom and David? Second, it's going to be our job to help find the lab. "How are we going to do that?" asked Rachel. Electronic tag," I replied. "Somewhere in one of Peter's boxes is a GPS flasher. We'll break into their room, hide it in their luggage. A week from now it'll go off, and then we'll know where the lab is. That's it. That's all we're going to do." "Sounds easy enough," said Peter, who was, at that moment, opening box number 2. But Rachel was not so quick to accept my proposal, and she seemed to be watching me out of the corner of her eye. "You told us there was going to be a slight risk. What did that mean?" "Well, Rachel, you don't just go to another country without some exposure. That's what I was referring to. Probably we aren't going to have any problems, but, the possibility exists. That's all I was saying." My answer didn't satisfy her. "You just told us that we would have to break into their room and tag the luggage," she said. "Who's going to do this? Who specifically?" I told her that we would figure that part out when we got to the hotel. "What's the figure?" she said. Rachel had instincts, and now they were fully aroused. Even Peter picked up on it. "So are we going to be breaking and entering?" Rachel demanded. "There's a possibility," she interrupted me. "No way," she said. "I don't do things like that. I don't even know how." I smiled at her and tried to back her down just a little. I explained that there would be plenty of time to practice, and the risks would be minimal in any event. "If that's what you're thinking, you might as well let me out. I'll walk back to the airport." "Mr. Sofer, I can't believe you." In all the time she'd worked for me, I had never seen a square jaw on this young woman, but I saw it now. And in the rearview mirror, I saw a set of white lips on my Russian. In Peter's eyes, the terror was back. "Mr. Sofer, you can't make me do something I don't want to do." "Rachel," I said, "it's not the time to get into this. We've got to be flexible." She turned away and stared outside. When I found a convenient spot, I pulled off the road and killed the engine. "What are you doing?" she wanted to know. I told her, well, I was going to give this to you at the end, but maybe now is more appropriate. I reached into my briefcase. From the zipper pouch I produced 2 envelopes. Their names were typed on the front. "Go ahead," I said. "Open it. Read it." Inside the envelope, Rachel and Peter found a brief, handwritten note, quick but eloquent. I watched their reactions. Both messages were the same, and read, "What we do for Israel honors all who went before. What we do for Israel blesses all who follow. What you have done, your selfless bravery, your willingness to serve a righteous and holy cause will be long remembered. Sincerely, Yitzhak Shamir." A personal message from the Prime Minister had precisely the effect I'd predicted. They stared at the paper, reread it many times. Then Rachel looked away, overcome with emotion. "Rachel, there is a chance this could go wrong, and both of you do need to know that. If you don't feel you can continue, nobody's going to think any less of you. I have absolutely no problem turning around and heading back, if that's really what you want." There was silence after I said this. Peter then finally spoke up. "Could we still keep the letter if we go back?" he asked. "Sure, Peter, if you're comfortable with that." "No," said Rachel. "No. Go to the hotel." "Rachel, are you sure?" "Peter, she wants to continue. What about you?" In the rearview mirror, I watched him looking over the assorted plastic bags and the electronic paraphernalia in his lap. Finally, he said, "I'll stay too." The personal message had been the right tactic. I silently congratulated myself on having the foresight. After that, we rode in silence through a tropical wilderness, skirting a rugged, dramatic coastline. "More crosses," said Rachel, pointing. "Is it a little like Italy, where crosses are a sign of Catholics?" Peter replied without looking up from his tech manual. "Crosses," he said, "are a sign of dead Catholics. Car accidents, usually." "Oh, great," said Rachel. Moments after speaking these words, Rachel slipped the letter out of the envelope again for another look. The preliminaries were over. It was time for action. A tiny community on the Pacific coast, Barra de Navidad, was the jumping-off point. This was where we split up. I would arrive at the hotel alone. Rachel and Peter would arrive later by taxi. Slowly, we rolled through the village looking for a rendezvous point, finally selecting the tree-lined street behind the bus station. I pulled up into the shade. I asked them if they were ready, and they just stared at me. "So, you know what to do?" They nodded. "Yes." "Tell the agent at the bus station you want a taxi to Hotel Pacifica," I said. "Use English." Slowly the two climbed out. I closed the doors, yanking the handles from the inside, and before they had a complete loss of nerve, I pulled out and drove away. I didn't look back. Hotel Pacifica's guest rooms were arranged along two corridors intersected by a grand patio. Resembling an enormous drum on its side, the courtyard was the perfect vantage from which to observe the hotel's dual personalities. On the guest registration side were the wild exotic greens of a rainforest. On the pool side, a coastal resort with sunset beaches and pale blue waters. Our connecting rooms were elegant and unexpected, trimmed in teak and marble. The back wall framed a balcony opening onto the bay. It was almost too enchanting. As we set up the equipment later that evening, Peter seemed to look up with every breeze that rustled the drapes, and Rachel wasn't much better. She was mesmerized by the pulse of the waves. "Peter, I'm ready when you are," I said. I think my comment startled him. He shook his head and then told me that there were a few more connections he needed to make with the equipment. "What about you?" I asked. Rachel looked over and smiled at me and nodded, then gazed back outside dreamily. "Come on, guys," I said. "Pay attention, please." In her lap was a small plastic device. It resembled a Sony Walkman, except that it had been cored out and completely rebuilt inside. Under the plastic yellow skin was a 500 milliwatt transceiver and a 4 millimeter video recorder. A flip of the button allowed her to listen to a regular cassette, but toggled the other way. The device could record remote conversations, passing signals to a video receiver up to half a kilometer away. When he had made the last connection, Peter announced that he was ready. He was particularly anxious to test the microcam attached to one of the buttonholes of my shirt. This was definitely Peter's world. He took a breath, closed his eyes, and then powered up. The image from the camera suddenly splashed across the screen. He could not believe what he was seeing. Peter was in heaven. I sauntered down to the lobby, taking a position next to a planter box. Rachel followed me 2 minutes later. "This is a test," I said under my breath. 1, 2, 3. 15 meters away, Rachel tuned me in, locating me by signal strength. As long as we were within sight of each other, audio and video from the microcam were recorded in near studio quality on both her machine and on Peter's up in the room. Over the earcom, I could hear Peter's voice. "The signal is incredible," Peter said. The major technical challenge would be when we went to the Englishman's room for the demo. I would have to attach a miniature transmitter to the door handle, a tricky piece of business. If I did it right, though, the signal would pass outside to Rachel through the handle. Then after the demo, I would pluck the device from the door, slip it back into my pocket. No one would be the wiser. We returned to the second floor to rehearse this part of the maneuver. Rachel stayed out in the hall. Meanwhile, I held the device at the end of my fingers like a magician practicing a trick. Smoothly, I brought my palm into contact with the handle, held for position, then snapped my wrist. The magnet grabbed. That's all it took. As all the little bugs blinked to life, the signal from my microcam was broadcast into the hall where the Walkman amplified the signal, routing it then to Peter in the next room. "It's coming in," said Peter. "Oh my, look at that. It's incredible." The signal's almost as good as when you're actually standing in the room. I told him to record it so that we could analyze what we were actually seeing. "Recording now," Peter replied. I walked through the connecting door, which separated the two rooms, and there on screen was an incredible image. "What do you think, Mr. Sofer?" he wanted to know. Before we had a chance to congratulate each other, there was a sudden crash in the hall. We rushed to the door, threw it open to see Rachel, dazed, the Walkman in yellow plastic pieces at her feet. "What did you do?" said Peter. Her eyes teared up. Then she rushed inside, ran into the bathroom, and locked the door. We frantically scooped up what was left of the device. A major part of our mission may have just been smashed to bits. I had to remind myself, this is exactly what happens when you work with non-professionals. But the shattered Walkman wasn't the only problem. Inside the bathroom, Rachel was sobbing almost uncontrollably. And when she could catch a breath, she was telling me through the door that she was through. She was not going to do another thing. She wanted to go home. Peter signaled to me that the recorder was still working. The only thing damaged was the plastic shell. "And I think we can glue that back together," he said, "or at least tape it." I heard a hinge squeak on the bathroom door as it opened. I told her it was okay, that it still worked. "I don't know what happened," she said. "I forgot it was attached. I can't do this, Mr. Sofer. I really can't." Peter then spoke about his own anxieties as well. Now that he had cabled all the little boxes and gizmos together, he knew precisely how many things could go wrong. And I knew better than to argue with either one of them. It would be best to let this temporary storm blow through, get it out of their systems. By not giving them a contradiction to assail, this mutiny probably wouldn't last. At some point, Shamir's note would come up again. When they'd said everything they had to say, and had all but packed their bags, I calmly reminded them that we were all extremely tired. We had been going for 3 days straight, and that was undoubtedly part of the problem. "Everything is worse," I said, "when you haven't slept. But don't forget what this is all about." Do you guys see this arm of mine? In perfect sync, they glanced over to my funny arm. "Look, all of us are expected to give a little, whether we want to or not." When I said this, I saw shame in their eyes. They both looked to the floor. "I'm sorry you don't want to be involved, but someone has to be. We're not here for ourselves. We're here for that fragile little world back home. It wouldn't take a lot of this kind of attitude for that world to disappear." I had no technology to bring them around. Only words, only shame, only my arm, and 2 exquisite forgeries. Monday morning, March 12, 1990. Rachel was in position out by the pool. She was so focused on running the glued-together Walkman, on keeping it safely in her grip, she failed to notice admiring glances from a massively built stranger on the opposite side of the pool. For 10 minutes, this dark man with a bald head nodded and smiled when he thought she was looking his way. But the only thing Rachel was thinking about at that point was me. I was in the lobby, pacing, waiting. The man proceeded from one chase lounge to another, closing in. When he was 2 chairs away, Rachel, who still hadn't seen him, flinched unexpectedly and adjusted her headset. She had just heard my signal, 3 coughs. We were moments away from contact. Her fingers trembled as she pushed the record button. She peeked over the top of the magazine she was reading for a quick look. In the lobby, she could see the man with the mustache walking toward me. I was now Charles L. Franklin from Poteet Ventures in Salt Lake City. The man with a mustache, the Englishman, introduced himself as Jeremy Bentham and then politely inquired if I had had any problems finding the hotel. I told him no. In fact, it had been an absolutely beautiful drive-in. It was at this point he noticed my funny arm, his eyes lingering a little longer than might be considered polite. I told him. In fact, it was my standard comment. It doesn't hurt anymore. Vietnam, I then said, looking down at it. Oh, of course. We were awkward for a moment as the Englishman recovered, but in terms of social currency, I now had the advantage. Without having said one word, I was already ahead on this transaction, thanks again to my prosthesis. And I'm afraid I owe you another apology, Bentham said. My partner won't be joining us. I actually wanted you to meet the whole team, but perhaps the two of you can speak by phone, if that's okay. In any event, we just hired a new VP of marketing, and I took the liberty of inviting him to join us. His name is Ranger Kaufman. As we strolled into the bar, Rachel whispered that she was going to reposition herself. Peter ordered her over the earcom to stay where she was, but she told him there was a perfect spot, a bench, mid-distance between the bar and the elevators. From there she could monitor the conversation and be in position when we went up to the room. "I'm moving now," she said. Over the earcom, Peter warned her, "Be careful." Rachel stood. As she did, an enormous shadow fell across her path. "You have a beautiful country," said this imposing man with a bald head. He took off his sunglasses and smiled, at which point she noticed that his eyebrows had been penciled in. Rachel's auditory senses were suddenly overwhelmed. In the background, she could still hear Bentham rattling on about the lab. Then there was Peter over the earcom ordering her to disengage, and in the foreground this surprised stranger hitting on her in both English and Spanish. "I love Mexico. Es muy bonito, muy. Understand what I'm trying to say?" said the man. "Hold on, I'm coming down," said Peter over the earcom, who, up in the room, was imagining the worst. When Rachel realized what he was about to do, she began to panic. She screamed out, "Peter, no!" The stranger blinked. He hadn't actually proposed anything, at least not yet. As this was taking place, Ranger Kaufman, the new VP, strolled into the bar. A willowy young man, self-assured in French silks and a spanking new MBA. "I've heard so much about you," he said, extending a cool, bluish hand. "And I'm just dying to ask you something right off the bat, Mr. Franklin. Poteet is a Mormon fund, right?" Ranger was all business, and he must have wanted his employer to see him in action. "Oh, sit, please," he told me, taking passing note of my funny arm. "So what are we drinking? Scotch?" "Señor, uno club soda, por favor. Gracias." He was still zeroed in on the arm, but he was certainly more discreet about it than his boss had been. "You've got to settle this little bet," he said. "Please tell me you're a Mormon, Mr. Franklin." "How do you know that?" I said, attempting to roll with this unexpected comment. "Well, you're not a Baptist, and you're not from Boston," said Kaufman. "Since I know the major funds in the Northeast, and since you're from Salt Lake City, it's just a little deductive reasoning." "He's good," I told Bentham. "He's really good." "I know, that's why we hired him," said the Englishman. Kaufman beamed at this and then puckered. "May I say something up front?" he said, charging ahead with confidence. "I want you to know I have serious reservation showing anyone this technology at this time. First of all, I just came aboard. I'm still working on the presentation. The risk is, of course, someone like yourself, a venture capitalist who wants to invest and feels secure about the money he puts in, you might miss the bigger picture. So if you take one thought away from our meeting today, I want you to see a family of products sharing a common technology but offering specific business opportunities across a wide range of markets. I just wrote that on the plane, Jer. Bentham nodded. I realized I might be in trouble here. Kaufman was the sort of man who might just waste me in order to verify his own resume. I would have to engage him on his terms, not let him slam me around purely for show. Fortunately, Dennis prepped me for this. "May I take off my coat?" I asked. With great ceremony, I folded my suit coat, draped it across a nearby chair. Poor Bentham, he merely saw someone getting comfortable, but to Kaufman, this was a calculated throwing of the gauntlet. In the game of venture capital, this business of taking off a coat was considered a classic opening move. VCs take off their coats. Dennis had told me this. They take off their coats before swallowing any duckling or puppy or baby chicks in the near court. It's a sign that the flag's down and the game's afoot. When I had asked Dennis for further explanation, he told me it was really a symbolic act, suggesting, "I'm not from on high with the money. I'm down here with you, trying to make this work." Now he had to signal back to me that he understood, that he was also an acolyte of finance. He suggested that I should take off the tie as well. It was sort of a last tag. "We aren't wearing one. Why should you?" he whined. Of course, an above-average venture capitalist like Charles Franklin had dignities to tend. And besides, I had that additional encumbrance. My tie was connected to a microcam with a high-frequency transmitter. As the conversation settled into ebb and flow, I just happened to glance out to the pool. What I saw there was perhaps the most extraordinary thing I had ever seen in my life. Peter had abandoned his post upstairs and was now standing between Rachel and an imposing black man. Now, my Russian was a hefty young man, but he was no match for this colossus that he had challenged. That much was obvious, even at this distance. As Bentham rambled on about his company, I tried not to stare. At any moment, I expected a large crash and the commencement of yelling and fighting. Casually, I peeked back. Oh, my Russian was definitely wound up out there, ready for fireworks. I cringed when Peter got into his stance, with his knees bent, snarling, arms spread like the West Texas cyclone. My whole operation was just seconds away from flying into 1,000 pieces. Somehow, and Rachel must have said something to him, he seemed to get back on track. Just when it seemed that all was lost, Peter suddenly got a grip on himself and stomped off in the direction of the elevator. As quickly as it had begun, it was over. At that exact moment, Bentham was in the process of telling me about his plan to build a $500 million company within 18 months. "Say, are you okay?" he asked. He noticed that I seemed to be a little out of it. "Oh, fine," I replied. "I'm just trying to, concentrate on what you're saying." "Most revenue comes from licensing," he continued. "We don't want to get into manufacturing, but it might be necessary at the first." In my peripheral vision, I saw the big man with a bald head grabbing his duffel bag. Then, to my utter astonishment, he walked into the lobby, heading straight for the bar where we were seated. Fortunately, neither Bentham nor Kaufman had seen any of this so far, nor did they notice when he sat down at the next table. "So Jared tells me you just called us up out of the clear blue," said Kaufman. "Do you mind telling me where you found out about us?" I explained what he should have already known, that news gets around. There are no secrets in international finance. We simply wanted a shot at their business too. As I spoke, the man with the bald head stared at us. Specifically, he seemed to be watching Bentham, and he made no effort to conceal it. Bentham finally noticed. He smiled nervously at the big man, then he suggested to us that we go up to the room for the demo. When we stood, though, the stranger stood as well, crowding our space, actually intimidating our space. "May we help you?" asked Kaufman through his wee pucker. "I don't know," said the stranger. "Perhaps." His manner of speaking was crisp and articulated. It was surprising. "I'm looking for—" At this point his gaze shifted to Bentham. "I'm looking for John Fitzgerald Kennedy." "Excuse me," said Kaufman. "Don't waste my time," said the stranger, his voice descending into intimidation. "Where is he?" The words had powerful effect on Bentham, who stammered incoherently before falling back down into his chair. "No kidding," said the big man. "I had the same reaction." "But I don't understand," said Bentham, desperately, looking over to me and then Kaufman. "What's he talking about?" "Oh, you're surprised," said the monolith. "I guess this isn't you." From a side pocket of the duffel bag, he produced a picture. Though I couldn't see it clearly, the person in the photograph had a mustache, just like Bentham's. But that can't be me," said Bentham. At this point, Kaufman signaled for a waiter. "Por favor, pronto! This is so ridiculous!" As Kaufman was waving for help, the big man bent over, nose to nose with Bentham. I didn't know what was going to happen next. The stranger half whispered, half growled, "It's not a secret. Not anymore." Bentham's face whited out. I thought he would faint. As the waiters began to converge, the big man wheeled around and casually walked through their half-hearted regiment out into the lobby. In that he roughly equaled any four of them, their reluctance to take action was most understandable. I was not prepared for what I was about to see. When we got to the suite, Kaufman proceeded to a thick set of poster cards on an easel. With the cover sheet removed, we saw the company's proposed name, Eternal Generations. The demo was about to begin. "This is who we are," said Kaufman. "We're looking for an initial capitalization of $40 million with second-round funding at an additional $20 million, 18 months out." He flipped the card. "Here we see the words, new technology, new markets. That's not just who we are. That's what we are." Kaufman traced the company's origins, telling the heroic tale of two gifted artists, Bentham being one, I suspected. He told of the forensics lab where they rebuilt faces from bone, advancing technology as none had before, advancing the science of face recovery. In the beginning it was clay and plaster and wax. Now it's a technique gloriously transferred to the computer, where we have a marvelous family of products just around the corner. Kaufman flipped to the next board. A picture of a computer and a box connected to a television. The word Nintendo printed above. A whole new day is about to dawn. Game machines like Nintendo will quickly take the place of the personal computer, we think. He snapped the poster with the end of his pointer. Supercomputers in small boxes, capable of transactions exceeding that of the PC. This is where Eternal Generations launches its flagship. He turned to the next card, which had 3 illustrations: a photograph of an elderly man, a picture of a gravestone, and a photo of the elderly man on the Nintendo screen. Go with me now. The year is 1998. After a long battle with cancer, our grandpa dies. Kaufman snapped the pointer to the picture of the gravestone. In the event, I had not made the connection already. When the memorial service is over, the family goes home, inserts the cartridge specially created under a license agreement with Nintendo Corporation, or Sony, and there he is again, our grandpa, back with his family and ready to talk, ready to reminisce, ready to tell us all the old stories with that old grandfather sense of humor. And you can treat him like one of the family because he is. And best of all, he'll be home for Christmas. It was as ghastly as it was dark and silly and twisted. Even Kaufman seemed uncomfortable with his own pitch. It may have been the first time he tried it out. The only one in the room who seemed pleased was Jeremy Bentham, and he sat there beaming. The next card boasted a formula: physical reconstruction plus personality reconstruction equals living algorithm, LA. So now comes the question, how are we going to do it? Well, physical reconstruction of an LA is possible through photographs. Or, of course, we can use original media. Now, we prefer to conduct legacy sessions with the beloved before they pass, but we can also recreate someone for whom no portraits exist using traditional forensic method. Original media, I said? Yes, but the major breakthrough is here. Kaufman pointed to the words personality reconstruction. We have the means to recreate an accurate scaffolding for human personality. The more detail you provide, the more like Grandpa it's going to be. And if we get him to come in for a portrait while he's still around, we can sample the voice and go deep for the kind of memories that make an LA completely, seamlessly real. By the way, LA stands for living algorithm. I caught that, I said. For the first time since the pitch began, Jeremy Bentham spoke. He could hold back no longer. They come back, he said. That's our motto. I think there were tears in his eyes, though I'm sure it was on account of his hopeful affection for commerce. The first part of the demo was now over. Both men watched me for my response. Maybe you have a question or two before I wrap this up, said Kaufman. And will you be able to use the Nintendo for other things, or will Grandpa be the, what would you call it, the exclusive tenant? Great question, said Kaufman. That's the exciting part. You can still play games, Mr. Franklin. Grandpa comes in a cartridge, so you can pop him out and pop Mario in, which brings up another point, actually. He flipped to the next card. It read, Eternal Generations is forever. The LA turns out to be the ultimate expression of who we are, or were. But wait. What if you could also recreate Abraham Lincoln, or Marilyn Monroe, or Martin Luther King Jr., or John Lennon? Why not? We have the means to build astonishing emotional sculptures, and this is a secondary market. Biographies with skin. Wouldn't you love to spend time with, I don't know, some famous person you've always wanted to meet? I've always wanted to spend a few hours with Lady Day. Lady who? Are you serious? Said Kaufman. Billie Holiday. I couldn't tell for sure, but he seemed to be having a bit of pity for me. Or maybe it was just Mormons in general. I asked if these biographies with skin represented the best second market idea they'd come up with so far. Oh, I see. You're thinking maybe this is just a celebrity chat thing, said Kaufman. Imagine the ultimate collection of FDR's memories, all maintained under the tint of his personality. Our technology will not just result in what you might call consumer titles, but industrial versions of the dead. With enough resolution, the LAs could be used for consulting. I thought about this for a moment and then said, and by 1998, I'll be able to purchase an LA of my grandfather and carry on a conversation, and he'll have memories and all of what you've described? He will be the heirloom to end all heirlooms, said Kaufman. 200 years from now, genealogy trees will be living trees with living ancestral fruit. Ancestral fruit. I had to suppress the vision I was having of Ranger Kaufman, a little pink peach at the end of his branch. Mr. Franklin, imagine bereavement in a world where we commune with those who've gone. When the threat of death is finally blunted with, to steal a metaphor here, a digital heaven, where headstones are replaced with heads. Oh, wait, say that again, said Bentham. Headstone for heads? It just came out, said Kaufman, his face erupting in self-satisfaction. I made it up just then. That's why we hired you, said Bentham, obviously very proud of his young peach. Why don't you sit here, said Bentham, giving me the ringside seat in front of the computer. From beneath the table he produced a plain cardboard box. Inside was a human skull. By the way, you aren't offended by skulls, are you? It's actually a plaster cast made from the real thing, he said, placing it on the table. If you know anything about computers, this is an Amiga 1000 with a PAL expansion box. There's rendering acceleration inside and a 40 meg hard drive. Other than that, most of this can be bought off the shelf. Bentham checked the cabling on the digitizing pin as I got into position, making sure my Tycam would see it all. Bentham lightly touched the digitizing pin to the landmarks of the skull, to the top of the head, to the tip of the jaw. Then, with the base reference established, he proceeded to the other parts of the skull, commenting on them as the wand passed. Temporal bone, zygomatic arch, the parietal, malar, mandible. On screen, each entry return resulted in a dense spackling of yellow vertices. The skull gradually migrated to the computer as a galaxy of dots. Then, when Bentham hit the return key again, the program calculated the geometry. Thousands of polygons appeared, small triangles providing surface for the skull. By the end, the skull had been perfectly transferred to the computer. What followed next was a bizarre process of reverse decay. The computer calculated the striations of muscle and fat beneath the eye sockets. Formed next were the cheeks and the ridge of the brow, followed by muscle, structural fill for the spindly gaps and crevices within the bumpy terrain of the skull. Next came an electronic knitting of flesh across the cheeks. Finally, a spectral face stared back at us from the screen. There were no ears, hair, no eyes, but this was remedied with a few typed commands. Abruptly, the eyes popped into place like small fires. And then a dialog box appeared. In it, Bentham typed, "White male, Southern United States, 1863, at 16 years. After these parameters, the computer quickly calculated hair. The reconstructed skull now looked photographically perfect. May I present to you Mr. Elwyn Corbett, 1st Savannah Volunteers, died in 1862 at the age of 16 years. As quickly as that, I was looking into the face of one returned from the dead. Immediately, I thought of Absalom and David and the prospect that we might find them staring out from a screen somewhere, just like this. I told Kaufman how astonishing all this was. I had read about such things, but I had no idea how profound it was to actually see the process take place. What I can't show, regrettably, is what it takes to bring life, said Bentham. But there is one more thing, if you're interested. He typed another command. On screen, a dialogue popped up with a slider marked off in years. That's an aging control, isn't it? I said. Good for you. Yes, had Mr. Corbett lived to 40 years, this is how he would have looked. Bentham moved the slider to the 40-year setting. As he did, the face aged. Hair disappeared. Bags inflated beneath the eyes, jowls sagged. And the dead boy was transported to a middle age that never was. Of course, it goes the other way, too, said the Englishman, almost giddy. Dragging the slider in the opposite direction, the face warmed with youth again, adolescent male to child, and we stopped for a visit with Mr. Corbett at age 4. Are you mathematically inclined, Mr. Franklin? I told him, no, not particularly. Well, let me explain just a little what you're seeing, Bentham said. More than 1,000 equations and statistical calculations were attached to the backside of that little transaction. That's the first miracle. And the second is, of course, it didn't crash. We stared at the screen. I was trying to come up with the venture capitalist thing to say. So, where do you plan to market this? I asked. Well, of course, law enforcement has a lot of possibility, said Kaufman, but that's just one. Another market might be, who knows, dating services. Dating services? Bentham smiled at me. Why not? I mean, a preview of what you'll be living with in 20 years, now that would not be a bad product. It's really just a fancy case of statistics, that's all. The only problem is, some ethnic groups don't age as well as others. What do you mean? I asked. Well, for instance, Scandinavian women. Have you ever seen how they go? Chuckled Bentham. Think of the massive liability Ryder will have to carry for the Swedes alone. This slur really upset Kaufman. Jer, you can't say things like that. People don't know you're kidding. But, he's not a Scandinavian range. You are a Mormon, aren't you, Mr. Franklin? Oh, Jerry, please, just let me finish up, okay? Kaufman was still flushed as he attempted to refocus the presentation. Here's the way to think about this. We're going to first of all set up a franchise through licensed funeral homes. They'll offer reconstruction services along with prearrangement. So when someone comes in for burial plots and whatnot, this is an add-on. Look at this, said Bentham. He had just pulled out a photograph of a boy, obviously taken during the Civil War era. This is a picture of Corbett, 2 years before his death. I held the photo beside the one just rendered by the computer, and the match was dead on. Rachel and Peter were replaying the tape when I got back to the room. I think they were still astonished at what they had seen. "Well," I asked, "what do you think?" Instead of answering me, their gaze returned to the screen, where skin was growing over the Corbett skull, followed by eyes popping into place. "Did you know this?" Rachel asked me finally. "This technology?" I told her I hadn't known about the process until I'd seen it. Most of it had seemed actually theoretical to me. "And this is what they've done with Absalom and David?" she asked. "That I don't know," I said. "Oh, by the way, Peter, what was going on down at the pool?" "Someone was hitting on Rachel, sir." "And what were you doing?" I asked. "Mr. Sofer, if it hadn't been for Peter, I don't know what I would have done," said Rachel, jumping to his defense. "I mean, this guy came out of nowhere. If Peter hadn't stepped in, I don't think I could have handled it alone. What was I supposed to do?" "You weren't supposed to leave the room, Peter." "I know," he said. "Look, guys, please, it's only going to work if we follow the plan. We've got to stay on the same page," I said. Peter asked me if he could change the subject. "First, you've got to promise," I told him. "From now on, we stay on the same page, together." They nodded. "Okay, Peter, what?" "He told me he had doubts about the reconstruction. Would I care to hear?" "The sort of things we've just seen here can only be done on a mainframe computer," he said. I asked him what we were seeing then. "I don't know," he told me. Maybe a slideshow. But it would take a year for a personal computer to render a skull, much less build a face." I told him it all seemed perfectly real to me. Now, I hadn't been outside all day. I opened the door to the balcony. A moist, sweet breeze rustled through the drapes, filling the room with the sound of crashing waves. "Peter, what if you're wrong?" I asked. He continued to insist that the Englishman had been wildly overstating what he could do. Now, maybe at a university someone could render a skull on a mainframe, but not a PC. "It simply can't be done," he said. Rachel quickly challenged his assumption. She said that we didn't have the luxury for such thinking. She was worried that even if half of what we'd just seen turned out to be true, our enemies would raise up supermen against us. "A computer only does what you tell it to do," said Peter. "If they wanted to exploit us, the enemies of Israel don't need these living algorithms." "But we can't afford to ignore it," said Rachel. "Okay, then let me put it another way," said Peter, trying a little different approach. "Can they resurrect someone inside a computer? We're talking real physics here. Think of the programming and the hardware. And if that's not enough, you'd have to have some kind of psychological premise, a unified theory for human personality. And trust me, of all the obstacles, this one is the greatest." Rachel reminded him that such statements had been made before. History was littered with achievements originally thought impossible. "Give me a for instance," he said. "The Enigma, for instance. In World War II, the Germans thought 4 rotors made their codes unbreakable. I'm simply saying, what if there is an Alan Turing of the dead out there somewhere who's figured out how to put dead people in a box and make them live again?" "Do you hear what you're saying?" asked Peter. I stepped inside from the balcony, and I told him that I actually agreed with her. "Peter, I think they've done it. I mean, not because I understand the science necessarily, but because there's a motive." I told him that there was something about the cave-in that had never made sense to me. If these mysterious grave robbers had the Ark of the Dead, why would they go to the expense, not to mention the risk, to run an operation in the Kidron of all places? Peter thought there was a simple explanation. They had the map to Absalom's burial niche. That was all the motivation they needed. Just having a map isn't motive, Peter, because which is the greater find, Absalom or his father? "David, of course," said Rachel. "Do you see what I'm saying? Why risk an illegal excavation for a prince if you already have the king?" And he still didn't get it. Suppose this is the Templar arc. I made the shape of a box with my fingers. Now, inside the box are all these skull fragments, right? I reached into my imaginary box and withdrew an imaginary skull. So how would I know whose skull I'm looking at? You can't, said Rachel, unless you run it through a process like what we saw today, some kind of comparison of the remains. To this, Peter added, there has to be a reference. Exactly, I said. And somewhere in the Kedron was the ultimate reference. Maybe they're running, I don't know, a memory extraction of some sort. Peter asked me if I knew something I wasn't telling them. No, not necessarily, but they are doing a lot of strange things these days, and having LAs of these two men would be like owning Da Vinci's or Rembrandt's. Next morning, as I made my way down to the restaurant, Rachel and Peter crept toward Bentham's room. The plan was simple. I would finish with the hopeful executives in the restaurant. Meanwhile, they would plant the GPS flasher inside Bentham's computer monitor. We decided against using the luggage for the simple reason the bug might be discovered going through customs. Over orange juice, I told Bentham and Kaufman how much I had enjoyed myself. I told them when I got back to Utah, I was going to see if we didn't need a branch office at Hotel Pacifico. I then asked a VC question. So, when do you expect to have a business plan? Kaufman told me he didn't know for sure, maybe a week, maybe a month. Then he added, by the way, is there another number I could call for Poteet? We haven't been able to get through for some reason. So it might expedite things a little if you gave us a few other references as well, he said. Thinking fast, I suggested that I would fax them something when I got back to my office. That way I would be able to provide them with several pages. I said this, but of course it would never happen. A few days from now, when that flasher went off, we would have the lab. Another meeting would not be necessary. While this was going on the third floor, Peter picked the lock to Bentham's empty room. But there was a problem. Rachel, no longer a reluctant participant, was quickly approaching the other extreme now. She was upset at the limited role she was having to play. This was exactly opposite of what she'd been saying a few days before. How would you like to be cut out? She asked. Rachel, you're the one who said breaking and entering was something you weren't going to do. I heard you with my own ears. This is different, she told him. I understand now. Why can't I install the flasher? Because I've been trained, said Peter. Oh, come on, she argued. You're going to pop 4 screws off the back of a TV set. But someone's got to watch, he told her, as the lock on Bentham's door clicked and the door swung wide. Oh, we were here for 5 hours yesterday, and how many people came by? Oh, Peter, please. You do the monitor then. I'll find something else to do. Like what? He asked. I could check the luggage for an address. I mean, what happens if your flasher doesn't work? The units are mission critical, Rachel. They don't fail. Please. I'm sorry, Rach. Remember what he said. Stay on the page. Downstairs, things were about to get weird. Bentham and I were sitting facing the kitchen. Kaufman faced the patio. At one point, I noticed Bentham staring at something over Kaufman's shoulder. Casually, I followed his sight lines. To my astonishment, at a table near the kitchen door was the man from yesterday, the big bald-headed guy. It was very strange. The three of us were triangulated in an eerie awareness that would keep me guessing all the way back to Tel Aviv. Kaufman, of course, was jabbering away. He had no idea what was going on. His only thought at that moment was to prep me for an upcoming telephone call from Connor Borman-White, Bentham's partner. Jeremy Bentham's gaze shifted to me. My partner wants out of the company, he said. Connor just doesn't want to be involved anymore. He'll work with us as long as we need him, but this is a problem that we're going to have to deal with somewhere in the first round of capitalization. This news struck me as odd. Why would a partner want out when there was going to be an IPO for Eternal Generations? It was like cashing in your chips before payday. So the first order of business is going to be buying him out, I asked. Bentham nodded. It was. Kaufman seemed a little wilted at this point. Gone was that brash, no-holds-barred attitude I'd endured yesterday. We know we're going to end up in a minority position, he said, but we don't want to be that far down after the first round. So we're going to need a solution that won't completely dilute Mr. Bentham's holdings. Upstairs, Peter cried out, "It's an Amiga!" "What?" asked Rachel. She was monitoring over the battle-scarred Walkman. "It's an Amiga computer. Motorola 68,000 architecture," Peter replied as he quickly proceeded to unscrew the back of the monitor. He had never seen an Amiga before. He'd read about them, of course, touted as years ahead of Macs and IBMs. The Amiga's custom chipset and eccentric user base had been celebrated as the wave of the future for computing. He placed a dab of epoxy on the inside plastic of the monitor back, then held the GPS unit in place until it was rigid. "How's it looking out there?" he whispered over the headset. And Rachel did not reply. "Talk to me, Rach," he said, screwing the cover back in place. Suddenly, the door to the room burst open and Rachel stepped in. "I did it," she said, brandishing a credit card. "I can't believe how easy that was," she said, extremely pleased with herself. "Are you crazy?" asked Peter. "No, I have just as much right to be here as you," she announced as the door clicked behind her. "Well, I'm not saying you don't," said Peter, "but somebody's got to watch." "Peter, would you please give me just a little dignity?" "I'll check the luggage." "But I'm ready to go," said Peter. "No, you're not. You're going to be here for 5 more minutes." 5 minutes? 3 then, 2. Immediately, she pulled open the closet door and quickly began checking the handles on the luggage. "We can't both be in here at the same time," he protested. "Why not?" she asked, disappearing into the bathroom. It was at that exact moment the activity light on the Amiga started blinking. There was a dial tone and the sound of a modem dialing out. "What did you just do?" she called out from the bathroom. "I didn't do anything," said Peter. Then, from the computer, they heard a voice. "Hola, Hotel Pacifico." Downstairs, the waiter walked toward our table with a phone in his hand. "It's for you, senor," he told Bentham. Bentham held the receiver to his ear. He spoke of the weather, summarized the success of our meeting, and then he passed the phone to Ranger Kaufman. Kaufman told the person on the other end of the line that he would now pass the phone to me, and that I was from Salt Lake City. "And we've been completely up front with him," said Kaufman. "We've told him your plans to leave. So here he is. It's Mr. Charles Franklin." He handed the phone over. Up in Bentham's room, the activity light on the computer turned solid yellow as the drive chirped. And then Rachel and Peter heard voices coming from the computer. "I'm a researcher, primarily," said the voice. Downstairs, I was hearing the exact same voice. "I've tried to work in a corporate environment, but I don't fit," said Connor Borman White. "What's going on?" Rachel wanted to know. "Are they routing the call through the computer?" "I don't know," said Peter. His finger was on the monitor's power switch. She asked him what he was doing. "I want to see what's happening," he told her. Peter switched on the monitor. As the tube brightened, they saw 4 columns packed with popping, scrolling data fields. On the left, my spoken words appeared as text. Columns 2, 3, and 4 scrolled in random sequence, lines of data and automated command strings. "Is what they say true?" asked the supposed voice of Connor Borman White. "Are you actually a Mormon?" I told him, yes, trying to capitalize on this legend so solidly in place without any effort on my part. Upstairs, Peter watched the transaction, and he started to see patterns. I would say something. A sequence would show up in column 2. Borman White would then respond. Rachel was getting anxious. She wanted to know what was going on. Peter told her that I was talking to a computer. He what? Sofer's talking to this program. Look, his words are there. Then these columns are, I don't know, figuring out how to reply. He's talking to the computer, she whispered. Yeah, it's the only thing it can be. On the phone, the voice steered the conversation to the subject of genealogies. There's so much information these days, said Connor Borman White. I guess being a Mormon and all, that's what intrigues you about eternal generations. When he said this, I still hadn't made the connection, why Moshe had created this particular legend. I don't know your connections with the church, the voice continued. That's your business, but if you're looking to expand the Mormon brand, this technology enables you to bring genealogies to life. Mormon brand? That's when it hit me. Moshe and his people had known, under the right conditions, this conclusion would be drawn, because Mormon believers greatly respected family heritage. The executives at Eternal Generations had thus been trapped into thinking a Mormon venture group would be interested in the technology. Moshe's little transactional fiction was elegant. Upstairs, Peter was humbled by the discovery. If they could create a person in a box, who was to say there might not be other ethereal observers in the suite watching from another dimension? Rachel, we've got to get out of here, he said. She stepped from the bathroom, holding a small bottle as if she had found some grand prize. On the label was the address, F.J. Canyon Road, Red River, New Mexico. Hold it for me, she said. On the palm of her hand, she copied the address information from the label. Why do we have to wait a week, she said. What do you want to bet? This is the lab. She held the palm to his face. Thank you, Peter, she said, as she took the bottle. She then stood on her tiptoes and kissed him on the cheek. The road back to Barra de Navidad wasn't much wider than a single lane, in some places less, and when the rain started, it turned into a desolate stretch of ruts and blind jungle curves. I rolled up the windows and shifted into second. When I got to the village, I found the streets almost completely deserted. Even the cats and dogs had taken refuge from the downpour, under old cars, crates, anything with a roof. Slowly, I drove past the bus station, saw only 2 people outside waiting for a bus, 2 Indian women in raincoats cut from trash liners. Everything seemed normal. I circled the block, back to our rendezvous point, and parked under a tree. The only sound was the gentle drumming on the roof. My mind drifted to the events of the last couple of days, all the close calls and surprises. Surely this marked the end of my personal exile. I felt almost 19 again. An hour came and went, and finally, a few blocks over, I saw the pickup taxi with Rachel and Peter easing into the village, clattering toward the terminal the next street over. A couple of minutes later, they bounced around the corner arm in arm. "We got it," said Rachel, grabbing the door handle. She was completely soaked, as was he. If I were feeling 19 again, they were like 5-year-olds, giggling, euphoric. I asked if there had been any problems, and he told me that everything went just as planned, and that Rachel knew where the lab was. At least, she thought she knew. J.F. Canyon Road, Red River, New Mexico, said Rachel proudly. She held up an ink-washed hand for me to see. I got it from the medicine bottle. Peter told me to forget everything he had said previously about L.A. technology being impossible. I think they're telling the truth, he said. While we were in his room, the computer dialed out, and guess what, Mr. Sofer? You were not talking to Connor Borman White. You were talking to an Amiga 1000. I heard it too, said Rachel. Everything I told you they couldn't do, they can do, Mr. Sofer. Are you telling me I was talking to a computer? I asked. Peter smiled. He loved the role reversal here. "And they thought you were a Mormon, didn't they?" "Wait a second," I told him. "Back up. Are you telling me I was talking to a computer?" "You were talking to a Commodore product, yes." "You know how you told us that Amon had been in contact with, how many people was it? All those people who worked at the lab?" "I would be willing to bet you," said Peter, "they were just talking to an Amiga." Later that afternoon, after Ranger Kaufman departed Hotel Pacifico for the U.S., Jeremy Bentham sat on the edge of his bed with the lights off, watching the storm roll through. By the time the waiter showed up at the door, the thunder and lightning had drifted inland. Bentham dined on the balcony against a lingering spectacle of boiling skies and black water slashing at the beach. Gradually, the wind subsided and the skies cleared. By 10 p.m., Bentham was overcome with peaceful weakness from too much wine. He propped his feet up on the rail and drifted off into a light sleep, dreaming perhaps of the day when his venture capitalist would come. A dream that vanished suddenly with a clattering sound coming from the direction of the roof. Rushing inside, Bentham peeked through the curtain as a rope shot down, dangling into the balcony next door. As he watched, a huge shadow slid down in perfect silence. Bentham had no doubts as to the identity of the intruder who, through slight miscalculation, had picked the wrong balcony. Bentham eased the Glock from the top drawer. The prowler balanced on the rail for a moment before jumping to safety inside the other balcony. Bentham watched the big man peek into his neighbor's room. A long moment passed, and then, abruptly, without warning, the stranger wheeled around in terror. He lunged for the rope, frantically trying to make his way back up the way he'd come. At the next balcony, the outside light came on and the door crashed open. 2 massively large Mexican women stormed out, clad only in red and black negligées, also sporting a sawed-off 12-gauge. They yelled in Spanish, "Rapto! Rapto! Violación!" as they blasted away into the darkness. It was a hard miss considering the range and the relative short length of that barrel, but somehow they missed. Rushing to the rail, they leaned out for a better line on their target, and then they let loose another round. The now unseen man screamed and fell. He crashed 3 floors into the brush, and still the women were squealing. As they reloaded, Bentham imagined the poor giant down there dying. Before the women could get off a 5th and 6th shot, however, Bentham saw the dark shape below stagger into the darkness. Somehow he had survived. Within minutes, all outside lights at the hotel were switched on. The hotel manager and the security people and the bellboys and a few guests listened to the miserable tale of the rapist from the sky, conqueror of women through devilish technique, rape by roof and rope. As the women raged on, a few brave souls ventured to the edge of the light, glaring out after the forces of evil now retreated to the beach. The manager held out the possibility it might not actually have been a rapist. Perhaps, a monkey. After all, the hotel's good name was at stake here. But the women were extremely lonely. Monkeys were completely out of the question as far as they were concerned. It had been a man. His intention, a man's cruel intention. Sitting in his room with the lights off, Jeremy Bentham doubted that the big man with a bald head would be trying to find anyone else's room. Not tonight. Dark-skinned bellboys carrying sticks and wearing tired service uniforms guarded the pool until sunrise. Had these bellboys realized that the culprit they were watching for was the giant they had seen in the bar earlier, they might not have strutted about, radiating so much grand machismo. Their sticks weren't big enough. Hobbling out past the gazebo, Roy Brooks quickly made his escape into the night, across the beach and into the surf. He waded through the black waters to a point well north of the hotel, where he crossed back into the jungle, then followed a twisting footpath into the general area where he had been hiding. His ankle throbbed. He was soaked, exhausted, and filled with what could only be described as self-disgust. There was something about seeing the ground come up at you as you fall 3 floors up that makes you marvel at the vastness of human stupidity. Coming to Mexico had been a classic disaster, even by Roy's standards. What had he been thinking? He started talking to God about this, even before he reached his hiding place. As he hobbled down the trail, he asked to be killed. He asked God to send him a snake, or let him die of a heart attack, or blood poisoning, or pneumonia, anything. It was simply too embarrassing to think how stupid this whole episode had become. As he threw himself into the thicket, he told God he was tired of failing the people most important to him, and in a way, God had to accept a little of the responsibility. Half the beauty of religious belief is the safe knowledge that you were designed by someone else. So God was on the hook too, and Roy respectfully pointed this out. "I'm very sorry about this situation," he said, "but if you didn't want me coming down here, you should have given me a better idea. You've got to stop me when I'm thinking like that, before I do something." It was, without doubt, the most miserable moment of his life. As he shivered there, a lot of other things came to mind too. First and foremost, he imagined himself warm and dry. He thought of Holly and Phoenix and his children, what he would give to be back home in their easy graces tonight. But as he imagined them, an end memory sprang to his mind, the humiliating vision of the Federal Building in flames. There would be no easy grace in Phoenix. Not for Roy Brooks, not now. Roy curled up. The self-anger dissolved into sleep. His final word to God that night was an apology and a deal. If God would get him out of this situation he was in, Roy promised that he had finally learned a lesson. He vowed to make things right with Holly. He would even give a shot at respecting Mama, if at all possible. If God would just help him escape this astonishing, self-inflicted, delusional, and disgusting mess. In a purely vocabulary sense, this was the most expansive bit of praying Roy had ever attempted in his entire life. He awakened next morning to the sounds of happy tourists splashing in the surf. Roy sat up, rubbed his eyes. Every muscle in his body was on fire. As far as he was concerned, this was over. Nothing, not even one little thing had gone right. There was obviously more to an investigation than just showing up. Not only had he not found John Kennedy, he'd pretty much come to the conclusion the man he had terrorized yesterday, the man with the mustache, didn't know anything either. It had been a bust all the way around. Well, just thinking about the predicament tired him out again. He couldn't imagine spending one more night in the jungle, but he couldn't risk taking a shortcut back to the road either. Not yet. That would be just asking for trouble. He quickly ran through his options. Since no one had really gotten a good look at him last night, perhaps the thing to do would be change clothes, transform himself into a tourist again with a festive pair of swim trunks and a good shave. Maybe no one would suspect. An hour later, he strolled to the beach with a duffel bag over his shoulder. As he made his way along, he would walk a few steps, then stoop for shells, shifting weight off his ankle. In this way, he was able to partially conceal the limp. Roy got as far as the hotel's gazebo, where he found 2 wicker chairs and a small plastic table on which he could prop up his leg. The trek through the sand had inflamed the ankle again. He'd only been there a couple of minutes when he looked up to see a figure coming down the path from the hotel. Roy panicked, but he couldn't run. As the figure drew nearer, Roy noticed that the man was carrying 2 long necks. Jeremy Bentham stopped just outside the thatched hut and looked in. "My guess is you had a rough night," said Bentham. "What do you want?" said Roy, pushing himself back up into a sitting position. "My name's Jeremy Bentham," said the stranger. He tucked one of the bottles under his arm and offered a hand. "And you are—" Roy didn't respond, and he didn't accept the hand either. "So, how about a drink?" suggested Bentham, raising a Corona. "No, thank you." "Come on, you wouldn't make me drink both, would you?" "So what's your problem?" asked Roy. Bentham said that he merely wanted to talk, and pointed out that Roy seemed to be chilled. "I'm asking you again, what do you want?" said Roy, holding his focus. "Answers, mostly. Few easy questions." "I made a mistake yesterday," said Roy. "I was under the impression you were someone else." There was a little silence as Bentham considered another approach. "You look famished," he said. "So what about breakfast?" Roy tried to pretend he wasn't hungry, but his refusal wasn't all that convincing. But when Bentham suggested going up to the hotel restaurant, Roy said that he couldn't. He was trembling. "Then perhaps we can eat here," suggested Bentham. The Englishman flagged down a waiter, ordered 2 omelets, and asked for a whole pot of coffee to be brought over. "Si, senor," said the waiter. After that, silence. The 2 men stared at each other. Finally, Roy Brooks reached down, unzipped the outside pocket on his duffel bag, and pulled out an envelope. He tossed it on the table. "What's that?" asked Bentham. "Look for yourself." The Englishman opened the envelope and removed the photos. He studied each one carefully, particularly the one of himself. Roy thought he saw a little of the color drain from the man's face. "Well, there's a resemblance, but it's not me, obviously," said Bentham, unable to mask the surprise. "I was looking for him, too," said Roy, pointing to the photo of the old man in the wheelchair. Bentham instantly recognized the face. "But the president was killed in Dallas," he said. "Oh, really?" said Roy. "Where did you get these?" asked Bentham. "First you have to answer my question," Roy told him. "Is he here? John Kennedy?" "Not to my knowledge. Where did you get these?" "We got them in the mail," said Roy. "I worked for DEA. Someone sent them, and that's all I can tell you." "Someone sent these to DEA?" asked Bentham. "Yes. I work at the field office in Phoenix." Roy reached over, sorting through the pictures, holding up the photograph of the man with a mustache, which he matched to the face across the table. "If it's not you, it's your twin," said Roy. Bentham took the picture from his hand and studied it again. "John Kennedy survived Dallas, didn't he?" asked Roy. "How would I know?" "And he's been kept alive by a secret group," Roy continued, "which includes you, or someone who looks an awful lot like you. Since 1963, you've moved him around in complete secrecy." Roy's tone was that of someone who believed he had finally discovered the ultimate conspiracy. He flipped through the photos, finally pulling out the picture of Kennedy in the hospital bed. "And we think this is the message that he's dying. After all this time, Kennedy's days are numbered." The Englishman took this photograph from Roy and studied it. The face in the photo was undeniably John Kennedy at an age he had not lived to see. The old president seemed to stare out from the picture with eyes of desolation and abandonment. "And you think this is really him?" asked Bentham. "I do." "Has anyone else seen these pictures?" Roy told him that everyone at DEA in Phoenix had. Roy told of the debate, how a lot of people thought it was a hoax, which is why Julian hadn't already come down here like the cavalry already. "The who?" "My boss, Julian Lockery." As Roy Brooks told about Julian and the secret investigation on the second floor, he began to shiver again. "Here, drink this," said Bentham, handing over the Corona. I don't drink alcohol," Roy told him. "Well, then let me at least help you," said the Englishman. "Why not check in as my guest so we can talk about this when you're feeling a little better?" "I can't," said Roy. Bentham took off his straw hat and placed it on Roy's head. It was only 3 sizes too small. The sunglasses improved the ensemble, but only a little. Roy, in this disguise, looked a little out of sync. As the 2 men made their way inside, Roy felt explosively ill. Breakfast tumbled in his stomach, pinging and purring. "You don't look too steady, old man. Let me help," said the Englishman, grabbing the huge man by the elbow. He led Roy to a chair just off the lobby. He said, "I'm going to check you in. Keep your knees together until we get to a room." Roy did his best to follow instructions. It took powerful concentration, though, as his discomfort approached the limits of stamina and muscle. As a massive wave of pressure rolled through his stomach, he looked up to see the 2 women from the previous evening no more than 5 meters away, checking out, the ones with the shotgun in their luggage somewhere. Roy quickly drew a hand across his face. The women were still complaining, shaking their heads and whining. Nearby, the manager and the bellboy stood at attention with their heads cocked. When a word could be gotten in, the manager made apologies again for the umpteenth time, along with offers of complimentary nights. "To stay here again?" they shouted. "You've got to be kidding!" And the women charged into their complaints again. "Are they leaving?" the Englishman wanted to know, nodding toward the ruckus. The clerk at the registration desk glanced over and said, "We certainly hope so." "Then their room will be available." The man nodded again. "I need a second room, por favor," said Bentham. "You want to move, senor?" asked the clerk. No, I want my room, the one I have now, and additionally, I want the one they were in, too, next to mine. 2 rooms, dos." "Oh, sí, dos. For how long, senor?" "I don't know. Couple of days, maybe 3, and you can put it on my American Express." The first detonation came as Roy crossed the threshold into the room. Bentham, not particularly anxious to be in the stands for this event, graciously stepped into the hall and waited. A cacophony of organic clatter issued forth from the bathroom. Afterwards, an exhausted Roy Brooks stumbled across the room and fell into bed without enough energy to even pull back the covers. Before leaving, Bentham reminded him to drink plenty of water, but only from the bottle. "I'm next door," he said. "If you need anything, just pound the wall. Oh, before I forget, someone tried to break into this room last night." An otherwise limp Roy Brooks smiled. This, of course, he already knew. "So if you need me," said Bentham, "just knock." Lifting a wilted fist, Roy reached back and rapped on the wall 3 times. "Good show," said Bentham. As Roy tossed and turned, as the fever came and went, he had nightmares of lumpy Mexican women floating in bathtubs, the old-fashioned kind up on legs, with a Corona decal on the side. He dreamed of shotguns blasting away point blank. Fortunately, he awakened as each barrel exploded, and oddly, this vision from dreamland routinely alerted him to his own pending discharge, just in time to make it to the toilet. Blast thus led to blast. As Roy jogged back and forth, in the next room, Bentham sat at the computer, running diagnostics, defragmenting the drive. When he was satisfied that the system was optimal, he slipped on a headset. "New file," said the Englishman softly. "Male or female?" asked the computerized assistant. "Male." "Is there to be an associated voice file? If so, please specify the path." "No," said Bentham. This is only to be a partial render for the purpose of behavioral strategies only. At this point, the Englishman wasn't sure what his overall goal was going to be. Primarily, he wanted to find out what was going on back in Phoenix. But also, someone like Roy Brooks could be an important ally. He wanted to convene that option as well, just in case. There was only one problem. Apart from the brief conversation on the beach, Bentham knew very little about the man who padded back and forth in the next room. Would there be enough information to reconstruct a proxy of the ailing Roy Brooks inside the computer? The computer loaded the query string, including age, race type, and questions like, is the reconstructed personality based on a middle child? Bentham said he didn't have an answer to that one yet. Is the person athletic? Thinking back to the aerobics of the previous evening, Bentham gave Roy high marks, 10, followed by a bracketed range for queries involving profession, motivation, and forcefulness. Bentham set the lows in the register to 3 and the highs to 6, mid-ranging it when he didn't know. Shortly, another dialog box came up, reminding him that bracketing reduced predictive accuracy. Bentham knew this, of course, because he had actually programmed that warning in the first place. Next came a list of questions regarding physical disability. The Englishman answered yes, diarrhea, 10. He couldn't have known it, of course, but 10 roughly equaled the number of times Roy had seen the shotgun tonight. After these questions came a slew of inquiries about Roy's early life and his educational level. When the computer asked for an example of the subject's parent rotary, Bentham had no information whatsoever. After this, the computer asked for examples of the child's rotary, then descriptors of the adult. All of this was unknown, of course. Something he did know, though, Roy Brooks was a religious man. He attended the same church as his boss. He used the word Calvary when he meant to say cavalry. Bentham entered this little anomaly into the database as a Higgins, a language artifact of revealing proportion. At last it was time to render. Given that he had provided such minimal information, though, Bentham chose to create a rough sketch before committing the computer to long hours of personality calculation. Within minutes, the software delivered bad news. A full render would not produce a synthetic personality with more than a 3% accuracy, and the resulting behavioral model wouldn't be worth the computing cycles, less than 0.001%. Quote, transactional strategies require a behavioral model with a rating of 6% or more, read the dialogue. Another warning Bentham had written. The Englishman pushed away from the desk. Here was both promise and curse of this technology. If you created an accurate proxy of your target, you could also launch a behavioral assault, a campaign of probabilities, hopefully a subversion of will. But to do this, the histories had to be accurate, thresholds of past behavior known. As Bentham stared at the idling computer, another realization was beginning to dawn on him, a possibility that had never actually occurred before. Not only could he target someone else, like Roy Brooks, someone else could target him. And Bentham had a growing suspicion that he was himself under transactional assault. A little after midnight, a desperate banging on the wall startled Bentham from sleep. Next door, he found Roy Brooks sitting up, cheeks slick with tears. He asked what was wrong. Roy, whose condition didn't seem to be improving much, had just awakened in a panic. "You're not dying," Bentham assured him as he passed the water bottle over. "It's just the fever." Roy blubbered incoherently, saying crazy things. "I'm going back," he said. No, you're going to lie down. "Close your eyes," said the Englishman. "It's going to be okay." "Would you please tell her that I—" But Roy didn't get to finish the sentence. Instead, he sat up in bed, shrieked a blood-curdling yell at the top of his lungs. The Englishman pushed him back down into the pillow and placed a washcloth over his forehead. "You're okay. Shh." Sitting there on the edge of the bed, Bentham wondered how much information Roy might unwittingly divulge in this present state. Even without prompting, he was already telling a lot of personal detail. In one fever-induced confession, Roy chanted on and on about how he had only wanted the story, how Holly needed to know that his leaving had nothing to do with her. "It was the story," he said over and over. "It was the story. It was the story." "The story?" "Yes," said Roy. Both of his arms were crossed over his head in the washcloth. "I was going to go back to Phoenix. Oh, please, God." "Roy, how quickly are they moving on the Kennedy investigation?" asked Bentham. "Huh?" "In Phoenix, what are they planning to do about Kennedy?" Nothing that I know of," said Roy. Bentham repeated the question. He asked about Phoenix and what DEA was planning to do about Kennedy. When Roy answered this time, he said, "They're still at the thinking about it stage because stuff keeps coming in." Stuff keeps coming in? This struck Jeremy Bentham as an assault strategy, a synthetic deception based on an appealing little piece of science fiction centered on a slain president. It was a transactional trap, all aimed at catching him. If these assumptions held true, Connor Borman White, his partner, had taken their little disagreement to the next level. "Do you want to know why I'm so mad at myself?" said Roy, interrupting the Englishman's train of thought. "This is his fault." Roy pulled the pillow over his head. In a muffled, tearful confession, he whined that God had given him a wonderful life, a family, wife, children, and a good job. But the devil made him go and screw it up. Bentham asked if anyone else knew he was down here. "He's not that smart, though," said Roy, still engaged in a dialogue quite apart from his conversation with Bentham. "Your boss is not that smart?" repeated Bentham. "No," said Roy, looking out from under the pillow. "Him. The devil." "What about your wife? Does she know you're here?" "Do you believe in the devil?" asked the thoroughly loopy Roy Brooks. "Because I've known him for many years, and I'll tell you something. He's not tricky. He just keeps coming back. I don't know what that's called. What's that called, where someone just keeps on and keeps on and keeps on?" Bentham said he didn't know. "It's a word for when someone won't give up." "Persistence?" asked the Englishman. "That's it," said Roy. "He's persistent, that's all." Roy would not be distracted from his monologue. He poured out his soul. Sometimes he was crying, sometimes raging, only to throw back the covers at an interval and dart to the bathroom. There would be a flush, and Roy would return to his bed with temporary clarity. Aware that there was no way to steer this conversation, Bentham finally gave up and let Roy take the lead. This is how he found out about Mama Jack and Roy's kids, and the fact that Roy had been an investigator at DEA. During their wide-ranging conversation, Roy provided the Englishman with considerable legacy information. Back in his room, Bentham set about amending the reconstruction begun earlier, replacing all the unknowns with specified data. And when he set the rendering preferences this time, everything worked. The software set about organizing the database along transactional pathways, secret trails into the backlands of Roy's personality. At 3:22 a.m., the rendering alarm went off. Bentham would finally have a tactical guide to the man sleeping in the next room. In a world of statistical probabilities and transactional seduction, the Englishman could now launch a war of sorts. Asking questions, ferreting subplots and three-act structures, pursuing Roy Brooks through recursive patterns until at last, by persistence, Jeremy Bentham would come to know the strategies being waged against him by his partner. Bentham studied the screen carefully. The words he saw there suggested the beginnings of a shrewd strategy. Later, in the directory marked Roy Brooks' assault abstract on Bentham's Amiga, these words were found. With fundamentalists, philosophy and theology are not half as effective as a direct emotional appeal. 1. I want to be as happy and fulfilled as you seem to be. 2. What's your secret? 3. How can someone like me find God? 2 days later, when Roy Brooks recovered from his bout of food poisoning, Jeremy Bentham launched the first strike. An unremarkable transaction that took place as the two men were walking on the beach. Roy said that he had been so out of it he only vaguely remembered being out here before. Bentham told him parts of your illness were quite rewarding, actually. Roy asked, Did I say anything crazy? Oh, no, said Bentham. It was theology for the most part. You had profound things to say for a man with diarrhea. Roy said he wasn't really all that sure he wanted to hear. Well, it was nothing to be ashamed of. At one point you were talking about the nature of evil, and I found that quite insightful. Roy hung his head, embarrassed to be reminded of things that might have been said. And you don't remember any of it? Asked Bentham. Roy said no. You made one observation in particular. You said that evil wasn't intelligent, just persistent. Isn't that interesting? You see, I work with computers, said Bentham, and that happens to be the way you program for problem solving. Roy asked, I didn't say anything of a specific nature, did I? The Englishman laughed. No, all crimes went unnamed. When they arrived at the gazebo, they stood there, watching the waves, and Bentham stepped up his attack. When I was younger, Roy, I came to the conclusion that man created God in his own image. When you consider the chaos and the evil in the world, there's a lot of argument against a creator. It must be especially hard for someone like you, someone who's a believer. Roy was obviously troubled by these words, but that was a good sign. Oh, come on, said the Englishman. We are incoherent structures in an incoherent universe. I mean, everyone believes that secretly, at least. Roy said no. He thought it was possible to look around and actually see design in the universe. Are you telling me you think this is all created? Asked the Englishman. Yes, I do, as a matter of fact, said Roy. You don't believe we resulted from a string of random chemical, electrical accidents? Now, I'm not saying this to insult you, Roy, but I want you to just understand the perspective. You see design. I mean, a lot of people agree with you. The universe does have astonishing tolerances, and I agree with that part completely. But you and they are merely seeing the meaningless trail of accidents that leads to us. Do you understand what I just said? Roy was uncomfortable as Bentham talked. Because, Roy, it's so obvious. The evidence of chaos and disorder lies along the other pathways, the one we don't see, said the Englishman. You know, the tortured eruptions in the universe, those great stars collapsing and babies born blind, those trails to the universe where God's absence is so plainly visible. From the way the big man's shoulders were slumped, Bentham suspected the transaction was proceeding with astonishing precision, proceeding exactly as the software had predicted. You know, and it's not just me who doesn't see your God, Roy. I mean, he grows more invisible every day. Maybe it's hard to accept that we live in a disordered universe where there's no greater meaning and no greater wisdom or purpose. The Englishman's words hung out there, taunting Roy to take action, to be a righteous knight. We are random accidents, Roy. No one cares. May I say something? Asked Roy. and I don't want you to think that I'm trying to argue with you or anything, said Roy. But if what you say is true, if we are, what did you call us, random accidents, and there's no greater meaning, well, what else did you say? There's no knowing, said the Englishman, no one universal truth. If there is such a thing, though, it is that all the order we think we see is meaningless. Okay, said Roy, so if you're right, your theory of meaninglessness is also meaningless and random. Bentham asked him to explain. Because your explanation of chaos is no more logical than mine of coherence, said Roy. That is, if you and your ideas are just accidents, right? Well, of course, said Bentham. Philosophically speaking, they both weigh the same. So, it's just as defensible for me to say that a God of love created all things and he loves me, said Roy. That's the bottom line. Bentham said this was extremely interesting. There's one more thing, said Roy. Once he started, it was hard for him to stop. Your theory of chaos requires a certain degree of godly organization to exist. How so? Asked the Englishman. Well, a truly chaotic universe would conspire against all theories, making it impossible to say anything about anything. The software had actually predicted this, that Roy Brooks had unexpected depth after a certain point, and the capacity for holding his own. Which means what? Asked Bentham, utterly tickled at the ire he had raised. Roy looked at him and said, God has to exist for you not to believe. Out on the beach, Bentham didn't proceed until after the sandwiches had been brought down from the restaurant. It was enough that Roy had been goaded into a response. What hadn't been foreseen was Roy's depth and passion. Bentham had originally assessed him as something of an ethnic provincial, perhaps, limited in both education and reasoning. The software, though, had discerned something else, human potential on the brink. A man whose misfirings in life had finally coalesced into a potent psychic fertilizer. A man whose traditions had finally bequeathed a new horizon. After the waiter took the dishes, as they sat looking out on the bay, Bentham began a final approach. So, how long have you been a religious person, Roy? Most of my life, I guess. Your parents went to church? I lost my parents when I was young. Mama Jack, my aunt, made me go. So she's not your real mother? Where are they now? Bentham wanted to know. You mean my dad? Oh, I've no idea. And my mom, she had me when I was 15. We haven't heard from her since the 3rd grade. I'm sorry, said Bentham. It's just a thought, of course, but maybe this is why you need God, to give you a little structure, a sense of belonging. No, I think I need God because I'm incomplete as a human being without him, said Roy. God is like oxygen to me. Well, that's an interesting simile. I'm not perfect, said Roy. Pretty far from it. In fact, I'm sort of going through imperfection right now. Oh, really? Are you going to tell me your little secret? No, said Roy, but just so you'll know, I don't consider myself without fault. The last 14 days have been really stupid, actually. But the point is, he's still there, and God still loves me anyway. Bentham was silent for a few moments and appeared to be thinking about what had just been said. He looked over to Roy and smiled. Can I tell you something? He said. Secretly, I think I have always wanted to be like you people. Don't think for a minute, Roy, your simple solutions, and that's not meant to be an insult. No, I understand, said Roy. Go ahead. Well, religious people are so, maybe the word is naive. Everything they see, the good, the bad, the confusing, everything has a neat little slot. They don't fret about anything. I mean, don't think that sort of bliss doesn't appeal to the rest of us. Are you saying innocence equals simple-mindedness? Asked Roy. Maybe. But let me take up this argument from your point of view. I'll be on your side for a change. If your peace of mind is a sign of stupidity, said Bentham, is my anguish or loneliness or rage or sense of incompleteness, is that a sign of intelligence? The sudden change of tone was unexpected. What would someone like me have to do to become someone like you? Asked Bentham. I don't understand, said Roy. What are you asking? What if I wanted religion? What would I have to do? Roy couldn't believe what he was hearing. A sense of guilt washed over him. Jeremy Bentham had been touched by his life. Bentham was reaching out spiritually. In spite of so many vast failings, God was using Roy as a vessel of honor again. Bentham asked, "What do you have to do to find God?" "Well, let Jesus into your heart," said Roy. "Okay, Jesus, here I am." Bentham thumped his chest. "Here it is. Come into my heart." "But of course you have to mean it," said Roy, a little suspicious that Bentham might be merely performing an insincere silliness. "Okay, I do mean it," said Bentham. "I mean, you have to really, really, really mean it," said Roy. "Okay, I promise. I really, 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 really mean it." "And believe that he is the Son of God?" Roy continued. "I believe that he is the Son of God," said Bentham, "and that he came to earth to die for your sins, and you accept his sacrifice." "Okay," said Bentham, "whatever it is you just said." Roy Brooks looked at him, searching for signs of his true intent. "Maybe we should pray," said Roy, still extremely dubious about this conversion. "We pray here? Don't we need candles or something?" asked Bentham. "No, actually, candles are more for Catholics," said Roy, kneeling down at the plastic table. The Englishman knelt beside him. He looked over to Roy. "What now?" he asked. "Well, just talk to God," said Roy. "I mean, what do I say?" "Confess your sins." "You mean confess them out loud?" asked Bentham. "Well, what do you mean?" "Well, I mean, should I say this loud enough for for you to hear? I don't want you knowing everything I've done," said the Englishman. "Oh, no, this is between you and God." "So how loud do I have to be?" Bentham asked again. "I guess just, mumble. Sort of pray inside your head." Jeremy Bentham started mumbling. A couple of times Roy was tempted to listen in, but he couldn't make out anything distinctly, and the Englishman seemed to have a lot to confess. His conversion went on for the better part of 20 minutes. At last he looked up. He seemed to be astonished. "Something just happened, Roy." "I know. I told you," said Roy, unable to hide a smile. "This is incredible, Roy. What is this?" "It's salvation, Jerry. It's peace that passes understanding." "But I mean, everything just lifted. Is this what you people are always talking about? I don't want it to end, Roy. Can I keep praying?" "Sure." And though he was pleasantly surprised by all this, Roy was a little worried that he might be forced to kneel there another 20 minutes. particularly when Bentham started out with such fervency again. But this second session wouldn't last. Without warning, Bentham jumped up and yelled, "Hallelujah!" And this was not something Roy had suggested. It arrived spontaneously and was exactly the sort of exuberant reaction Mama Jack expressed from time to time. "I am so happy!" exclaimed the Englishman. "I can tell," said Roy. "I think I want to shout," said Bentham. "Hallelujah!" Bentham took off, up the beach, hands flapping above his head. Roy assumed this to be an indication that his friend must have had prior contact with Christian television. Otherwise, how could he know? Roy waited for him to circle back, but it took a few minutes. "So, why didn't you come with me?" asked Bentham, tearing into the gazebo, screeching to a stop. "Oh, that's right, your ankle." "I can't believe this, Roy. I'm so excited." Bentham grabbed Roy and hugged him and wouldn't let him go. He whispered into Roy's ear, "Why hasn't someone told me about the Lord before now?" "I don't know," said Roy. "This must have all happened in God's good providence," said Bentham, "my meeting you here like this." It was darkly cynical, but it played so perfectly against the belief set deeply held by Roy Brooks. As they ate in the restaurant that evening, Bentham asked every question about God that crossed his mind. "What do I say when someone argues with me that Christians are only fooling themselves?" From this point on, most of Roy's answers were based on Bishop Wilson's sermons. "Well, if someone says you're only fooling yourself, tell them, if it feels this good being fooled, I'll be a fool for Jesus." Vintage Bishop Wilson. Bentham asked, "But what if someone who knew me before I was saved? What if they, bring up things I've done?" "Tell them your sins are washed away," said Roy. "But that seems too simple," said Bentham. Again, fortunately, Roy remembered a sermon. "My bishop once said, salvation had to be simple on account of the fact that humans weren't all that smart." The Englishman thought this was hilarious. Laughing out loud, he jumped up, and then to Roy's absolute horror, he ran out of the restaurant. Roy lost sight of him out by the pool. Then from somewhere outside, echoing through the hotel like a sonic blast, came "Hallelujah" again. Roy was beginning to think that he might have just played a role in the creation of a TV evangelist. Something else bothered him. All those unanswered questions about John Kennedy. Bentham hadn't attempted to explain anything so far. At some point, this whooping, hollering brother in the Lord had some answering to do. There was a commotion in the lobby. Roy looked up in time to see Bentham coming through lickety-split. "Jerry, sit down," ordered Roy. "But I feel like running." "Sit, Jerry, please." The new brother in the Lord plopped into the chair. "Jerry, we've talked about many things the last couple of days except for one, and I think you know what it is. John Kennedy, you still haven't given me a very good explanation about that." The question caught Bentham off guard. He didn't have a response, and Roy was staring at him through eyes that reflected no small degree of skepticism. "Jerry, you have to know something about those pictures." "But that's the crazy part. I don't," said Bentham. "Really, I don't know." "Are you sure?" "Absolutely," replied Bentham. Suddenly, Jeremy Bentham fell to his knees, calling out in a loud voice, confessing to God a whole new encyclopedia of sins, right there in the restaurant. Roy whispered in his ear that maybe they should go back up to the room or out to the beach, but Bentham was back into character. All Roy could do was sit and watch as the waiters retreated to the kitchen, and as astonished, frightened guests jumped to their feet and left. The maitre d' tapped Roy on the shoulder. "Is your friend all right?" Roy whispered back that he was just praying. "He's praying?" "Yes." After that, the restaurant pretty much cleared out. Only Roy and the Englishman remained, and Bentham was mumbling away at a newly remembered list of sins. Respectfully, the waiters drifted in from the kitchen, wanting to know if they could buss the tables. Roy told them sure. And the Englishman never looked up. As china and silver were collected, as tablecloths were removed, he didn't miss a beat, not even when the vacuum roared to life. Finally, the lights were turned out, except for the one directly overhead, and the effect was striking. There in that deserted restaurant, a light shone down on a kneeling, almost saintly figure, and to his side, an awkwardly respectful, but increasingly frustrated Roy Brooks. The prayer meeting came to an end an hour later. Bentham rubbed his eyes finally and pushed back his hair. He looked up to Roy and confessed how much better he felt. "And I do want to tell you about John Kennedy, Roy. The Lord told me to. In fact, here's what he said, and you're part of this. You are supposed to write a book," said Bentham with ringing conviction. "What?" asked Roy. "You could do either, couldn't you? Write the book or the movie? Okay, that's what God wants you to do, too. And He wants me to tell you everything, starting first thing in the morning." Roy was surprised to see the computer. Beside it was a picture frame containing what appeared to be an animal's skull. Bentham placed a comforting hand on Roy's arm. It was all highly dramatic. "Thanks to you, Roy, I've got a new life," he said. "There's only one thing. What do I do with the old one?" Roy nodded. He understood. But his attention was still centered on the skull. "Would you mind praying before we start?" asked Bentham. They bowed their heads. Roy briefly invoked God's assistance in facing the issues of the past. And then Bentham reverently picked up the X-frame, passing it over to Roy, who received it with scant enthusiasm. "Go ahead, Roy. You can touch it." Roy suspended the frame above his lap with a minimum requirement of fingers. He noticed there was a brass plaque affixed to the bottom rim of the frame, and the word Buffrin engraved there. To great effect, the Englishman folded his hands behind his head, closed his eyes, and slumped down, remembering the past. "The year my father died," he said, "we were living in Southampton. Many of the kids in our neighborhood lost parents during the war because Southampton was a staging area." In the reflection off the computer screen, Bentham watched Roy scribble out what he had just said, with the X-frame still politely resting across his knees. Bentham continued. "One morning, one of the neighbor's cats had been hit by a lorry. I found the thing next to the curb. It'd been a clean kill. There was no visible trauma, and it seemed so curious because all the pieces of that cat were there, the eyes and the paws and the cute little tongue hanging out like this. Everything except life. Now that's quite a profound thought for a 9-year-old, don't you think?" Roy agreed. It had been a profound thought. "So I scooped the thing up with a shovel," Bentham continued, "and carried it out behind the flat. I had a crazy idea. I wanted to make a plaster cast of this thing. So I posed it on a board, poured the plaster over it, and let it harden. And then from that original impression, I made a positive cast. And when that dried, I painted it, and voila, what do you think I had?" "I don't know," said Roy. "A dead cat doorstop." All of my friends wanted one then. It became quite the in thing. I made, 20, 30. In fact, if you went back today, I think a lot of people would remember the plaster cats of Southampton. That's what they called them. Roy scribbled away. And so this would be the cat then, he said, indicating the X-frame, still discreetly positioned across his knees. Oh, no. The cat was how I got interested in forensics, said Bentham. What you have there is my dog, Bufferin. Roy's discomfort was obvious at this news. This was your dog? It is, yes. Roy looked down into the blank eye sockets. This was getting just a little bit strange. That precious little head bounded to greet me each day, said Bentham. And when he died, Roy, when he died, me mum cried more that day than at my dad's funeral. I think pets are harder to get over sometimes. Of course, the real Buffer's in my memory, Bentham said, tapping his head, but there are times when that's not good enough. Roy looked up to see the Englishman pointing to the skull. X-frames are infinitely better, he said. Roy looked down to the skull as Bentham flipped on the power switch. A rim of blue light came up around the edge of the frame, followed by the surprise projection of a dog's face over the skull, with a wet nose, a panting tongue, glistening, blinking, reamy spaniel eyes, in full dimension. "Ah," Roy grunted, as if he had just stuck his hand in goo. "That's your dog?" "Yes, I take him out and turn him on from time to time. Sort of the ultimate photograph." The plastic frame was still balanced across Roy's knees. "So what's your honest opinion, Roy? What do you think of this technology, morally speaking?" "I don't know," said Roy. "It's a little gross, maybe." "Go ahead, pick it up," said Bentham. "I promise, Buffer doesn't bite." A few minutes later, Bentham produced another object from the closet, something that looked like a welding mask. "And this takes you into Buffer's world," he said. "It's the trip of a lifetime into the world of the dead." Bentham pulled the device over Roy's head and then suggested he look around the room, over toward the door, perhaps. There, Roy saw a ghost dog, and it was watching him. It couldn't be. Is that your dog, Buffer?" he said, utterly flabbergasted. "Yes, call him over," said Bentham. "Actually, call Buffer. That's what he answers to." Hearing his name, the dog trotted over, with his tail wagging and his tongue hanging out, just like in the frame. "Now walk around and see what happens," said Bentham. Roy did as he was told, and the little phantom followed him. The effect was so real. It looked so real. Roy raised the hood just to make sure there wasn't an actual dog in the room. "He chases the signal," said Bentham. "That's why he's always looking at your head. We can even take him outside." "He's wireless?" said Roy. Bentham was on the right, Roy walked on the left, and between them, a spirit dog only Roy could see. It was a bit creepy. "So when you're talking about LAs, this is what you're talking about." "Yes," Bentham said. The dog stopped and looked up, still wagging his tail. The illusion was perfectly real. "Well, he seems friendly enough," said Roy. "And Buffer is only the beginning," said Bentham. "Wait until you see the lab." "You've got a Labrador?" "No, laboratory. We've created a man, Roy. And not just one. I decided something last night. If you're going to write this book, you need to see everything with nothing held back. That is, if you're up to it. I want you to go back to the States with me, and I want you to take a good look at what we're doing. But what I really need I need someone there when I tell Connor about my new life. I need someone who knows how to pray. No longer satisfied to simply find out what was going on at DEA, Jeremy Bentham now wanted more from Roy. He sought an advocate inside DEA, and with this invitation, he embarked on a quest for allegiance. To that end, Bentham had become a Christian, just like Roy, had taken him into confidence and shown him the X-frame technology. Now he was inviting Roy to his world, into the very heart of a carefully guarded empire. As far as Roy was concerned, this was the destiny he had always deserved. Finally. If he gets moody, or you simply lose track of what he's thinking, remind him of the revenue potential. Roy Brooks is subject to flights of fantasy. Appeal to them. He will quickly show his colors. This was taken from the Roy Brooks assault abstract, found later on Bentham's Amiga. To offset any sense of exploitation that might be creeping into the transaction, Bentham initiated a tactical contingency suggested by the software. It was a simple appeal to Roy's expectations of wealth, a simple infection passed to Roy's ego somewhere in the skies over El Paso. So Roy, from a writer's perspective, what's the difference between writing a novel and writing a film? Roy said he didn't know for sure, except that a screenplay had a lot more blank space on the page. He thought he might prefer writing movies because once you got the hang of it, you could probably do 3 or 4 a year. Of course, there was much more to it than just blank spaces and such. You had to know things like dramatic structure and pacing, and most of all, you had to think visually. That was the most important thing, according to Roy, who seemed to brighten the more he talked. Bentham said it always seemed to him that the best option would be to write a novel and then proceed to the film. That way the writer could be twice paid for essentially the same story. Roy said if that turned out to be the case, he would certainly write the book first. That's pretty much all it took. The software had once again nailed it. Drawn into a discussion of royalties, book sales, and movie rights, Roy Brooks was sensing destiny's grand entrance. "I'm parked over here," said Bentham as they walked out of the terminal at Albuquerque. He led through a line of cars to the green Range Rover on the last aisle, regally parked between 2 spaces. As they hoisted the luggage into the cargo area, Bentham continued to speak of their upcoming collaboration. He said he greatly respected Roy's willingness to sacrifice so much for this crusade of heaven. But, for the sake of speculation, what if you make $1 million on the book, Roy? Wouldn't you have to leave DEA? "I don't know," replied Roy, "but it wouldn't matter. I wouldn't have to work anymore." What if someone wanted to make a film? You know, I read somewhere they pay, I don't know, millions of dollars for book rights. Are you ready for millions of dollars, my friend? By the time they pulled out of the parking lot, Roy Brooks was thinking Ferraris and yachts, and maybe even a pilot's license. "You know, Roy, it's going to be a bestseller because what I'm going to tell you is the best-kept secret in the industry. It'll be a wake-up call for believers and non-believers alike." "You know, there's just one thing," replied Roy. "That grave robbery part might just put a few people off. I don't know how I'm going to handle that yet, literarily speaking." "But don't forget," said Bentham, "this isn't about death, is it? This is about changed life. Atheist Jeremy Bentham finds God in Mexico. Our Heavenly Father gets the credit. You get the cash. You don't think God minds if we make a little money now and then, do you? A person has to live. No, I don't think he minds at all, said Roy. Not at all. Remind him, you're taking risks too. This is an issue of life and death for you. The setup is this. Borman White is bipolar and prone to violence. Cast yourself as a victim. Give it historical context. This was taken from the Roy Brooks assault abstract found later on Bentham's Amiga. As they headed north, the temperature outside began to drop. There were snow flurries by the time they arrived in Taos. I'm going to make a quick stop at Walmart, said Bentham. Shouldn't take me more than a couple of minutes. You can stay in the car if you want. Roy hinted that this might be a good opportunity to pick up some warmer articles of clothing while they were there. But I'm not actually going inside, said Bentham, as he wheeled the Range Rover into the alley behind the store. Moving through a suddenly heavy snowfall, the SUV rolled along in near silence. The only sound was the crunch beneath the tires. They stopped at a stack of boxes. Bentham shifted to park and climbed out, followed by Roy, who kept asking what they were doing. Bentham thumped the boxes. Clouds of soft powder drifted to the ground. At last he found a box that suited him. It was large, but still small enough to fit into the back of the Rover. He motioned for Roy to open the hatch. "But what are we doing?" Roy asked again. "You'll see." That was Bentham's only reply. "Make sure he knows. If Borman White goes into another rage, you might lose your life. When a plea bargain is undertaken later, such bravery will be of great merit to your petition." This was taken from the Roy Brooks assault abstract found later on Bentham's Amiga. As they were pulling out of Taos, Bentham unexpectedly pointed to his left cheek. "Do you see this?" he said. "Connor did this to me." "He hit you?" "Hit me? Shot me. I was lucky the bullet only grazed my cheek, but another inch and—" "But why would he do that?" Bentham's eyes became glassy, and his voice was practically breaking. "Last year," he said, "I told him I wasn't happy about what he had been doing. Actually, I had just told him that there was an honest-to-goodness business out there if we could just get beyond the exhumations." "You told him then that grave robbery was wrong." "Of course I did," said Bentham. "But there were other things. We spent so much money on extractions. Connor could only support what we were doing through other, shall we say, illegal activities, if you take my meaning. What you're telling me, basically, is drugs." "Yes. Having worked for the government, we had all the contacts we needed. But how was I going to get Eternal Generations into a more traditional business model with so much criminal activity going on during the startup phase?" "So you're saying he sent the photos to DEA?" asked Roy. "I don't know, I suppose. But I've got to tell you something, Roy. It hurts. It really does. It hurts emotionally and physically. Even the slightest question sends him into a rage. And if he's been drinking, like the night this happened, well, it's God's mercy I'm here at all." Roy was touched by Jeremy Bentham's vulnerability. "Maybe we could split the royalties on the book," said Roy, in a feeble attempt to address what seemed to be Bentham's dismal prospects. "No, I don't want money," said Bentham. "If we can get the message out that it doesn't matter who you are or what you've done, that'll be payment for me. You know something, Roy? He can't kill the testimony." Just before they pulled into Red River, Bentham turned off the road into an empty summer campground. "Do you trust me?" he asked, shifting into park. Roy said of course he did. "Then would you do me a very great favor? Would you, and this is going to sound so strange, would you be so good as to get into the back, into the box?" Roy had already figured it out. Bentham couldn't afford to be seen with him once they pulled into town. That psychotic partner of his might also see, and they couldn't very well have that. "Yes, let's do it," said Roy without hesitation. "I understand." Bentham climbed out, peeled open his pocket knife, and cut slits along the rim of the container so Roy could see out. "Now, it's going to be a little crowded, but maybe it won't take long to do what we have to do," said Bentham. Though the box was quite accommodating, Roy was definitely a couple of sizes too big. They had to cut and fold back the end just so he could climb in. Once inside, he had to ball himself up, his arms wrapped around his knees, holding them together. "Can you still breathe?" asked Bentham through one of the slits. Roy said he could, but it was still a little uncomfortable. "But you can see out?" Bentham wanted to know. "Sure, pretty much. I can see around on all sides." "Good," said Bentham. "I promise it'll be much safer for the both of us this way." Watching the passing world through slices of sunshine at the top of the box, Roy came to a conclusion. Red River was the kind of village that you might see on a Christmas card. Its streets were quaint, lined with holiday shops. As picturesque as it was, however, the small community had other recommendations, virtues not so apparent to Roy from his cramped observation post. In its highland passes, lurking at the end of invisible white roads and forgotten trails, there were ghost towns, lost cabins, abandoned silver mines. These were exactly the resources that Bentham and his partner found highly desirable in the beginning. 3 women carrying skis stepped into the street. "Must have been a heavy snow last night," Bentham said. He rolled down the window and motioned for the 3 to cross. The outside air was sharp and pungent, like an alpine meadow. Roy could feel it, even taste it, inside the box. "On the left is where you'll be staying," Bentham said. "The Two Moose Motor Lodge." Roy turned from side to side in the box, peeking out. He saw the Shell station, and he saw the Two Moose. "Have you got your bearings?" asked Bentham. "Pretty much," said Roy. "By the way, Jerry, I may need a coat or something. I pretty much only have a bathing suit, you know." "Oh, right," said Bentham. A roll of $20 bills materialized through one of the peepholes. "Oh, thanks," said Roy, as the vehicle pulled back out into the street. "Now, you follow this road," Bentham told him. "It's about 3 miles to the turnoff." Through his cardboard portal, Roy observed mountains and snow and wide open spaces. "Roy, can you see this curve? Are you looking?" Roy shifted his position to another peephole. "The turnoff is on the other side of this curve," said Bentham. "So when you're here, when you see that house hanging off the mountain there, you're close." "I'll be walking then." "Yes," said Bentham. "Too risky otherwise." After this was said, 2 additional $20 bills materialized in the opening. "Make sure and get something really warm," said Bentham. They rounded the curve. Bentham braked and turned off the blacktop. "We're here. This is it. This is where you want to come," he said. "Now, if you can see where I'm pointing, that's the road right there." July 4th Canyon Road trailed up into the mountains, an unblemished passage of white, grayed only by the lengthening shadows. "How far is it?" asked Roy. Less than a mile. You'll come to a brown mailbox. My place is on the right. It's easy to find." "It looks like a pretty rough climb," said Roy. "Oh, precisely," said Bentham, "but it keeps us, shall we say, remote." The room at the Two Moose was clean enough. Stacked beside the fireplace were freshly split lengths of fur, ready for burning. Roy sat on the edge of the bed, looking around the room. It felt like a holiday. He thought of his kids. Red River would be a nice place for them to visit as well. He wondered what they were doing this afternoon. Had they recovered from the sudden loss of a father? How he wished to tell them he would be returning soon. Their fortunes would be sealed, regardless of what happened on the legal front. But there was no way to communicate with them. They would continue to suffer. They would lie in their beds tonight, worrying about their daddy, wondering if he were even alive. Such thinking produced deep anguish in Roy. When he went out to buy an overcoat, the woman at the front desk suggested that a warm front was due the following afternoon. It might get up to 38 degrees. Roy smiled at her and replied that wasn't exactly what he would call a warm front. "Suit yourself," she said. "There are 3 outfitters that way." She pointed back toward town. "On the other side of Texas Reds, but you'd better hurry. They all close in about an hour." He wasted little time. Roy took off down the street in shirt sleeves, entering the first store he came to. Within moments he had selected a red plaid woolen coat, a cheap pair of green gloves, and a purple ski cap. And though he was close to spending most of the 20s he'd been given, he picked up a dark blue muffler from the closeout bin. Warmth and price being his sole concerns at the moment, he did wonder how it all looked together. Roy glanced into the mirror where about the best thing that could be said for his ensemble was, he would at least be warm. After letting Roy out, Jeremy Bentham was at last free to engage in transactional battle with his partner. The big SUV groaned as it dug in, cutting fresh ruts through the otherwise unspoiled blanket of white. The lodge was an imposing A-frame made of redwood, accented in fieldstone, with a massive glass prow forming the front wall. The panorama framed by this window was breathtaking, a snow-covered valley winding through a wilderness. As he turned into the driveway, Bentham took small reassurance in the unbroken snow contours in front of the lodge. Everything seemed pretty much as he had left it. Still, he wouldn't be completely relieved until he had checked inside and out. As he pulled into the garage, he realized how much he had missed it all. The view, the cold, the peaceful mountain nights, and the fireplace. It was good to be back. Hopefully, his anxieties would prove to have been completely unfounded. He checked the loft first, his bedroom, and then he went down to the basement. In the middle of this large open area was a walk-around enclosure containing a stairway to the abandoned silver mine beneath the lodge. He rattled the handle on the door, double-checked the arming mechanism. The door had not been opened. So far, so good. Back on the main floor, Bentham proceeded down the hall to the workroom. He opened the door. In the dark he saw 3 rows of monitors, and below them the computers to which they were attached. And still everything seemed to be in place. He switched on the first screen. As the black faded, he instantly realized something was indeed drastically wrong. The elderly woman on screen stood there naked, with her backside to the camera. Mother? Hello? He felt a growing nausea when the LA didn't respond. Fearing the worst, he quickly proceeded to the other screens where the view was pretty much the same. All the LAs were accounted for, but standing there, motionless and naked. Bentham was astonished and also perplexed. How could this happen? How had it been achieved? To pose them, to remove their clothes required intense programming. Why would Connor go to such effort? On the way back to the Two Moose, Roy could no longer resist the urge. There was a payphone at the Shell station. In afternoon's fading light, as the temperature continued to plummet, he picked up the receiver and made the call he'd wanted to make for several days. The phone rang in Phoenix. Little Sandra's voice came on. "May I help you?" she said. She sounded so small, so far away. Roy was so overcome with emotion he couldn't speak. "I'm going to hang up," the child threatened. 1, 2... In the background, Roy could hear Holly's voice asking who it was. "I don't know," was the child's response. And then Holly spoke into the phone. It was a bigger voice, more demanding. "Who is this, please?" she said. Roy felt the words choking in his throat, refusing to be spoken. Softly, intuitively, Holly whispered, "Roy?" And when she did, the children cried out. "Roy, if this is you, please say something." Sandra and Duncan ran to their mother's side, calling "Daddy." Holly attempted to cover her mouth, but the children were yanking and grabbing at the phone. Resisting them was not easy. "Roy, if this is you, you've got to know Mama's sick. Do you hear me? She's very sick." Roy slammed the receiver into the cradle and stepped away. He was shaken and despondent. She could see it in their eyes. Holly gently replaced the receiver and turned to the small faces, devastated now by suspicion, grieved that their father might have called but would not have spoken to them. And in that instant, she realized this was probably the most terrible moment of all. When the little ones burst into tears, she grabbed them tightly. "Sweethearts, don't cry, please. It was a wrong number. It wasn't Daddy. Please don't. Shh. Remember Mama Jack. Don't let her hear." This was the only appeal that would quiet them, the prospect of losing Mama too. The kids rubbed their eyes and looked toward the old woman's room, bravely accepting the explanation, just a wrong number. The prayer chain had been called off. For the first time in the history of St. Matthew's, a prayer chain had been canceled for reasons of health. Mama Jack, who had lasted for 3 days, had finally collapsed in a fit of coughing, and the doctor bluntly told her if she didn't calm down, he was going to put her in ICU. With her blood pressure out the top, the prayer partners decided that Mama probably wouldn't survive another day of prayer warrioring. So they returned to their respective homes and promised to continue the fight. On the night of the phone call, Holly stepped into the old woman's bedroom and found Mama Jack standing by the window, looking outside. "Mama, what are you doing? Are you okay?" "It was him," said the old woman. "No," said Holly, "I think it was a wrong number." Mama Jack looked over at Holly and smiled serenely. Mama was still smiling as she reached back for the handle on the wheelchair behind her. Holly supported her under the arms, helping her down. When she had settled, the old woman prophesied. "Just like Daniel's dream," she said, "Roy is going to be hindered for a few days, but he's coming home." It's difficult, if not impossible, to fight a war on two fronts. This was a doctrine of combat long before the campaigns of ancient Greece or Rome. Two fronts not only divide resources, they blur otherwise clearly focused tactical objectives. War on two fronts usually means loss on both. Jeremy Bentham knew well this lesson from history. These things he now believed. First, his partner, Connor Borman White, had set him up at DEA. The assault undoubtedly had as its goal the snaring of Bentham in DEA's investigation of John Kennedy. Bentham would have to turn full attention to legal matters, and Connor Borman White would take the company. Whatever else was true, Jeremy Bentham believed that controlling interest in eternal generations was at the heart of the strategy against him. Only one thing didn't fit in: the assault on his LAs. Here was something in which both men held a common interest. These reconstructions had taken decades. How could he just kill the files? Bentham got the answering machine when he called. This was normal. The two partners now communicated primarily through messages on each other's phone machine or postings over the electronic bulletin board. The Englishman was quite unprepared when White's voice came online. "I'm here," said Borman White. This was the first time the two had actually spoken directly in 6 months, if indeed there was a real person on the other end of the line. "I'm working here," said Connor Borman White. "What do you want?" It certainly sounded like him. "I just wanted to make sure you knew your little DEA operation was over," said Bentham. "Some outcomes can't be predicted, Connor, and some turn deadly." Borman White asked if that was meant to be a threat. "You can take it any way you want," said Bentham. "And another thing, I hope you plan to fix my LAs." White said, "What are you talking about?" He sounded truly astonished. At this point, the conversation descended into shouting. Bentham accused his partner of deliberately setting him up, then destroying the LAs. So much for nuanced combat. Borman White then accused Bentham of trying to squeeze him out of the company, trying to take over. The Englishman pretended to be astonished at this suggestion. "That is absolutely out of line," said Bentham. "Anything I've done has been done with our mutual interest in mind." "Mutual interest," said Borman White. "Who is Ranger Kaufman, then? And this other guy, who's he, this Roy Brooks?" There came a long silence, and then Jeremy Bentham said, "By the way, Connor, I saw pictures of the president. I know what you're trying to do." Roy Brooks carries deep longings from childhood. In your relationship with your mother, he will see the promise of his own psychological repair. But emphasize it as a living photograph, and when he's softened, when he realizes that with your help he can formulate the mother experience he never had, that's the time to barter. Have your term sheet ready. These words were taken from the Roy Brooks assault abstract found on Bentham's Amiga. Jeremy Bentham punched in the code, disarming the passage into the mine. He flipped on the light and descended into the shadows. His footsteps on the iron staircase echoed into the vast spaces, percussive rhythms in a secret world of creaks and groans. Back when they had worked here daily, he found it to be a surprisingly noisy place, with rocks breaking loose and falling in some distant chamber. Given the vastness of the complex, you never really knew where the sound originated, and after working 30 hours on an X-frame, Bentham's imagination often didn't stop with where. At the bottom of the stairs, he turned back toward the main chamber, an underground cave more than 50 meters in length, with a ceiling 20 meters high. As he walked the corridor, dancing light from the monitors in the cavern animated the shaft. It was always eerie to be down here alone. A few meters this side of the big room, Bentham turned into an alcove cut into the rock. This was the storage area where they kept the backups. They had discovered that growing an LA and then maintaining it was like nurturing an exotic animal. If an LA died, the loss could be as tragic as real death. And you didn't merely replace a drive or copy a program from one place to another. There was only one way to keep these fragile, dynamic creatures intact. You provided them with a fully optimized, fully specified hardware environment. Inside this grotto, in the beam from the flashlight, Jeremy Bentham checked the name tags dangling from the computers there. 2 of them were marked with his own name. They were almost as precious to him as the one he gathered in his arms, the one with the tag that read, Mother. Back upstairs, he removed the old CPU from its harness. In its place, he installed a new, undamaged version of the Mother LA. He attached the camera, the microphone, and the monitor. He did not patch her into the network, though. That cable was left dangling on purpose. When everything was connected, he went through the boot-up sequence. Mother appeared on screen in a rocking chair, fully clothed in a petunia print dress with Buffer at her side. Mom, 1937-1919. The old woman looked up at him and smiled. 143, she said, repeating her side of the code. Hello, sweetheart. How's my boy? Fine, said Bentham. It's nice to see you again, as always. How are you feeling, son? In life, Mother's concern for his health had been a consistent element in their relationship. Now it was the preamble to any interaction. Even with so many issues pending, her programmed concern brought him a degree of comfort. I'm doing fine, Bentham said. Oh, I hope so, was the reply. You make me happy when my skies are gray, said the old woman. Guess what, said the Englishman. We're going to have company. A man by the name of Roy Brooks. Can you say that? Mother repeated the name, thus verifying her functionality. While he's here, said Bentham, I want you to do something for me. I want you to ask me a few questions in his presence. What questions? The LA wanted to know. Okay, the first one is, do you like it when I come to visit you? And the second, who's your best friend? Can you remember that? It was such a simple thing, of course she could remember. As he moved into the narrow underground passage one more time, it seemed to Bentham that the ever-present electronics hum was louder than before. Either that or his mind was playing tricks. Cautiously, Bentham walked past the alcove and poked his head into the main shaft. Looking down the shadowy line of large machines, he noticed the run lights on the 4th VAX. Someone was accessing it. Connor, probably. But as he turned away, he noticed something else. Another sound. Vague and airy like radio static. He stepped back into the cavern because this was something he had not heard before. A soft hissing like air from a tire. What would Connor be doing with an open RF line? That's what it sounded like. Could this be some new high-level technical attack, he wondered. Then Bentham heard what could only be described as murmuring, oddly phased into the static. "Who's there?" he called out. In that instant, the sound disappeared. "Connor, is that you?" No reply came, just the hum and the white noise carried so discreetly within the waveform. Bentham didn't stand around long. He promptly made his way back to the alcove where he grabbed another of the machines, the one with his name tag, then quickly shuffled back down the corridor to the staircase. Upstairs, in the safety of his basement, he shut the door and set the arming mechanism. Surely Connor wouldn't try to follow. It was well below freezing when Roy Brooks stepped outside the next morning. At the Shell station, he filled a styrofoam cup with coffee and stood there in the drive. Except for the long walk ahead, he was otherwise feeling pretty good about everything, considering that he had spent a week in the jungle, considering that he had survived multiple shotgun blasts and a serious case of diarrhea, considering that he had fallen 3 stories and walked away. Considering all this, Roy Brooks saw the first indications of fortune. As he took in the splendor of the mountains and the brightening morning, he thought he could also see the very hand of God finally moving in his behalf. Of course, after 45 minutes walking in this blistering cold, some of his euphoria began to wane. Roy had a new appreciation for the difference between flatland miles and mountain miles. His cheeks went numb. Cold cut through his gloves and into his coat. Still, he marveled at the beauty, at the sky, at the sunline creeping down the peaks. Mostly he was in awe at the frigid quiet of this deserted mountain road. In the upstairs workroom, Bentham powered up the second Amiga. A face came up, and this time it was his own. As they developed their technology over the years, Borman, White, and Bentham had experienced an escalating sense of potential. The coalescence of memory and personality into a living database made a number of things possible. And when he saw his LA in the monitor for the first time, he realized something else. Now he had an advocate, serving his interest in the slipstream of all things digital. Now he had an ally on the other side, someone to guard his interests, and who better than himself? Bentham would develop his own battle plan at some point. Until then, though, he would simply post a surveillance. He told the LA, "Every hour call me, and talk to me and only me." Bentham's LA on screen shook his head. He understood. After this commissioning, the Englishman set to work. First thing he had to do was draw up the terms of a plea bargain. He spent more than an hour drafting the conditions. When he was satisfied, he printed the file and then turned his attention to the massive clot of programming code. As he labored through the night, the phone rang every hour on the hour. Each time, the LA assured him that the network was quiet, that Borman White's terminals were inactive, and so it would be until morning. A half-frozen Roy Brooks stumbled onto the deck of the lodge. Before he had a chance to knock, though, the door opened. Bentham had been watching for him. The Englishman was wearing the same clothes as yesterday. His hair was greasy and suggestively erect in places, and there were dark circles under his eyes. "Jerry, are you okay?" asked Roy. "Absolutely. Ready if you are," said Bentham, closing the doors behind him, but his words weren't terribly enthusiastic. As he peeled off the coat and gloves, Roy looked around. The first thing he noticed was the back wall, covered from corner to corner with portraits. "Who are they?" he asked, pointing. There were young faces there and old, men, women. All were bare-shouldered and posed against a black void, and all had one thing in common. They stared out from their frames with an ethereal blankness. "Are those LAs?" asked Roy. "What do you think?" answered the Englishman, who grabbed him by the arm and hustled him down to the workroom. With his legal pad in hand, Roy sat facing the blank video monitors. There were 30 arranged in 3 rows along the back wall. "I want you to meet someone special," said Bentham. "Mother has more than 300 rotaries, 20,000 click events, and a vocabulary of better than 20,000 words, all based on original wavetables." As the technical explanations tumbled from the Englishman's lips, Roy realized they'd never had a deep discussion of the technology, but Bentham was rattling on as if Roy had the slightest idea what he was talking about. Embedded in the rotaries, said Bentham, are more than 200 anecdotal stories about me. And of these anecdotals, 8% were decoded from original introns. So you're telling me she's real then, said Roy. Practically. Roy confessed that he hadn't understood everything that had just been said. He wondered if there might be an easier explanation. Jeremy Bentham looked at Roy. He explained this much. He said if he had had to program each LA into existence by hand, it wouldn't have been possible. He suggested the process was akin to creating a piece of lace where memories were interwoven into an elaborate design, and there were millions of links connecting legacy data with probable response. For this reason, the arduous process of creating an LA had been automated. This was the key to all that they had done, Bentham told him, authoring software. Imagine a necklace, said Bentham. Imagine that every word you've ever heard, every lesson you've ever learned, the places you've been and the people you've known are like individual beads on that necklace, sorted and arranged in 1,000 different ways. Our authoring program places those beads. Imagine a pattern, Roy. Really, that's all it is. We call them rotaries. Or another way to look at them, we recreate someone to our own image, Roy interrupted. No, I was going to say specification, actually. Rotaries can be edited, so when we are reconstructing someone, it's a simple thing to leave a bead out here and there, or maybe an entire rotary if we want. Roy instantly understood the implications. Here was technology that allowed you to recast someone's personality. After all, who would want an LA with the prickly realities that came with the original equipment? Bentham said in that respect, LAs were better than the originals on which they were based. Editing out personal excess was not only a vital part of the process, the ultimate success of this technology depended on it. Roy, here's the proposition. How would you like to have an LA of your own mother? Asked Bentham. That's kind of you, said Roy, but actually I don't remember too much about her. Maybe not, but we could still reconstruct her, said Bentham, at least a favorable likeness. Base it on what few memories you do have, or from your dreams even. Roy said he wasn't sure he would care to see a representation of her, even an edited one. Every child needs a mother, Roy, even you. I'm going to make you an offer. If you will help me, maybe I can bring her back. Help you? Asked Roy. All of his life, small men had solicited his confidence or the promise of protection. This was a pattern Roy knew well. It was one he could play. I want a plea bargain, said Bentham. Help me turn state's evidence, and I will build your mom. And here's my starting position. He produced the 5-page term sheet created the night before. If we can come to terms, he said, I'll create your mother free of charge, based on your needs, if nothing else, and every bit as good as what I'm about to show you. So think about it. It's a small token, the least I could do for the person who helped turn my life around. And just so you'll know, this is what we're talking about. Bentham hit the power switch. The monitor brightened. Roy saw an old woman on screen in a rocking chair, and at her feet, Buffer. Hello, Bentham called out. 1937-1919. The old woman looked up. What could only be interpreted as a sinister smile drifted across her lips. 143, she said, repeating her side of the security. How's my boy? I'm fine, and this is the person I was telling you about. This is Mr. Brooks. The camera attached to the monitor rotated in its mount. As the imaging element zoomed in, the old woman looked out at Roy. "Did you hear what I said?" asked Bentham. "This is Roy Brooks." Still, Mother did not respond. "As you can see, LAs are as unpredictable as people are," said Bentham. He then turned back and addressed her again. "Hello in there, hello!" Slowly the old woman's chin came back up, and the two stared at each other across the dimensions. Bentham could barely contain a sudden rising panic. "I've got to check something," he said. He dropped to his knees and frantically crawled to the back of the CPU. Surely he hadn't accidentally connected her to the network. To his great relief, the cord dangled freely to the floor. Quickly back to his feet, he called out, hoping that he was only experiencing a minor skip. But as he stood, so did Mother, on screen. He asked her what was going on. Without reply, the old woman shuffled around until her back was to the camera. "We're over here," said Bentham, "on this side." "No, I'm not talking to you any more," she said. "I'm not talking at all." "Mom, we're not making a very good impression. Remember what I said earlier?" "You know what? I'm not sure about you," said the old woman, "and I've given this quite a bit of thought. How do we know you are who you say you are?" she asked. Bentham quickly hit the escape key. "What if you aren't really my son?" she continued. "I certainly don't remember having you. In fact, I'm pretty sure you don't even exist." "But I made you," said Bentham. "Of course I exist." The old woman looked over her shoulder. She cut her eyes at him. "Sons don't make mothers," she said, in case you've forgotten. Roy started writing feverishly, attempting to capture every word. "Please don't take this down," Bentham said. Roy told him there was great irony. "She doesn't believe in you. Your own creation doubts that you exist." Now that's a literary hook if I ever heard one. "No, it's not literary," said Bentham. "It's a rendering error. And it makes the technology look bad. So please don't." "Correction," said Roy. "It makes the technology look real." The telephone rang. Bentham quickly excused himself and walked into the hall before picking it up. He assumed it was his sentry. But there was no voice at the other end. Even when he repeated the security code a second and third time, the only response was a hum, a white noise, and then came the whispered cadences again. When he came back into the room, he was obviously distressed. He paced back and forth, rubbed his hands through his hair. He wondered if his LA had suffered a fate similar to the others. Roy asked him if there was something wrong, if there was anything he could do. "No," said the Englishman. "I just need to think about this for a second." Suddenly he spun around. He told Roy an emergency had just come up. Would it be possible to knock off for a few hours? Roy said sure, no problem. He could wait in the other room, find something to read. "No," said Bentham. "It's better for you to go back to town and wait for me." "Back to town?" said Roy. "Do you have any idea how long it took me to get here?" "I know," said Bentham. "Maybe I can pick you up later." "Actually, I'd rather stay here if it's all the same," said Roy. "It's not. It's inconvenient, I know, but trust me, this is an emergency." Turning to the monitor, Bentham asked, "Mother, are you still there?" "No," she replied. "I am gone." Bentham reached out and hit the power, and the monitor went dead. Then he turned to Roy and abruptly insisted that it was time to go, now. "But I just got here," protested Roy. "I know," said Bentham as he thrust the term sheet into his hand and pushed him down the hall, out the front door and then outside. The plaid coat came flying out after. Roy stood there in front of the lodge in something of a daze. He was not quite sure what had just happened. Back inside, Bentham rushed into the workroom and flipped on the other monitor, the one that displayed his proxy. When the screen brightened, his LA was sitting cross-legged in the middle of the frame. The Englishman went through the security sequence, but the LA refused to acknowledge the codes. On screen, the LA smiled and in a whisper said, "He's here, Jerry." "What?" said Bentham. "He just wants you to know he's here." "Who's here?" said Bentham. "Connor, are you completely insane?" Roy wasn't all that thrilled to be back out on the road, but as he hoisted the duffel bag over his shoulder and kicked a trail through the slush, there were two major improvements over the hike earlier in the day. First, the temperature was now above freezing. Second, Roy had something to read. He was already scanning the first section of Bentham's proposal as he started down the driveway. It read, "My contributions include development of the skin mapping algorithm. More recently, I programmed an authoring environment for intronic reconstruction. At Eternal Generations, we understand much of the process by which junk genes encode memory. This is a technology of vast potential for government use." Section 2 of the document was entitled Known Illegal Activities. It was an admission of assorted offenses, from narcotics trafficking to exhumation to theft of artifacts. In Part 3, entitled My Culpability, Bentham proposed his terms. "These are the things to which I will testify in a court of law. Number 1, my partner, Connor Borman White, has been involved in illicit smuggling for many years. Mr. White further compromised Eternal Generations through illegal exhumations in Israel, Egypt, Gettysburg, and Arlington National Cemetery. Upon acceptance of terms, I pledge to provide the government with extensive evidence of these and other illegal activities that occurred in the years 1964 through 1990. As Roy walked along, distracted by the document in his hand, he failed to notice movement in the trees parallel to the road. Someone was quietly stalking him. The stranger would have gone completely unnoticed had his feet not become entangled with a fallen branch. Roy spun around. No more than 15 meters away, a small man with a pointed goatee and closely cropped hair struggled against a somewhat elaborate stumble. "Hello," said the stranger when he had finally steadied himself. "Sorry, it was much better in rehearsal." "Rehearsal?" said Roy. The awkward silence was broken when the stranger introduced himself. "I'm Connor Borman White. I think you know who I am, and I know who you are. You're Roy Brooks." "You're the partner," said Roy. "Yes," White replied, stepping carefully around the villainous branch. "I've something to say to you, Mr. Brooks. Mainly that you're being manipulated, but surely you suspect this already." Roy didn't understand. "Well, the short and sweet of it is, my partner built a model of you, then recursively assaulted you, Mr. Brooks, until the software figured out the best way to make you do his bidding. At which point it was, no disrespect, at which point it was, hello, Jesus." "But no one assaulted anyone," said Roy. "Understand, this isn't a criticism of your faith, Mr. Brooks. I'm just telling you, Jerry is incapable of the pledge for which you give him credit. He came to Jesus for the sole purpose of seduction." Roy certainly didn't like the sound of this. He bristled. "Jeremy discovered the Lord," he said, "the truth, the light, and the way." "No disrespect to the Lord," said Connor Borman White, "but Jeremy discovered the truth, the light, and the way to the deal. A plea with DEA is the only Jesus he wants from you." Roy didn't answer, but of course he held proof of this accusation in his hand. Connor Borman White took another step forward. Roy could now see that he was an older man, like Bentham, mid-60s perhaps. "I wouldn't be surprised if he characterized me as dangerous," said White. "You have nothing to fear, Mr. Brooks. You've seen how coordinated I am, and you, my friend, are the size of a barn. No offense." "What do you want?" said Roy. "Okay, straight to the point then," said White. "On my computer, I modeled the transaction, and the results came out the same. All roads lead through you, Mr. Brooks." Roy asked, "What does that mean?" "It means the software believes at some point we're going to find ourselves in front of a federal judge, but only one of us gets a deal. It's either Jerry or me, whichever person you and DEA end up sponsoring." As he said this, Borman White stepped closer. "The trouble is, you see, we're both guilty," he said, "except I'm not going to insult your intelligence and invoke the name of Jesus just to win brownie points." The small man then pulled a rectangular object from his jacket, which he offered then, from his palm. "Do you know what this is?" White asked. "Looks like an ammo clip," said Roy. "It is. Take it," said White, shifting it from his small hand into Roy's huge hand. He then reached into his pocket again, pulling out a Glock, which he also handed over. "This is my pledge," said White, "because I know the only way you're going to consider my position is if you feel completely safe." Roy held the two pieces in his hand, the pistol and the clip. "So, what's it going to be?" said White. "Is it going to be the truth? Or do you prefer hallelujah and praise the Lord and pass the communion wine?" "Maybe you are the one who's manipulating," suggested Roy, who was completely undecided about what to do. "Of course, that's possible," said White. "But what if I'm being honorable? Don't you owe me the Christian courtesy of a hearing?" "Christian courtesy," said Roy. "I have a pretty good idea what you're going to say anyway." Roy held up the term sheet. "Probably something along these lines." White asked, "What's that?" Roy made his move. He jumped back. The term sheet fluttered into the snow as he jammed the ammo clip into the grip. Roy ended up on his knees, with the pistol aimed squarely at the smaller man's head. "Mind the trigger," said White. "Please, be careful." "It's a confession," said Roy, cautiously plucking the document from the snow with his left hand. "It tells everything you've done, including grave robbery. You're even quoted, I believe." Still attentively holding aim, Roy read this passage aloud. "In every culture, the dead are relatively unprotected and will be of increasing value for the memories they contain, dormant within any recoverable organic tissue." "Did you say that?" "Probably," said White, "something along those lines. But so has he. Jerry's views are not vastly different. Believe me, any crimes were committed mutually. So why do you take his side? Because he mocks you? We're both guilty, Mr. Brooks, except I'm willing to tell you the truth. The confession in your hand is about as sincere as his confession of faith." "So what do you want?" asked Roy. "Well, you've seen his world. Now let me show you mine. You've got to help us protect this technology. My plea isn't just for me, Mr. Brooks. I don't think Jerry or I should be prosecuted, regardless of what we may have done." Back at the lodge, Jeremy Bentham retrieved the printout of Mother's code from a storage shelf in the basement, an 800-page document, 7.5 inches thick. Tracking with his index finger, he compared the lines on screen to those on paper. He found the first discrepancy on page 4, where a transactional command had been replaced with a string of symbols and letters. It was an easy fix. Bentham simply returned the line to its original statement, copied from the archive. 10 lines later, he found another faulty command. Again, using the printout as reference, he returned the command to its original form. With the discovery of the third and fourth error strings, however, Bentham realized that the erratic lines weren't entirely irregular. Each followed the original syntax to a degree, which explained how you could have behavioral anomalies in the LAs without an overall system crash. He also realized, based on the errors he had found so far, he could write a software tool to analyze the program line by line. With luck, the computer could find and correct all the holes automatically, relieving him of the tedium. Mother would be back in her right mind by midnight. The trail through the woods merged with an old logging road. Connor Borman White took the lead, talking incessantly. Roy kept the Glock pointed at the middle of his back. "Ever heard of good cop, bad cop?" asked White as he moved down the choppy white trail. 2 years ago, we ran a funding strategy. It told us that the way to pitch eternal generations was for one of us to be more receptive than the other. So if an investor got involved with Jerry and they put together a deal, my reluctance made it possible to drive better terms. It was just a strategy. He was the good cop, and you were the bad, said Roy. Yes, I was, until he started believing it, said White. Talk about screwed-up psychology. He started treating me as if I really were the enemy. How crazy is that? What was originally a capitalization strategy is now the two of us scrambling for the exit. I expect you didn't find any mention of that in Jerry's confession. Am I right? Eventually they came to a stream partially covered by a thin layer of ice. Roy wasn't sure how they'd get across until White pointed to a line of rocks. He said he'd tried to jump it a couple of times, but you really didn't want to fall in. The water was bitterly cold. When White reached the rock bridge, he proceeded across it as casually as someone might stroll down a sidewalk. Roy wasn't so confident. He made his way one step at a time, balancing the duffel bag, concentrating before each step. Eventually, he made it to the other side. Beyond the stream, Connor Borman White disappeared around a bend in the path. When Roy made his turn, though, he came face to face with something completely unexpected. He found himself standing before an open gash in the hillside. "Hold up," he called out. "It's an abandoned silver mine," explained White, making his way back to where Roy stood. "Once upon a time they took a lot of silver and copper out of these hills." Looking down into the mouth of the shaft, Roy could see barrels and crates stacked about. "It doesn't look abandoned," he said. "Oh, people still use them for storage," said White, "but no one's actually worked them since the 30s. By the way, we're nearly there. My cabin's just around the corner." With that, White turned and strolled off, still jabbering. "The models warned us we couldn't go corporate," he said. "You really want to get to the heart of this case, Mr. Brooks? Understand that much, and you've got 98% of it." Roy told him that he found this technology a little nightmarish. "Yes, well, when we started," said White, "we didn't see ourselves as ever being legitimate again. We left England, burned the bridge, got new identities. Look up the name Jeremy Bentham, by the way. See what you find." "What does Connor Borman White mean?" asked Roy. "Nothing special," said White, "except that it's not Neville Nestor, which is fine with me. Anything's better than that." "Neville Nestor? That's your real name?" White turned and smiled. "Not anymore," he said, stepping into the clearing in front of his cabin. Compared to Bentham's well-appointed A-frame, Borman White's place wasn't much more than a simple log cabin, a box with rough plank decking the length of the wall. It perfectly reflected the simple man who seemed more than willing to confess everything. One of our models actually came back saying that we had too many skeletons in the closet, said White, chuckling. Too many bodies to start a legitimate corporation. I tried to tell him, It doesn't matter how you dress this up. This is not going to be another McDonald's. But he and his little marketing warlock sit around trying to come up with game plans and business models, which we already know can't work. I must be missing something, said Roy. I thought this was mostly about reconstructing the dead. You keep talking about scenarios and models. When you've got someone inside the computer, said White, you not only have the option of modeling their behavior, you can also rehearse their weaknesses. Evidently, Jerry had enough information on you. The computer told him to get religion. I've seen your assault abstract, if you're interested. Roy Brooks didn't want to believe any of this, but deep down, it felt true. Read this for me. Tell me what you think, said Roy, handing over Bentham's plea bargain. White accepted the document and crossed to the deck, where he sat and read for a few minutes. His gentle sincerity and self-depreciating manner were reassuring, and if it were true, if Bentham had faked his conversion, Roy would have little difficulty changing allegiance. After scanning the pages, White looked up and said, "Half-truths. We contracted most of the science. We control the big picture, but a lot of people worked on this, Roy. Sometimes it's like maybe we employ a digger, sometimes a professor who has access to a lab. Point is, no one person did it all." "You're just the architect," said Roy. "Absolutely. That's all we are. There were others." "Have you ever had any doubts?" Roy wanted to know. "Did you ever wonder if maybe it's wrong, taking someone's body?" "I think that's what bothers me a little, the grave robbery." Connor said he understood as he handed back the document. "But let's be blunt, Roy. A body is only decomposing organic material. It melts. It nourishes the earth, fertilizer for the future. So if we can ease the pain of those who've been violated by death, or resurrect a memory otherwise lost, I don't see the problem. It's just another form of photographic nourishment for those of us who live, those who grieve." Borman White's cabin was essentially a large room with a bed and a fireplace at one end, a simple stove and a refrigerator at the other. Scattered on the floor were polyester blankets, pillows, computer magazines, and empty cereal boxes, all mounded around a stained brown twill sofa in the middle of the room. There was also plenty of technology. Suspended on the back wall were video monitors. Connor walked this wall, flipping power switches as he went. Gradually, the screens came up with different LAs on each. Roy mentioned the brief encounter with Mother and the problems Bentham seemed to be having with her. How upset Bentham had become when told that he didn't exist. "Mother said that? Oh boy." "Yes, and it really unhinged him." "Oh, I'm sure it did," said White, "because at the heart of it, you're dealing in real legacies, real patterns." "Did Jerry, by any chance, give you the necklace metaphor?" "He tried," said Roy. "It's nature's great equalizer," said White. "Smart people tend to have lots of beads on theirs. Those of us not so smart mostly have just the string." "That's pretty much what he said," replied Roy. "Still, I'm not sure I completely understand." "Let me give a try." "Have you ever used a computer?" asked White, "or done any programming?" Roy told him no, he didn't have any understanding of such things. "So, your computer rotary doesn't have much in the way of threaded data," said White. "But amazingly, you can still use the device because, as a template, the string, the patterns you've learned, enable you to function without the beads of true understanding." "Listen to a Hollywood actor when they aren't reciting someone else's lines," he said. "Get them talking politics or philosophy or economic theory. They are beadless wonders. But they know the patterns. It's blah, 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 blah. I like to think of it as an eloquent string theory. You extract beads from the dead, don't you? Said Roy. True. One of our contractors decodes whole sections of DNA. If you're interested. Without further word, White powered up the 2 remaining monitors, still blank. On one screen was an old man, a long white beard streaming down his bare chest. On the other, a young man, well-proportioned, with long hair. Everything that happens to us, said White, is published into every cell of our bodies in the tiniest of script. It becomes your inheritance to future generations, from father to son. White pointed to the 2 LAs on screen. This is David, he said, and this is Absalom, whom we acquired only recently. You're kidding, of course, said Roy. No, I'm not. David's DNA, we've been working with it for several years. We're studying pattern migration among family members. In fact, we dropped a rotary, an actual rotary, into the old man just to see what would happen. Now his responses are based on original clicks, impulses. This is the original David? Asked Roy. How did you get him? Jerry got a collection. See for yourself, said Roy, pointing to the monitor. Roy walked over to the David screen and said hello, but the old man didn't reply. He's pre-linguistic, said White. Let me see, how do I describe this? After 3,000 years, his responses are more rhythm than melody, if that makes sense. But that's really him, said Roy. Roy was in awe as he looked into the face of David, the king of ancient Israel. And there was no sense of desecration at all. From the days when Mama Jack dragged him to Sunday school, Roy idolized this man, this brave warrior who defended God's kingdom with sword and sling. Gazing into his face now stirred deep emotions in Roy. As he stood there, transfixed in a mild stupor, White produced a visor similar to the one in Mexico. You're not serious, said Roy, allowing his delight. Are you telling me he's the actual king from the Bible? That is exactly what I'm telling you. White slid the visor over Roy's head, and within moments, Roy was transported to that dark place again, to that horizon between life and death. He eased forward, peering into the eyes of the apparition. As he did, the king's expression changed from curiosity to annoyance at being bothered. He puckered his nose and lips, closed his eyes, turned away from Roy's inquiring gaze. Based on what we're seeing, said White, toward the end of his life the old man must have been extremely impatient because he gets annoyed quite easily. Would you like to see him as a boy? White asked. The kid with the sling, the giant killer. Moments later, an age slider came up. White reset the age to 13. When he dismissed the dialogue, clicking OK, the old man began to rotate, with each cycle growing younger and younger. In moments, Roy found himself staring at a handsome young man with curly hair and a mischievous smile. Aren't you amazing? Said Roy, nose to nose with the child. The boy grinned, crossed his eyes, and stuck out his tongue. Unbelievable, said Roy. You're seeing the actual playback of someone who lived 3,000 years ago, said White. At this age, you see the relics of mischief, a child's mischief. At the other, you see impatience. And between these two landmarks, the passage of a life. It was late. After the sun went down, the temperature outside plummeted into the teens. Inside the cabin, though, Brooks and Connor Borman White were comfortable enough. They sat by the fire, eating cereal, talking, getting into a fairly deep discussion of technology. At first, White answered all the questions put to him. Who are the major players? Which university leads in the race to intronic memory research? Are there any key investors yet? No inquiry seemed out of bounds, at least not until the subject drifted to John Kennedy. Putting down the bowl, Roy tossed through the duffel, looking for his folder. When he found it, he passed the photos to Connor, who thoughtfully studied each picture. "You showed these to Jerry?" White asked. "What did he say?" "He didn't," said Roy. "We ended up talking about his dog. Basically, he changed the subject." White started to fidget, and like his partner, he also changed the subject. He launched into an unprovoked discussion of Egypt and Israel, and how difficult it was to get anything done in the Mideast. "We lost 4 diggers and a subcontractor last time we were there," he said. "In that part of the world, the opportunities always tend to be first order, but so are the risks." Roy looked up from his notes. "Did you say your last job was in the Mideast?" White told him yes. Roy looked down to his notes. "Absalom?" he said. White nodded. "When you work in the Mideast," he said, "the one thing you find out, it always costs more than it costs." Roy's next response came automatically. "How much did Kennedy cost, I wonder?" "What do you mean?" asked White, shrugging off his blanket and standing up. "You made an LA of John Kennedy, didn't you?" asked Roy. White crossed over to the stack of wood. "Would you believe me if I told you someone else did Kennedy?" he said. Roy wanted to know who. Who else had this technology? "We were given temporary access," said White. "Are you serious?" said Roy. "So do you have him now?" Roy pressed for specifics. "I don't know where he is," said White. "Maybe they put him back. We were contracted to build the LA, that's all." "So essentially, you're telling me someone else violated the presidential crypt," said Roy. White looked at Roy with no expression whatsoever and told him to drop the subject. "But you made an LA of John Kennedy," Roy persisted. Realizing that Roy was not going to just simply drop the subject, White busied himself rearranging the logs in the fire. "That means you sent the photographs to DEA," said Roy. White shook his head. "No, I didn't." "But your partner thinks so." White turned from the fire. His face was flushed. "We shouldn't be talking about this, okay? But I didn't send anything. When Jerry told me about this on the phone, that was the first time I heard about DEA. "I can understand you don't want to talk about this, but I do," said Roy. "Who took Kennedy? Someone from the government?" White maintained his stoicism as Roy let the conspiracy theories roll. "I guess, realizing this technology was just around the corner," said Roy, "they secretly had you reconstruct him. Then they hid the remains so no one else could ever be able to read him." White dropped down to a sitting position in front of the fireplace, with his back to Roy. "Come on, give me a hint," said Roy. "Something, shake your head, yes or no." "I can't," said White. "Who did this?" Roy persisted. "You don't want to know, Roy. You don't want to know." "But I do," said Roy. "Trust me," said Connor Borman White. "There are other conspiracies too, and that's as much as I'm prepared to say." "At least, tell me where the body is," said Roy. "Here?" Again, White did not reply. Roy suddenly had a thought. For the sake of argument, he said, what if John Kennedy was murdered and a lot of people were involved, not just Oswald? Maybe there was a reason like, oh, I don't know, the Bay of Pigs or maybe something else. Something really dark, though. And to make sure that no one ever found out, parties unknown have taken steps to secure that information forever. The only reply to what Roy had just said was the crackling of the fire. When White finally did speak, he said, "The truth, Roy, may be stranger than you could ever imagine." Roy told him to turn around so he could see his face at least. The small man obligingly did as he was told, his back now to the fire. "Are you being set up?" asked Roy. "Maybe by the people you worked for. These mysterious parties you won't name, who took JFK. Maybe they sent the pictures." "Not possible," said White. "But how can you be sure?" asked Roy. "It would be against their best interest. Besides, I just know," said White. "Well, someone's doing it." There was another long pause. Then out of left field, Roy abruptly said 3 words, "Bay of Pigs." White did a double take. Roy then spoke the name Judith Exner. "What is this?" White asked. "Marilyn Monroe." White instantly suspected this was Roy's bizarre attempt at lie detection. He was free associating, saying words and watching reactions. "You're certainly not going to be able to get it out of me that way," said White. "Don't be silly." "CIA," said Roy. White just stared at him, his face perfectly impassive, as Roy slogged on, saying anything that popped into his head. "Missile crisis. FBI. PT 109. U2. Jackie. Cuba. Mafia. John. White remained motionless and unblinking through the entire list. Defense contract. Still no response. Top secret. Atomic. Caroline. Undercover. The Russians. Roy then said the word Chevrolet. "Chevrolet?" asked White. "What's that got to do with anything?" "I'm just seeing if you're listening," said Roy. "Oh, I hear you. I'm just not going to respond," said White. Before giving up completely, Roy ran through a last random string of words. Ireland, ice cream, bootleg, John again, Catholic, UFOs. "UFOs," said White. "Yeah, UFOs," said Roy. "I'm tired of this game," said White. "It's been a long day, and we really don't have the luxury for this. Roy, if you really want to make a difference, talk to Jeremy in my behalf. Make him understand that we're going to have to work together on this. Make a common plea. It's the only way." "Why did you get such a strange look on your face?" asked Roy. "What?" "When I said UFOs. "Oh, good grief," said White. He stood, stretched, and sauntered off toward his bed. "There are some extra blankets in the closet if you need them," he said. It was still dark when they left the cabin next morning, and bitterly cold. Roy had no sense of bearing, but found himself in front of the mine again, just as the sky was starting to brighten. "We're going back a different way," said White. "Jerry's place is straight across the mountain on the other side. We're going over." The climb was steep. In places where the snow had melted and then refrozen, it was also extremely slick. 10 meters from the top, Roy lost his footing and fell backwards, grabbing and kicking frantically as he slid down. For a moment it seemed that he might actually sled all the way to the bottom. When he did finally drift to a stop, he lay perfectly still for a moment before easing up to his knees and elbows. White looked down with a grave expression on his face and called out, "Are you okay?" Roy called back that he was okay. He then crawled back up on all fours. At the top, they could see Bentham's lodge on the opposite side. Without ceremony or comment, White walked the crest of the ridge, distractedly kicking at the snow. "Roy, look closely," said White. "At what?" "What else do you see from up here?" said White. "I don't know. Give me a clue," said Roy. "Look to this side," said White, pointing the way they'd come. "What do you see?" "Skid marks, actually," said Roy. No, what else?" I can see the roof of your place through the trees, and a few barrels and crates in front of the mine. What am I supposed to be looking for?" White had a funny expression on his face, as if he expected Roy to answer his own question. "Think about it," said White. "Maybe it'll come to you." Roy shrugged his shoulders before he started down the opposite slope. "Oh, I won't be needing this," he said, handing over the Glock. "Are you sure?" asked White. "Yeah, I'm sure," said Roy. "Assuming he agrees to meet you, maybe we can get away from all the hard feelings." "Remember, Roy, we can meet in his place or mine. As far as I'm concerned, it doesn't matter," said White. As he began his descent, Roy noticed that below, the green Range Rover was pulling out of the garage. "He's leaving," said Roy. "Yeah, he's probably going out to see what happened to you," White replied, "but he'll be back." When he reached the bottom, Roy discovered several things he hadn't seen from above. Hidden in the trees, directly behind the lodge, was a cement mixer. Beside it, several sections of drainage pipe, jacketed in a fresh dusting of snow. But the real surprise was waiting for him at the front door of the lodge. When he rounded the corner, there was someone else on the deck, a woman reading a note. She was equally shocked to see him. She screamed bloody murder. Like someone awakening from a long sleep, Roy gradually became aware of something else. Someone running. He spun just in time to catch a glimpse of a form flying over the top of him. He was knocked to the deck, where his head struck the railing. We got back to Tel Aviv late Thursday. It had been nearly 6 days since we'd left for Mexico, but there was little evidence that we'd been missed. My exhausted companions and I followed the nothing to declare arrows out to the parking lot, and then I drove both of them home. After dropping Rachel and Peter off, my first order of business was to stop by the office. As expected, Hannah had managed with her customary efficiency. She prepared a daily summary when I was gone. I was as anxious to see what had happened as I was to look over the inevitable pink slips spilling off the desk. A quick tally revealed that Mia telephoned me the most. There were no fewer than 18 calls. She left only her name and number in the beginning. After the second day, though, she started leaving short messages ranging from a straightforward "call me" to "I'm mad with you." There was an escalating sense of betrayal as the flavor of her messages became increasingly tart. For instance, "Tell him the sister-in-law called and would greatly appreciate it if he would call back at his earliest convenience." And I would return the call eventually and explain that I'd had to leave unexpectedly on business. Anyway, she probably just wanted to tell me she'd found more pictures. There were other messages too. Danny Halfon on Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. Ehud on Thursday, today. It was interesting to study the progressive change in their tones as well. Where Mia interpreted that by not returning her calls I was being my usual insensitive self, Halfon's message reflected a sense that I didn't consider a summons from him important. He must have mentioned it to Ehud, which would explain Ehud's message and the stealthy invitation to play basketball at the Y tomorrow. From Hannah's summary came the most sobering news of all. Ahuva Denitz had shown up at the office on the previous Monday morning. Hannah noted that she seemed to be composed and had expressed regret for what had happened the previous Friday. She wanted to know if there was any way she could withdraw her resignation. Wisely, Hannah told her to take the rest of the week off, but the final disposition on this matter would be mine to make when I got back. Denitz then wanted to know where I'd gone. Hannah told her simply that I was away on business. Denitz made the comment, it was strange for Rachel, Peter, and me to be gone at the same time. Hannah hadn't responded to this, just looked at her, and returned to the previous topic. Having offloaded this woman, there was no way I would ever consider bringing her back. It had been a tedious win for me, getting Ahuva Denitz to quit. At the bottom of the page, Hannah added this postscript. She dyed her hair. She's a blonde. I don't know what this means. But of course, with Ahuva Denitz, it had never really been just an issue of hair color. There were a few surprises awaiting Rachel when she got home. First, Ahuva Denitz wasn't there, a blessed discovery. Second, the apartment was spotless, a completely unexpected circumstance given her roommate's tendencies. The two young women had been lucky to find a small apartment near the office. Since they had no furniture beyond the cardboard boxes containing their belongings, Rachel's relatives temporarily loaned them a single-sized bed, a sofa, and a rocking chair. The only other furnishings in the apartment were a scarred oak dining table and two mismatched chairs, and they had been purchased by Rachel. In that most of the furniture belonged to either Rachel or her family, Denitz had reasoned that most of the housekeeping was, therefore, Rachel's responsibility. She often kept newspapers and magazines stacked in her space, that is, places where there was no furniture. And while she often promised to straighten her spaces, she seldom did. Denitz left teacups on the kitchen counter, peelings and tea bags in the sink, all of which had resulted in serious misunderstandings between the two roommates. So when Rachel walked in Thursday, finding the place spotless, in perfect order, she was bewildered. But there was another discovery even more astonishing. On the dining table was a simple white vase filled with long-stemmed roses. Rachel's heart jumped. She caressed the buds, breathed in the fragrance, and wondered if they'd been sent by Danny Halfon. Could there also be an apology somewhere? She checked around the vase, looked in the bedroom on the bureau, but found nothing. Within minutes of her arrival back home, Rachel was in bed, instantly asleep, and she might have slept through until morning, but a little after midnight she was awakened by someone calling her name. Who are you?" mumbled Rachel, startled to see a stranger at the foot of the bed. "Who do you think?" "Ahuva?" The woman at the foot of her bed had white blonde hair, and her face was entombed in a riotous shroud of cosmetics. The woman at the end of Rachel's bed had huge red lips and mascara scored in a half-inch line. And there was one discovery that stood up and or out beyond all others. "Ahuva, are you wearing a bra?" "Not funny, Rach. Yes, I am. When did you get in?" "I don't know," Rachel said, still groggy. 6 or 7? What time is it?" "It's a little after midnight," said Denitz. "Where were you?" "Oh, not now, Ahuva, please. In the morning, please." Rachel knew even Minimal response on her part would lead to an endless string of questions. She buried her head under the pillow, promising to tell all later. And that's it? You disappear without telling anyone where you're going, and you expect me to wait? Good night, said Rachel, pretending to be falling back asleep. Dennett stared at her for a moment before flipping off the light and closing the door. As Rachel drifted off, she thought she heard a man's voice from somewhere in the apartment, a man speaking quietly. Rachel's last conscious thought was of bras and roses. Peter didn't say good night or goodbye when he got out of the car. He was drifting forward on autopilot. I called him back, reminding him that he had brought home a lot of unused gadgets from Mexico, and I didn't particularly want to take them. He thanked me, gathered up the duffel bag and his luggage, and stumbled into his one-room apartment, where he got as far as the sofa. The next morning, my phone call found him still there, still asleep. "Hello?" he answered in groggy Russian. "Peter," I said, "are you awake yet?" "No, yes." He switched to Hebrew. "I need you for something," I told him. "I'm not well," he said. Peter had decided to be sick today. "Well, I need you to come to the Y with me this afternoon and play a little basketball," I told him. "What did you say?" "We're going to the Y after work, and maybe I can teach you a few of my secrets," I told him. "Today?" "Yeah, and bring your gym bag." "But I don't think I have a gym bag," he said. "Empty out all those little gizmos and use the duffel bag we got from Mexico. That's what it's for," I told him. "Are you sure?" he asked. "Definitely. But leave the electronics home," I warned him. "We're playing ball with Danny Halfon and Benvenisti." Rachel awakened in the morning at her usual time, still wearing the rumpled, twisted dress she'd worn for 2 days. She stumbled toward the smell of fresh coffee, and standing at the sink was the same phenomenon she'd seen the night before, a revised, fully lacquered and garnished Ahuva Dennett, slicing grapefruit and wearing a dress. "Ahuva?" "Sit down and stop staring," said Dennett. "I'm fixing breakfast." "But what happened to you?" asked Rachel. Your hair." "It's the new me," said Dennett, daintily setting out a saucer for the grapefruit, pinky up. "But I'm shocked," said Rachel. Dennett delicately set the grapefruit on the table, smiled munificently at the roses through pursed lips. Rachel got the distinct impression she was playing house, maybe for the first time in her life. "Sit down, Rachel, before you fall." Rachel Levy fumbled with the chair back as she took a seat. "First order of business," said Dennett. "Where did you go?" "I took time off," said Rachel. "I don't have to tell you what I'm doing." Dennett's face screwed up in disbelief. "Are you hiding something?" she pressed. "Why do you want to know where I went?" asked Rachel. These two women could find an argument even seated in a perfectly clean house. "Rachel, what's with the overreaction? Unless there's something you don't want me to know, you have responsibilities to those in your personal community. You don't get to just ride off into the sunset whenever you feel like it." "Okay," Rachel said, "if you've got to know, I met someone, and I'd rather not talk about it. Maybe I'll introduce you to him at some point." "You met someone," said Dennett. "Yes." "So you just went away with him? That's not like you," said Dennett, sounding like someone's mother. Rachel expected the badgering to continue, but her roommate's eyes softened unexpectedly. "I found someone too, Rachel," said Dennett, taking a breath. "Danny." "Danny Halfon?" said Rachel. Dennett nodded. "I don't think either of us were expecting anything. In fact, he dropped by to see you, and we just sort of started talking. Found out we had a lot in common." She paused, letting this sink in. "Are you okay with that?" He sent the flowers? Yes, said Dennis. First time I've ever had flowers, said Dennis, bouncing up and down in her chair like a 3-year-old. Then I'm happy for you, said Rachel. Dennis flashed her a toothy smile. I'm just crazy about him, she said, from ear to shining ear. So much of what you said that you didn't like about his personality, and how he was cocky and all that, he just compensates, Rach. All of his life, people have seen him for his ears, so he comes off a little aggressive maybe, but he's such a good man. I've got a feeling it's going to go very fast. As Dennis proceeded to gush, Rachel wanted to introduce evidence to the effect that Danny Halfon was capable only of self-love, and he wasn't above using a hopeless, pathetic gob of a female as his surveillance camera. She wanted to say that, but she didn't. Peter was ecstatic at the chance to play basketball. He started changing to his gym clothes in the car until I convinced him there was a more than adequate dressing room at the Y. When we got to the court, I taught him about free throws. I told him to put his fingers on the seams, keep his thumbs down and his elbows in. Most of my instruction came as a complete surprise to him. He attempted to shoot according to my recommendations, but the ball repeatedly flew over the backboard. Can I show you how I've been doing it? He asked, implying that maybe he didn't need help. I've seen you shoot, I told him. But the ball goes in, at least sometimes. To make shots on a regular basis, Peter, you must have basketball's secret weapon. Secret weapon? Form, I told him. The secret weapon is form. I stood on the line, balancing the ball on my fingertips. With a great economy of motion, I launched it into the air. It went through nothing but net. Peter seemed to be realizing for the first time that there was more to this game than he had originally thought. He tried again, balancing the ball on his fingertips, lining up his shot. And don't forget the backspin, I told him. The what? Peter said that basketball was turning out to be as formidable as chess. He balanced the ball, poked it skyward, but no amount of backspin was going to help a shot falling a full meter short of the backboard. At least he didn't have to chase it far. Ehud and Danny Halfon appeared at the door and strolled out to the court. You're going to let us warm up, I hope, said Ehud. I told him he was late by 2 minutes. It's good to see you, Avi, he said, nailing a three-pointer. Thought maybe you were out of town or something. I learned long ago, let the other guy talk. Hosting conversation always results in saying too much. Looks like your shot's on for a change, I said, ignoring his subtle invitation to tell where I'd been. Danny Halfon wouldn't be put off so easily, though. He asked me point blank, "Where did you go last week?" His voice suggested that he was ready to get down to business. "Danny, please," said Ehud, backing him off a little bit. I asked if something was wrong. Halfon demanded an explanation for why I hadn't returned his calls. He asked, "What's the story this time?" "Avi is your senior," Ehud replied. "He deserves respect." Danny Halfon stared at me coldly. It was an ugly moment, made even uglier when Peter unexpectedly stepped to my defense. "I think you owe an apology," said my Russian. "This doesn't involve you, big boy," said Halfon. "Enough, please," said Ehud. "Danny has questions, Avi. Maybe you can answer." I asked if Danny was my new boss. "Avi, please," said Ehud. "Let's not make this any harder than it already is." "No, Ehud, if he is my superior, the least thing you can do is tell me." "Avi, I need assistance from you, not complaining." Danny Halfon, caught up in a staring contest with Peter at the moment, spoke to me without redirecting his gaze. "To answer your question," he said, "yes, I'm in charge of this investigation. I want to know everything you have on Saul Ged. Ehud held up his hands. Enough! Avi and I will talk. You shoot, he said to Halfon, whose ears turned bright red. Halfon grabbed the ball from Peter's hands and chunked it at the backboard like an out-of-control teenager. When Peter bent over to retrieve it for him, Halfon shoved him aside, grabbed the ball, and shot again, like a ridiculous teenager. Avi, I had to turn it over to him, said Ehud. He needed the experience, and he thinks you know something. That's crazy, I said. Maybe it is, said Ehud, but don't we have enough trouble? Ehud, I needed this investigation. He dropped his eyes and whispered to me that he was sorry. You've been extremely valuable to Israel, he told me, and a valued friend to me. I turned and watched Halfon, who was shooting again, scarcely letting my Russian touch the ball. So answer me just one question, I said. Look at the two of us here, him over there and me here. How did this happen? I'm not finished yet, Ehud. Or am I? You tell me. My voice broke a little, and it was embarrassing when I told him I didn't want to be finished yet. Ehud replied gently, It's just a stage. In scene 1, you're the leading man. By scene 2, you're just another member of the cast. I didn't invent reality, Avi. But, Ehud, is this the extent of my life? He shook his head and told me he didn't know what to say, but he was sorry. I then started complaining about all sorts of things, rambling on, grousing at the mystery of natural selection, at the tyranny of invisible virtues, wondering aloud why I'd tried so hard when I could have gotten to this point with half the energy, half the personal cost. I dumped the great mysteries at his doorstep, honestly, but he offered me little wisdom. At least he was smart enough not to attempt some trite consolation. You know how it works, he said. All I know, I'm here, he's got the investigation with nothing to his credit. I'm being erased. It's like being eaten alive. But there's nothing to his debit either, said Ehud, and maybe that's the point. So, should I get out completely, I asked. We all have to step aside at some point to make way for the young. That's the way it is. I told him I wasn't ready yet. Me either, he said. You know how it is at the Institute. There are always 4 or 5 of them, just watching and waiting. This we accept. For Israel to survive, you have to pass the baton. But you've been able to defend yourself, I told him, and even if you've made mistakes, you survived. Admit it, Ehud. At least once in your life, you got away with a screw-up that would have taken another man down. I had a specific instance in mind, the Templar Ark of the Dead, his Jeremy Pollock. I can say this much, he told me. Men remain at war. Some men know this instinctively, others don't. In war, ethics carry no influence whatsoever. His eyes narrowed. It seemed as if he were politely informing me that this had been my mistake. Men remain at war. He said it again. I wanted to disagree with him, but he was right. My clandestine mission to Mexico for Amman was certainly proof of this. Changing the subject, Ehud smiled and asked for my promise of cooperation. I told him that I had cooperated since the beginning. And told us everything, he asked. Everything. There was a dull thud. I turned to see Peter on the ground, face down. We ran over to the court and helped him up. I guess we got tangled, said Halfon through a wicked smile. He looked down to Peter and asked, Are you okay, big guy? Still dazed, Peter rolled his eyes and nodded. His knees were bleeding. Blood was trickling down into his socks. "We need to get that cleaned and bandaged," said Ehud, supporting Peter at the elbow. As we moved off court, Ehud told Danny Halfon that I had no further information on the cave-in. "Then where did you go this week?" asked Halfon. Ehud quickly intervened. "If Avi says he knows nothing, we take him at his word." Friday night, 2 weeks since the cave-in. Peter stretched across the sofa, his bandaged knees pointing to the ceiling. Danny Halfon's little trip on the court had lit a fuse deep in my Russian. Peter found himself in a sudden and profoundly deep remorse, not unlike my own. He was tired of what he had allowed himself to become, tired of clothes that hurt, slacks that cinched him like a saddle. From every wall he imagined that his favorite wrestlers were also ashamed of the sad failure, sprawled below them in abject invisibility. Peter made a silent vow. He would eat nothing, not even a cracker, not until he lost 10 pounds. He would get his waist down to a 34 and then let Halfon try something like that again. He made a beefy fist with his right hand, and with all the force he could muster, Peter smashed the sofa pillows, leaving them dimpled and misshapen. As my Russian was beating up the furniture, his phone rang. He was surprised to discover Rachel's voice on the other end of the line. "Peter, have you eaten yet?" she asked. No." How many of his fantasies had been launched with her imagined voice inviting him to dinner? But this was real. Her voice was actually speaking to him, telling him she was in the neighborhood, asking if she could bring something over. "Is that okay?" she said. Peter suddenly perceived the condition of his apartment. It was completely trashed. From where he was standing, he could see 3 pairs of underwear gleaming like diamonds around the room. "I'll give you 5 minutes," she said, as if she could also see, or at least imagine he might need a little time. Peter hopped around, performing a custodial triage, starting with the underwear. The first pair was draped across the moving trunk, squarely in the middle of the room. There was another on the arm of the sofa, and then, of course, one across the faucet. Next, he gathered up the unwashed dishes, stuffed them into the dishpan, crammed it all into the closet. It would have to do. Only now did he also perceive that he was standing there in his underwear. He ripped off the T-shirt, threw it in his cardboard box, grabbed the shirt he'd worn to work, gently pulled the slacks up over his poor wounded knees, just as Rachel knocked on the front door. "I remembered you liked Chinese," she said, holding up a sack of takeout. "Please, come in," he told her, brushing a sweaty strand of hair to one side. Rachel seemed to be fascinated by his collection of wrestlers. "That's the Yellow Rose of Texas," he said, pointing to the poster of the muscular, sweaty man hanging over the sink. "He's dead now. But this one over here is the Hulkster, and he's alive. That one and that one are actually the same man, the Macho Man, Randy Savage, still alive. I've only got one dead one, I guess." Politely, she studied each poster. "Is it fake, like they say?" she wanted to know. Peter said he wasn't sure, actually. Sometimes he got confused on this issue as well, but once, when the Macho Man got hit with a chair, there was no way you could fake that, not with a metal folding chair. "Who's your favorite?" she asked. Sometimes the Hulk, sometimes Randy. That's his real name, but that's my favorite." Reverently, he pointed to the poster on the back of the door, a handsome young man with long hair leaning against a motorcycle. He told her this was Carey Von Erich. "I've heard of him," she said. "His brother wrestled in Israel once." "Isn't that interesting?" she said. They stood there, gazing up at the poster, until at last it was a little awkward, and she again held out the sack of food. "Oh, I don't have a proper table," he said, looking around as if he'd just realized this. She suggested eating off the trunk. "Which reminds me, I do have napkins," he told her, as he flipped the huge, battered storage chest to its side. He opened it, dug around, and pulled out 2 silk squares. "And plates, too," he said, digging deeper. Carefully, he removed 2 pieces wrapped in plain brown paper, laced in packing tape. "Beautiful," she told him, of the delicate bone-white china that emerged. "It was my mother's," he said. "When I packed, I accidentally broke the other 2 pieces." He washed the plates at the faucet, carefully dried them, and then they ate. "So, you really do like my posters," he said. She told him they were nice. "You know, Mr. Sofer taught me how to mount them." "Oh, really?" said Rachel. "I bought most of them when I got here, except for that one, of Hulkster, which I bought in the Soviet Union." He talked on and on about wrestling until it dawned on him that she wasn't saying much. What an idiot, he thought. What was he doing? She was here in his apartment being terribly pretty and polite to him, and he was being inexcusably boring. Promptly, Peter shut up. "So, do you mind me just dropping in?" she said finally. He told her, of course not. "Because I had to talk with someone," she said. "Here's the problem. See what you think. Ahuva has a new boyfriend, which is incredible when you think about it." "No kidding," said Peter. "A veterinarian, maybe?" "Stop it. Don't say that. Met him when she went in for shots, I bet." "You sound like Mr. Sofer," said Rachel. "Oh, but it's true," said Peter. "Ahuva needs a vet, I think. Maybe someone who knows how to tranquilize large animals." "Now play nice," said Rachel, but she was smiling. While we were in Mexico, she fell in love with, are you ready for this, Danny Halfon. Peter rolled over on his side, holding his stomach and laughing so hard the waist button on his slacks blew off. "You're kidding," he said. "No, I'm not," said Rachel, who was laughing now as well. "And she's wearing a bra, Peter." Peter screamed with delight, holding his pants together as he convulsed. "And her hair is white, Peter. It's very scary." "It is scary," said Peter, almost out of breath. "But he's only using her to get to me," Rachel said. "What he's trying to find out is where we went this week. Don't you think I should tell Mr. Sofer?" Peter agreed as he wiped the tears from his eyes. "Do you realize how disgusting it is for him to raise her hopes?" asked Rachel. "And if I tell her Danny's only using her, she'll think I'm saying it out of jealousy." "You don't like him, do you?" said Peter. "Oh, what do you think?" snapped Rachel. "I hate him." For Peter, this was great news. Mia was waiting for me when I arrived home, tucked under her arm another large envelope. "I found something," she told me as I unlocked the front door. I assumed it would be another photo of Julia, most likely as a child. Mia would also be in the frame somewhere. I wasn't as insensitive as she imagined, nor so dull that I didn't see her sweet intentions or her sweet confusion. I'd seen it when Julia was in the hospital for tests. I'd seen it at the end. Mia was little sister, in love with big sister's husband. Once inside my apartment, she carefully removed the photo from the envelope. To my amazement, there was only one person in the frame this time, a little Julia, celebrating her 11th birthday. It brought a lump to my throat, seeing her. What a spectacular child she'd been. Her precious little girl's face, The dark eyes and smile were unmistakable and seemed to awaken every cell in my body. Mia saw this reaction, and I'm sure she wondered what I was thinking. I was thinking what a beautiful old woman her sister would have made. "It's the last one, Avi," she said. "I'm not going to bother you any more." "What do you mean?" I asked. If I find something really interesting," she said, "I'll call, but I'm not going to keep pestering you. And don't say you don't get tired of turning the corner and seeing me parked out front." "But I like getting your phone calls," I told her. "All 18 of them." Instantly, I realized that it had been a stupid thing to say. "I wish you'd called me 28 times, I told her, trying to redeem myself a little. "For a guy pushing 60, it makes you feel wanted." "You look younger," she said. "Diet," I told her, "and the attention of beautiful women." She wheeled around unexpectedly and rushed through the front door out to the steps, in a practiced voice, for she had obviously rehearsed what she was about to say. She told me she loved me. "Even though you'll always see me as a little sister, thank you for never taking advantage." This was said with not a little sarcasm. "Wait," I called, stepping onto the porch. Mia tensed when I reached for her shoulder. She then reached up and grabbed my right hand and held it rigidly in place. "Caught you," she said, "at last." I stammered as she turned to face me. I wanted to say something sweet and or appropriate because she deserved it. But she shook her head and bluntly asked me to shut up. With her other hand, she reached down and grabbed my funny hand, lifting it gently to her lips. She kissed the scarred, lifeless fingers, then raised the prosthesis to her other shoulder, where she held it just as tightly in place. It was uncomfortable for me, standing out in the open like this, but Mia didn't seem to mind. Arms crossed in front of her, holding my hands on her shoulders, she whispered, "I think you know what's going through my head." I did, but I didn't know what to say. "You know how I feel about you." About the only response I could muster was to nod my head and fight the tears because I was feeling incredibly alone. "I finally figured it out," she said. "You've got someone else. Last week, that's where you went. You went away with her. You don't owe me an apology." I interrupted her to try to explain, but she interrupted me. "Avi, please let me finish," she said. "I wish you the best, and this girl, whoever she is luckier than she knows." I started to say something again, but she said, "Don't interrupt. I've wanted to tell you something for a long time. You don't have to try and hide the wounds. They don't make you look more pathetic or used up or old. Do you understand that?" "Mia, please," I said. "I want to say something." "No, because you're going to mock my psychoanalysis, but I don't care. I want you to be open with her, Avi. Scream about the injustice. Get it out completely. Tell her life's not fair, but confide in her. Give her the chance to scream alongside you." Like a child groping for compliments, I wanted to tell her that indeed I'd done just that. I'd finally started screaming. "And promise me one other thing," she said, as the tears rolled down her cheeks. "Please, tell her that you married her because you loved her the most, not because you hated her the least. You do see the difference, right?" When Rachel and Peter turned onto the street, they saw that I was on the front steps of my apartment with someone they didn't recognize at first. They circled and parked a block away. Peter asked, "Can you see who it is?" "It's Mia Weisberg, the sister-in-law," said Rachel. Rachel and Peter watched Mia get into her car and drive away. When I'd gone back inside, Rachel sat there quietly for quite a while. "What was that about?" Peter asked finally. "That was very sweet," Rachel said. "If she's the sister-in-law," Peter said, not quite sure how he was going to say what he was thinking. "They seem close, don't they? Or is this another Sabra thing?" "I've changed my mind," Rachel announced suddenly. "I don't think I have to talk to Mr. Sofer. Not tonight." Neither of them spoke as they made their way back to Peter's apartment. He was still going through his love options when she dropped him off. "Would you like to come up?" "No, I've got to go home," she told him. "Then I'll see you tomorrow," Peter said. How desperately he wanted to tell her of his feelings, that he was really madly in love with her, but she knew that. Her sudden escape was merely Rachel's way of showing compassion for him, her method of protecting him from further pain. "I love you," he said softly as she drove away. And though she didn't hear the actual words, Peter had been unmistakably loud on this point. When I saw Rachel Monday, she gave me a strange smile. Young women stopped giving me strange smiles long ago. As Hannah and I were going over the Rachel Dennett situation, Rachel stuck her head through my door. She told me that she needed to talk to me about something when I had a minute. I looked at my watch and told her I had a pretty tight schedule, maybe later, maybe tomorrow. I could see the disappointment in her face. She told me it was pretty important. I said I would get back to her as soon as I could, and then I turned back to Hannah. I told Hannah that I didn't want to talk about Dennett's until the end of the week. "If there's just one tantrum," I said, "we have no choice but to accept that resignation. I'm not going to get back up on that horse again," I said. "Do you understand?" Hannah understood completely. "Then could you tell her this for me?" I asked. Hannah smiled and shook her head. I had the feeling she might even be looking forward to this. Monday afternoon, I had a schedule to meet Moshe at his brother's office. I would be turning over the surveillance tapes from Mexico. When I walked in, Moshe shouted his congratulations, jumping up and giving me a great big hug as I came through the door. He told me, "Avi, I am so proud of you." I told him thanks for the chance, and I returned the hug. "So, how was it?" he asked. I told him there'd been no problem, but when we got around to the next stage, to the actual recovery, we probably should use professionals. "Your comrades didn't work out?" he asked. I replied that we did okay. We did manage to get these. I held up the tapes and handed them over. "Excellent," he said, and he hugged me again. "This is just wonderful." I described some of what we had seen. I told of the reconstruction process, that it was actually quite an extraordinary thing to witness. "And it's all on tape?" he asked. "Yes, from the best seat in the house," I said. "Our people are dying to see it," he told me. "And you installed the flasher?" I told him we had. It was set for Thursday. "Just fantastic," he told me, hugging me again. "Now sit down," he ordered. "I want you to tell me everything. Start at the beginning." The two brothers were like children, each with 1,000 questions. I endeavored to answer as thoroughly as possible. I told them, "They're going to call the new company Eternal Generations," I said, "and they've already planned out their product line." "It's so exciting," said Moshe. "I'm going to take these tapes straight to the lab, and then we're going to start planning the final operation." I asked if he had any idea when that would take place. All he would say was soon. I told him I thought I was being watched by Ehud's people, Danny Halfon to be specific. The two brothers looked at each other. Moshe then growled that Mossad didn't know its best interest. Ehud for sure didn't know. I pointed out maybe having Danny Halfon in charge was a good thing. Maybe it was their intention all along not to pursue the case too rigorously. That's a possibility, said Moshe. But Ehud is in a difficult situation. On the other hand, you mustn't think he's uninterested. Under the right conditions, he would love to get back the Ark if it didn't throw too much light on the past. Sincerely, stupidly, I said that I would need some kind of cover story for the next stage of the operation because Ehud and Danny Halfon would be closely watching my comings and goings in the foreseeable future. Moshe thought that was a pretty good idea. He then asked about King David. He wanted to know if there was anything new to report on that front. I told him no, and nothing on Absalom either. By the way, I said, that little Salt Lake City connection didn't occur to me until they brought it up. They were convinced they'd tapped into a Mormon investment fund. Moshe smiled, glanced over to his brother. They bought the whole thing, I said. So you liked it, did you? Said Moshe. We talked on a little bit. I told him that after watching their demo, I found myself wanting to invest in the technology for myself. Why invest when we're going to get it for nothing? Said Dove offhandedly. In an instant, Moshe's smile clicked off. It was as if someone hit the power switch. I might have even missed the comment entirely if Dove hadn't tried to clarify himself. That and Moshe's hyper-protest of innocence only made it more obvious to me. The technology was never our chief interest, Moshe said. If it happened to turn up in the course of the investigation, well and good. That's what I meant to say, added Dove. We only want what's been stolen from Israel, and the technology would be a bonus, of course. That's all I meant to say. They weren't too convincing. Let's talk about this a little, I replied. This was primarily about David and Absalom, am I right? Of course, said Moshe. Something was being loudly unsaid here. It didn't matter to me if the operation resulted in acquisition of technology. That wasn't the point. I was simply tired of being a game piece, the expendable plastic button on someone else's board, manipulated into position by my sense of honor. Rachel, Peter, and I had taken incredible risks to set the stage for the king's return. You do understand, don't you? Moshe asked. It's what we said from the first. This is primarily a recovery operation, but we could fall heir to the machines, and that would be a plus. Certainly you can see that. Lying in bed that night, I was upset because I'd been here before, where you thought you understood what was going on. In the Pollock case, I'd clung to the illusion that we were all in this together. Right up to the end, I believed it. My honor had been nursed by 1,000 lies. What else were they keeping from me? What if the brothers were running this little operation in their own behalf? How convenient that would be. Moshe's brave operation to bring home the remains of the king. The grateful thanks of the government expressed in a special grant for research into the captured LA technology, headed up at the university by Dove. And there were other possibilities, arrangements made through private foundations or even joint public-private enterprise. And now, thanks to our efforts in Mexico, the hard part was done. The risk was past. When the GPS flasher went off in a few days, they would know exactly where the lab was. And at that point, the truth would emerge. If we'd been used, as I now suspected, Moshe would suddenly decide to use a professional team. And he could even claim that I'd recommended it. Like an idiot, I had set myself up. A few weeks from now, I would be sitting around waiting for the phone to ring. Moshe would call, finally, and pass off a string of lies, as Ehud once did. The GPS unit failed, he might say, or there was the classic, "There's been a complication on the political front. We'll have to push back the schedule indefinitely." I had heard it all before. A year from now, I would be watching television, and there'd be a news break telling us that King David had been returned to Israel. The nation would rejoice, and maybe a few days after the celebration, I would get a call from someone thanking me for having played an early role in the operation, or a letter like the one I had given Rachel and Peter. Or, on the other hand, I might not get any thanks at all. A little after 1 a.m., I was finally fast asleep, and the phone rang. It was Peter. "Rachel needs to talk with you now," he said. "I don't think we should go into it by phone. Could we meet at the other place?" I told him, and I was still rather groggy. I didn't understand what he was saying. "What other place?" "The place we go sometimes, when we meet outside." Peter was referring to the park near the office. I told him, "Peter, I'm in bed. Can this wait?" He told me he didn't think so. When I arrived at the park, the only sound was the forlorn bark of a lonely dog a couple of blocks away. Rachel told me she was sorry as I walked up, but I tried to tell you this earlier. We sat across from each other at a picnic table, and Rachel began. She explained that her roommate was being manipulated. That afternoon, she had caught Dennett's going through her personal storage boxes. When I asked what she thought she was doing, said Rachel, she told me it was in the national interest. She was going through my underwear drawer. In the national interest? "Tell him about the bra," said Peter, working hard to suppress a giggle. "Yeah, that's the other thing," said Rachel. "While we were in Mexico, a lot of really strange stuff happened. First, she dyed her hair, and now she's wearing a bra, which I don't think she ever bought one in her life." "I'm not sure I understand," I replied. "Are you telling me Danny Halfon is making her do this?" "I'm telling you she's in love with him," said Rachel. "She's basically his surveillance camera in pantyhose, now that she has a pair of pantyhose." It was Peter's turn. He meekly announced that the accident on the court hadn't really been an accident. "I didn't say anything at the time," he told me, "because I didn't want to make matters worse. But I was here." As he said this, he held out his hands, showing me the exact location. "But the ball went to the side. I started to grab it, but as he passed me, he stuck out his foot like this." "He tripped you on purpose?" Peter's voice turned hard as he told me, "He has nothing but contempt for you, Mr. Sofer. Us too." "Did either of you tell anyone where we went last week?" I asked. Rachel said no, but that was definitely what they seemed to want to know. Ahuva had asked her at least 50 times, she said. Rachel worried that it was only going to get worse. "Wait till we try to leave the country next time," she said. Of course, if my current suspicions held true, there wouldn't be a next time for either of them, and probably me either. "What do we do, Mr. Sofer?" I thought about it for a moment. It seemed that our prospects were beginning to unravel. It was no longer an issue of honor or duty or advancing the flag. It was time to take cover. I only had one option. "I think I'm going to go to Tel Aviv in the morning," I told them. "I think it's time Ehud and I have a serious talk about Mr. Danny Halfon. If they suspect me, I want them to come out and say it. I don't want to be stalked, particularly by someone like Danny Halfon or Ahuva Dennett's." "Is there anything we can do?" Rachel asked. I told her I didn't think so. "Just want you to know we're behind you 100%, Peter told me. "You can call me any time of the day or night. I'll be there." "Thank you, Peter. Actually, I'm a little sorry I got both of you involved. I honestly didn't think it would go this way. I heard in their voices such sweet allegiance, and I love them for it, especially when they attempted to shore up my confidence, telling me not to worry. Their affections and declarations were the only honesty to be seen at the moment. It was time to take them into my confidence. What I'm about to tell you is just between us, I said. I have decided to leave the service. I don't have the heart for this anymore, I told them. But you can't leave, Rachel said. She searched for the psychology, an appeal to my courage, or at least an admonition to keep my chins up. I'm tired, I told her. This sort of thing needs someone with energy, someone young enough to turn it into a mission, someone like you two. Rachel looked over to Peter. I couldn't see their faces in the dark, but I suspected the compliment produced proud smiles. You've both got what it takes to be first-class investigators, I told them. I would like to encourage you to continue, go on to greater things, maybe even join the service at a higher level. Early next morning, I drove to Tel Aviv. The traffic was sluggish as usual. I parked in our special lot and made my way inside. It was still early enough. There weren't many people in the lobby of the Hadar Daphne building. As I slipped the card into the reader, it occurred to me this might be my last visit. The door clicked open. Inside, the guards checked my ID, then gave me a serious once-over. When they'd finished checking me out, I took the elevator to the 5th floor. Cameras monitored my every move. As I looked down the hall, for a minute it seemed that I was in luck. Ehud always came to work early, and there was a light on in his office at the end of the hall. Good. My plan was to go in, speak my mind respectfully, ask why Danny Halfon was following me. Maybe he would see my side of things, but I had no assurances. If Ehud's responses were satisfactory, perhaps I would confess. Perhaps I would tell him about the journals, tell him that I had been seduced by Amon. Then, in conclusion, tell him that I knew about the Templar Ark of the Dead and of his failure to keep it from disappearing into Jordan in 1967. I might even be able to portray myself as endeavoring to free him from this blight on his record. Actually, I don't think I would have gone quite that far, but as it turned out, it didn't matter. When I walked into his office, Ehud wasn't there. The person kneeling by the wall was a technician installing a new phone system. He told me Ben Veniste was supposed to be out of the office that morning. We try to do this when they're gone, he said. I wondered what to do now. Down in the restaurant, I sipped coffee and sorted through the few options available to me. One thing wouldn't go away, the journals. Should I destroy them or what? I couldn't keep them, but couldn't afford to give them to anyone else either. As I was thinking about what to do, I heard familiar voices from the vicinity of the front door. I looked up. Who should come walking into the lobby but Moshe and Ehud? I couldn't believe my eyes, and they were laughing. I ducked behind my cup. My hand trembled as I watched Ehud run his card through the reader. The two men then disappeared behind Mossad's unmarked entrance. I was numb. Actually, there was more to it than that. I was sick at my stomach. There was now little doubt about the treachery. They had come at me from two directions, herding me like a farm animal. Moshe was probably even showing Ehud the tapes that I had brought back. Was I really so simple-minded to have allowed myself to be tricked into this? I stumbled out into the lobby with no idea where I would go. I just wanted to get away. The glass doors opened again, and who should walk through next but Danny Halfon. He wasn't more than 5 meters away. He didn't see me, though, and he walked right by. 5 seconds later, I was outside, scrambling for the car at about the same time he was running his ID card through the reader. There was some kind of commotion in the lanes behind me, a flashing bubble light coming up fast. I pulled to the right as a white Mercedes zipped around with its siren roaring. Though I couldn't quite distinguish the face, the shape of the driver's head reminded me of Danny Halfon. He must have walked into the office just as Ehud discovered my name on the sign-in sheet. It was safe to assume that Halfon was speeding toward Jerusalem to arrest me for withholding evidence. So I couldn't go back to the office, and probably not to the apartment either. My only option at the moment was to roll along with the traffic and conjure up a little clarity. They would catch me. That was inevitable. The thought crossed my mind, maybe I ought to just turn myself in and be done with it. I didn't get a lot of time to think about this option because 2 minutes later there was commotion in the traffic ahead of me. It was Halfon again. He was dropping back, or trying to. He had evidently spotted me in the right lane, except there was a little problem. Moving backwards with a flashing red light is not like moving forward with one. It's infinitely more difficult. Other drivers didn't understand his hand signals. Out of frustration, he steered onto the center shoulder of the outside lane, trying to jockey into position. There was only one car between us now, and the other guy clearly understood what was going on. Halfon wanted to be where he was. But when the stranger sped up, I sped up too, cutting him off. When he slowed, I did the same. The three of us were driving alongside each other, locked in a puzzle that I controlled for a change. Suddenly, I don't know why, I wasn't feeling so bad anymore. It was as if my whole reason to be now focused on a stretch of highway. I might as well enjoy the ride. Things were different for Halfon. He was furious. He stuck his hand out and waved at the man between us, who then held out his hand as if to say, "Where do you want me to go?" There's this thing I used to do with my funny arm when I was driving. I would roll down the window, and if I was going fast enough, I could set the thing to fluttering in the wind like a spastic weather vane. Of course, I didn't do it often these days because I was afraid the rivets might pull through, and my prosthesis would end up flying off into the road. Still, it was quite a marvelous effect, a funny greeting from a funny arm. As we drove down the highway, I decided that we all needed a little comedy relief. So I stuck out the arm and let it fly. Now, Danny Halfon didn't care too much for my little trick. He grimaced and pointed to the side of the road, indicating that he wanted me to pull over. Driving with my knees, I waved to him with my good hand now. He braked suddenly, trying to squeeze in, but I hit the brakes too, cutting him off. Halfon goosed his Mercedes. I goosed mine. We remained in checkmate. That's when I noticed something absolutely marvelous just ahead. An overpass with massive concrete posts eternally occupying the makeshift lane down which Halfon was now traveling. I reeled in the bad arm and pointed toward death with the good one. To his credit, Danny Halfon looked up, saw eternity closing fast, but before he ducked back into the lane ahead, he stuck out his hand one last time over the roof. Briefly, he communicated his attitude toward me using one finger as a verb. When he butted into traffic, I took a sharp turn at the next exit, effectively disappearing from the roadway. The waiting room was filled with women. Peter felt terribly out of place. Still, Rachel assured him that men visit gynecologists all the time, with wives and girlfriends. But Peter didn't see any girlfriends. Mostly he saw old women, angry old women. They glared at him as if he were an invader. Mia was seated at her desk when Rachel was shown into the small office. The nurse closed the door, leaving the two women alone. "My name is Rachel Levy." "What can I do for you?" said Mia rather evenly. "I work for Mr. Sofer," said Rachel. Mia replied, "I know who you are." Rachel said, "There's a problem. I was hoping maybe you could help us." Mia guessed that the young woman was in her early 20s, young enough to be my grandchild. "Okay, Rachel, what is your problem?" Rachel took a deep breath and then said, "No one knows where he is." "Where who is?" asked Mia. Rachel told her, 2 hours ago, Mossad shut us down. Our whole section. There's this guy named Danny Halfon. He did it. This was not what Mia expected. "I don't understand," she said. Rachel told her, "They took our keys. Mossad said we could reapply for other jobs, but that they're shutting us down. Isn't that amazing?" "And Avi wasn't able to stop this?" asked Mia. "That's just it. We don't know where he is. He was supposed to go to Tel Aviv this morning, but he never came back." Mia leaned forward. "Maybe he's still there." "I don't think so," Rachel replied, "because they keep asking us where he is." Mia asked, "Did you check his apartment?" "He's not there either. We thought you might have an idea." Mia shook her head. "What are you going to do if you find him?" she asked. "Will you turn him over?" "No, never," said Rachel. "Peter and I are just worried. We want to make sure he's okay. We want him to know that someone's on his side." Mia smiled at this news. "Me too," she said. There was a funeral tent next to Julia's grave, with 3 mourners inside, still sitting there in shock a full hour after the final words had been spoken. I was sympathetic. It had been 2 years, and I was still in shock. Exercising quiet discretion, I rotated one of the outside chairs until it directly faced Julia's tombstone. At Eternal Generations, they flipped a switch. I came to the cemetery. I traveled the cold distances of eternity with barely moving lips. And I wasn't the only one. I had seen others standing out in the rows of gravestones, listening for voices and talking to the wind. It had always seemed to be a natural part of the process. I now found myself thinking of the day when I would have an LA of her, the technical equivalent of a living photograph, and not terribly different from the photograph in my hand. How I loved that face. What wonderful mystery existed in the countenance of my 11-year-old Julia, my child stranger, my dearest friend before she was my friend. I wondered if LAs could ever capture the resolution or depth of my memories. Eventually, the mourners moved away, clinging to each other, and I was finally alone, or so I thought. A voice called from behind. Walking toward me, down one of the cobblestone trails that wound through the cemetery, was Mia. Following close behind, Rachel and Peter. She apologized as she walked up. She was sorry to interrupt me like this, but they had all been extremely worried, she said. I asked, "How did you know where to find me?" She told me that she had guessed. "They closed down your section, Avi." I was dumbfounded at this news. Mia knew this and repeated it. "Mossad closed your section. Your girl and the Russian came to my office and told me the news." "Rachel, Peter," I motioned for them to come closer. "Did they shut us down?" "It's true, sir." "When?" I wanted to know. "Just before lunch," replied Peter. "Danny Halfon made us turn in our keys and then told us to collect our personal stuff and get out." After losing me on the highway, Halfon had evidently gone straight to the office. Did he have any explanation, I asked. Rachel told me that they had been given a card with a phone number. He said we could reapply for another section, but that this one was closed permanently. He wanted to know where you were, said Peter. He said if you knew what was good for you, that you would call Tel Aviv as soon as possible. The canvas of the funeral tent billowed and popped. It was the only sound until Mia spoke up. She said there seemed to be more going on here than your average run-of-the-mill archaeological operation. I told her there was. This is about technology. Mia said that the three of them had talked briefly about the investigation on their way out. The subject is supposed to be classified, I said, looking over at Rachel and Peter. Mia came mildly unstrung at that. Avi Sofer, get over it. You're the only one whose confidences have been betrayed. They only responded to my questions. I made them answer. What could I say? She was right. Who or what did I think I was protecting at this point? So fill in the blanks, ordered Mia. I assume this is where you went last week? Well, there was little to be gained by withholding what was so obviously common knowledge. Soon, details of the operation were pouring from my own lips like steam under pressure. I described the demo in Mexico, told about the living algorithms, about the faces rebuilt from skulls, and Buffer, the ghost dog. This was what Saul was working on at the end, I said. I take it to be an Israeli project? Asked Mia. No. Saul was just one contractor in a project headed up by a couple of Englishmen. Last week we were trying to find the lab, which is why I didn't return your calls. The young woman I went off with... Mia held up her hands, waving me off. She didn't want to get into that. Blushing slightly, she asked me to repeat what I had just said about the technology, so I did, elaborating on Absalom, telling how the Englishman may have also acquired the remains of David. The David? She asked. Yes, 30 years ago. He was part of the Templar Ark collection. Rachel had a question. Originally, I had told her that we had the government's blessing for this operation. Was that still true? I told her the mission had been carried out with the full knowledge of the government. Amon initiated the contact with Jeremy Bentham, I said, and they organized our trip. But when I told you that the goal was to bring Absalom and David home, I was only repeating what I had been led to believe myself. Now I'm certain they really wanted the technology. Amon and Mossad were probably working together. You've been double-crossed, she said. I've been double-crossed. We were disposable, I told them. If there was a problem, they could say it's just Avi Sofer up to his old tricks, a replay of the Jeffrey Pollock fiasco. Don't you think that's being just a little cynical? Said Mia. I told her I was tired of being used. When you manipulate someone into doing something heroic, you deny them the honor that goes with it, I said. My pronouncement sounded a little like Ehud, which is probably where I heard it first. They arranged their chairs in a half-circle, facing Julia's tombstone, as I proceeded to lay out what I knew. Do you remember that first night that you and Dinitz went over to Saul's? I asked. You mean the night we got arrested? Yes. I was inside the apartment, Rachel. I went because Saul told me two things before he died. First, where he had hidden his lab journals. Second, he said something very strange. There at the end, when I leaned over, he told me, "We made man in our own image." They sat spellbound as I described the rotary technology and the capability of reading a life, phase encoded in a person's genes. Saul was helping decode David and Absalom, I said. Mia brought up an interesting point. She wondered if Mossad and Amman might have known what Saul was up to. I told her, actually, he might have even been working for them. But he must not have told them everything because no one seems to know where this lab is. Now they're all scrambling. If this is true, our mission was not about returning David and Absalom. Not ever. There are two problems with this, said Peter. First, we don't write to our DNA. It's read-only memory. Second, memory is a function of the brain. I told Peter that I wasn't going to argue with him, that he would have to take it up with someone else. Here's the way it was explained to me. And people have been saying this for years. It's not a new thing. We carry and pass hidden information from one generation to the next, from instincts and premonition to memories of other lives. All of it has to travel forward somehow, and that's what genes do. They travel forward. The gibberish of your life becomes the gibberish of your children's life, the gibberish of the ages. Mia shook her head in disbelief. As someone who had formally studied this subject, Mia said the prospect was not only hard to believe, it was scary. She wasn't all that sure we needed to know humanity's inside story. Rachel then said she didn't want to come off as anti-progress, but as far as she was concerned, with LA technology, science had conceived just one more monster. It's always been this way, Mia replied. Science knocks on the door. We hear monsters inside, but there's also great promise. I've no doubt this technology could be abused, but that's beside the point. If what Avi says is true, Israel must have this. But why? Asked Rachel. If we just say no, this is wrong. We don't want to open this door. Peter interrupted, saying, it'll change everything. Law enforcement, espionage, and maybe that'll be good. My response was, it wasn't the technology that bothered me, it was how they were trying to acquire it. So what? You've been used, said Mia matter-of-factly. Look at the bigger picture. She reminded me that soldiers go into battle without knowing what's in the general's mind. They proceed in ignorance, fight in ignorance, because if they knew the whole plan, they might not be willing to face the enemy. If Mossad or Amman used you, so what, she repeated. They've just used you as a soldier. Or just used me, I said. I know that too, she replied. With her finger she reached over and lightly touched my knee, letting me know that she didn't want to come off sounding too hard-hearted. You'll never know how much I wanted to bring David home, I told them. I don't think in my entire life I've ever had an obvious chivalry. Someone finally figured out that we weren't with a funeral party. A backhoe bounced down the service road heading toward us. Men in trucks arrived for the tent and the chairs as we strolled deeper into the cemetery, past Romanesque vaults and stands of cypress daggering into the sky. As we walked, Mia started asking questions. Actually, it was the same question asked a variety of ways. Could you have pulled it off? She wanted to know. Could you have taken the information you got in Mexico and based on that found the king's remains and returned them? Rachel chimed in, reminding us that actually we had advance information. We knew where the lab was. Red River, New Mexico, USA, July 4th, Canyon Road. So, what's stopping us? Mia asked. You've got 3 assistants ready and willing. 1, 2, 3, she counted. Before I could respond, Peter suggested that the GPS flasher wouldn't be going off for 3 more days. We've got a major head start, he said. Plus, I still have the gadgets from Mexico. We've got night vision, solar-powered cameras, a wireless motion array, all sorts of stuff. It was becoming increasingly obvious to me that their conversation on the way to the cemetery had included more than just an innocent divulging of classified information. They reminded me what Moshe had once said, that I could run this operation. Mia suggested our plan should be simple and straightforward and quick. We had to get into the U.S. and then back out in a very short time. Eventually she looked up at me and Mia asked, "What do you think?" I told her I appreciated the optimism, but something like this isn't straightforward. It's a massive undertaking, and we can't even afford plane tickets. The instant I said this, Mia seemed to have anticipated me. Digging through her purse, she pulled out 2 gold credit cards already taken from her wallet. "If that's all that's holding us back," she said, "let's go find David and bring him home." Peter quickly added that we still had Canadian passports. We could use them to get into the U.S. As he spoke, I kept flashing back to that day when he was so upset about not being able to say anything in French. The 3 of them watched my face carefully, anticipating my pleasure, perhaps. They were visibly saddened when I reminded them that we had no infrastructural support. If we got picked up in the United States, we would be on our own. Not only that, if I got picked up, I would probably end up staying there the rest of my life. "Then it's your job to make sure we don't get caught," said Mia. "You're in charge." There was only one way to get out of this. I looked at my watch and suggested it was time to go. I turned and resolutely marched back through the cemetery, heading to the parking lot. They trailed behind like 3 children, all talking at the same time, complaining and protesting my refusal. "We'll go as concerned Israelis," whined Mia, "which is exactly what we are. Not as representatives of the government. All we seek is the lawful return of what is rightfully ours anyway." "And what if we actually find the lab?" I asked. "And David and Absalom? How do we get them back to Israel? Old bones tend to raise questions when you go through customs." "We'll take it to the embassy in New York," said Mia. "What are they going to do, turn us down?" "You never know. They might," I replied. "Then there'll be some other way," said Mia. "Look, a half hour ago, Avi, you were telling us how much you wanted to bring him home, and that you had never had an obvious chivalry in your whole life. What happened?" Because it's not a simple thing you're suggesting, Mia. Something like this requires a team of fully trained professionals. Even then, it's risky." An hour later, standing in the parking lot, this argument was still raging. They simply would not let it drop. I tried to imagine what was motivating them. For Mia, it was an easy guess, though it might sound a little vain. My resistance to her had pretty much fallen away by this point. She did want to see David return to Israel, but she was not solely inspired by love of country and heritage. She was probably also thinking of the possibilities a trip together might present. I know this sounds vain, but that was at least partly true. Rachel was also pretty obvious. There's no discounting the patriotic impulse in her either, but there was another motivation as well. Secretly, I think she saw this as a revenge on Danny Halfon. She relished the thought of showing him up. Peter was the easiest of the 3 to read. After the trip to Mexico, his anxieties had pretty much vanished. He too had a strong desire to see David return to Israel, but he also saw this as a chance to be with Rachel. We all had reasons. Instead of arguing their points, I targeted their underlying motivations. I told them David's return was the responsibility of the government and deserved Israel's best collective efforts at getting him back. I pointed out that Danny Halfon was in charge, like it or not. We had a duty to support him. Ehud, Moshe, all of them. They were the professionals here. At last, their arguments began to falter. They were repeating themselves, and I was doing quite a nice job debating. But just when I thought I'd gotten them to begin to think logically, Mia changed tactics. "Okay, Avi," she said, "it was partly in your best interest that we wanted to do this, but I give up. We will bring David home, with or without you." "Rachel, Peter, will you go with me?" she asked. "And I'll pay. We'll go to the U.S., paint up a bunch of signs, and stand out in front of the Congress if we have to, demanding that the remains be returned to Israel. I promise. Someone will eventually hear us, and something will be done." This was pretty much the sort of suggestion a Hoover-Dennitz might come up with, given the chance. "Count me in," said Peter. Rachel said the same. "Good," replied Mia. "I'll go back to the office and I'll do a little paperwork. Since you don't have jobs now, all you have to do is go home and pack." Then Mia looked at me, plainly disappointed. "It's an absolutely terrible idea," I told her. "By the time you get something in motion, they'll know you're coming. They'll have time to clear out and take David with them." Mia said she knew it probably wasn't the best idea, but under the circumstances it was all they had, unless you've got something better. "For one thing," I told her, "they've probably got someone watching for me at the airport." "But you could get out if you had to," she said. "Yes, Mia, of course. If I had to get out of Israel unobserved, there are ways it could be done." "Give him time," Mia told the other two. "His brain may be old, but I can see he's working on it. I can always tell." "Okay, Ivy, if you had to get out of Israel, how would you do it?" "Well, I guess I would go through Jordan," I said finally. "We've got 10 different back doors out. I've done it many times. The three of you would fly from Ben Gurion, I would fly from Amman, and then I guess we would probably hook up in Athens." "Then this is what we're going to do?" asked Mia. I told her that I would love to, but there was so much against us. Besides a couple of gold cards and a box of leftover electronics, I couldn't think of a single advantage. I told her, "You have to make your plans around strengths, and we don't have any." Rachel said she could think of one, and it was big. We could be in the U.S. before Thursday, before the flasher went off. That was a huge advantage. "And we still got a lot of first-rate technology at our disposal," said Peter. "It's not junk." "What's your other option, Avi?" asked Mia. "If you don't do this, what next? You're going to go to the apartment and get arrested? Seems to me there's not much of a choice." And she was right. "Let's go find David, the four of us, and bring him home," said Mia. From a Mossad safe house in Amman, Jordan, I called Danny Halfon in Tel Aviv. This is the message I left on his phone machine. "Danny, I'm going to be doing a little scuba diving while I sort through what happened today on the highway. I've decided that it's in your best interest, and mine, that you should be given some of the documents in my possession. Meet me at Eliot Friday for supper, a place called the Blue Fish. Maybe we can sort through our differences. I hope so." With a little luck, Danny Halfon would cool his heels for a couple of days. Meanwhile, we would be on our way to New Mexico. For my quick exit through Jordan, I became Fauzi al-Naji again, dealer in fertilizer. It was a character I kept at our safe house in Jordan for just such an occasion, complete with documentation and a Syrian passport. The identity had 3 advantages. First, no one expected me to carry samples. Second, I had yet to run into anyone with much interest in the subject. Should such a circumstance arise, though, in my briefcase were several odious brochures which were supplemental to an equally odious sales pitch. Third, fertilizer salesmen tend to spend a lot of time alone. For me, this meant time to contemplate and strategize. As my Jordanian brothers and sisters boarded Olympic Airlines Flight 212 to Athens, I was already in my seat, pondering the strategic challenges ahead. Challenges that didn't have a thing to do with fertilizer. Mia, Rachel, Peter, and I planned to meet in Athens, fly to New York, then Albuquerque. From there, we would drive to Red River. The big question now, what would we find there? How many employees would be at the lab? Were David and Absalom even there? Until we had a few answers, the scope of our little recovery operation remained sketchy, little more than arrival-departure schedules. Upon landing in Albuquerque Wednesday morning, we leased a Chevy Suburban at $724 per week, U.S., plus 15 cents a mile, for which reason, perhaps, the attendant regaled us with unrestrained affection. She produced a map on which she traced our route with a red highlighter. Red River is north of Taos, said the woman. Turning to Mia and Rachel, she quickly added, "Of course, you know about Taos. The most incredible shopping in the whole world, at least New Mexico. They've got artistic stuff, pottery and paintings and jewelry, and people come from all over, and there's stuff for guys too." We took her advice, but when we arrived in Taos, we spent most of the time at the Walmart. To 4 Israelis, shopping did not get more exotic than this. What a store! Not only were we in the market for boots and sweaters, coats and gloves, we also purchased a tent there, 4 sleeping bags, a camp stove, and fishing gear. Lots of fishing gear. At the checkout, I looked over and caught Mia wincing a little as the fishing rods were rung up. "What's the face?" I asked as the register chirped away. She shrugged her shoulders. "Nothing." I pulled her from line and whispered, "I warned you this wasn't going to be cheap." She whispered back, "No problem. It's fine. I'm okay." "So why the face?" I asked. "Avi, do we really need so much fishing tackle? And graphite?" "What are you saying?" I asked her. "Oh, I don't know," she told me. "Do we have to buy such expensive rods?" I told her we could go back to Sporting Goods and trade the rods in for cane poles. "Oh, that's not what I meant," she said. "Never mind, you're taking it wrong." "Look, Mia, anyone who comes down from Canada to fish won't be using cheap tackle. I can tell you that right now. The one place you don't cut expenses is the cover." "I'll be fine," she told me. "If it works, if we get David home, maybe you can write a book and pay me back." It was late Wednesday morning. Red River was much smaller than I had imagined. Basically, it was a single street in a mountain valley, a street lined with motels, a ski lift, and melting snow everywhere. "Imagine they do a lot of ice fishing around here," said Mia, flashing me a tight grin. "You're right," I replied. "Maybe we ought to change our cover story to skiing." "Oh no, that's okay," replied Mia. "Fishing is fine." I wasn't surprised when we didn't find a listing for Eternal Generations in the phone book. Rachel even asked a clerk at the Highline Grocery, and no one had heard of it. When she climbed back into the car, Rachel said she was worried that we had come halfway around the world based on a prescription label. Fortunately, the map at the Chamber of Commerce showed a lot of detail. We discovered the exact whereabouts of J.F. Canyon Road, which took a little pressure off. By early afternoon, we'd even been there. We'd even driven by. It was a gravel road running back into the wilderness just outside town. Mia noticed an impressive-looking A-frame lodge high on the hillside, remarkable even at a distance. Mia wondered, Could that be it? What do we do now? I explained that the next order of business involved finding a campsite. Let's talk about that, said Mia. I saw several motels with vacancies in town. Some of them looked pretty nice. I had seen them too, except there was one problem. If we stayed in town, we risked not finding the lab in time. Oh, we really don't have to camp, do we? She said. Why do you think we bought a tent? But it's cold. I told her that's why we bought sleeping bags. Jeremy Bentham's lodge overlooked a shallow meadow bounded on the low side by a ridge which dropped sharply into the valley. I think what we want is going to be over there, I said, pointing across the road. Give me 5 minutes. I maneuvered the Suburban into a stand of aspen where we parked. Leaving the motor running, I hopped out and disappeared into the trees. There was no wind. The forest floor was melting through in places, but there was still a lot of snow on the ground, and the view was stunning. Above me, the lodge presided over the valley, a solitary jewel in a broad hillside of whites and greens. Below, an equally broad valley lay hidden beneath an undisturbed blanket of white. It was hard for me to hold my focus on what I was supposed to be doing. I walked the rim of the meadow, my new boots caked in mud and ice. Approximately 100 meters from the Suburban, I discovered exactly what I was looking for, the perfect campsite. There was coverage overhead, a thick canopy of fir, but a few steps in the direction of the meadow, and the lodge came into view through the green ceiling. I estimated it to be perhaps 1 kilometer away. Now came the tricky part. What had been a relatively simple passage on foot became infinitely more difficult. Mud and melting snow were almost more than the Suburban could manage. We spun, swerved, cut dark wounds into the hillside. At one point, we were so stuck, I worried that we would have to be towed out. But we put our backs to it, and the beast clawed forward, eventually escaping the clutches of the icy hillside. We set to work immediately. Peter installed a surveillance camera high in one of the trees. Rachel, Mia, and I set up camp. I ripped open the end of the tent box. The canvas spilled onto the soft ground, along with yellow plastic stakes and aluminum poles. Mia wanted to know where the instructions were. She reached into the box, felt around, tilted it, shook it. There weren't any. So we unfolded the canvas, arranged the stakes and poles, but it wasn't all that obvious how the thing went together. 10 minutes passed. There were a lot of suggestions, squinting and pointing, and we were still staring at the ground when Peter came down out of the tree. He had finished his job. "High-tech tent, huh?" he said. "Is that what it is?" said Mia. "Well, I got the camera in," he replied, "but I can't do anything until you guys have the controllers up. Maybe I could go out to the road and put up the motion array. What do you think, Avi?" I told him, sure, good idea. With that, he was off to his second task, while we were still doing our first. In desperation, we knelt and studied the photograph on the box. It was a picture showing a happy family and a dog cheerfully seated in front of the tent at sunset. We studied the picture, noticing carefully how the tent was oriented, how the supports converged at the top, and we came to a conclusion. We were missing major pieces. They had shorted us significant lengths of aluminum. The people in the picture smiled because they had a tight tent. Ours sagged, and Mia was not smiling. As the one who'd put out the money for it, she insisted that we would stop back on our way through Taos and get our money back. But for now, a lopsided tent was as good as we were going to get. Now we could move on to other things. I next assembled the camp stove while Mia worked inside the tent, sorting the electronic devices, matching them to their respective operations manuals. By evening, Rachel had engineered quite a blaze outside. To anyone who accidentally walked up, we looked like any other fishing expedition. There were rods stacked together, tackle boxes, a spacious, if crippled tent. We looked to be exactly what we pretended. 3 desperately cold Canadians sitting around a blazing fire, wearing sleeping bags over every piece of clothing we could put on. The 4th Canadian was inside the tent, fiddling with the state-of-the-art surveillance technology there, the presence of which did distinguish us from your average Canadian fishing camp. "Quick, look at this," shouted Peter. We tumbled inside, dragging our sleeping bags behind us. We saw a blurry image on the monitor. For the first time since arriving in Red River, we laid eyes on our old friend, Jeremy Bentham, seen through the lens of the surveillance camera. He was puttering around the kitchen up at the lodge. I asked if we could zoom or focus because the image seemed a little soft to me. Peter explained the fuzziness was the result of so many trees in between. That's what made it blurry. "I think if the camera were even a little closer, it might be better," said Peter. I asked him to retarget another window. Gently, Peter guided the joystick, first one way and then the other. On screen, lighted windows drifted by. "Wait, what was that?" I said. "Back up." Peter redirected the camera to the large glass window, the front window, beyond which I thought I saw something. Through the shears, there seemed to be photographs on the wall. That first night was cold and miserable. None of us slept well. And then Peter awakened us first thing in the morning. Something was happening up at the lodge. "Look," Peter said, "Bentham's getting ready to leave." He panned the camera left and then right and then zoomed, and suddenly we saw the tail light on the Range Rover backing out of the garage. I asked if he could follow the vehicle. "Too many trees," said Peter, "but the motion sensors. We can time him." We caught a glimpse of the rover just as it turned onto the road. "Now," Peter said, looking at his watch. 7 seconds later, the first sensor atop the monitor flashed. 23 seconds after that, the second flashed, followed 18 seconds later by the third and the fourth, indicating that the rover had driven down the road and turned onto the blacktop. 48 seconds total, Peter observed, less than a minute from the road to the lodge. "Peter, do we have absolute confidence in those things?" I wanted to know. He said we did. "You'd better be right, Peter, because we're going up to the lodge. You stay here, keep watch. Mia, Rachel, and I are going to check things out. Rachel, get the camcorder." "What am I going to do?" asked Mia. I told her, "We're going in from the right side, but you're going to go straight to the front door. And if someone answers, tell them you're lost. Ask them what's the quickest way back to town. While you're doing that, we're going to shoot video through the windows and try to see what's inside. But Peter, the instant that sensor goes off, you've got to let us know." I could see the others were mildly terrified, but for me, this was great. I hadn't had this much fun in 10 years. No, longer than that. I felt something that could only be described as adolescent euphoria, a dangerous spark in a body so old. As we jogged across the meadow, we tested the headsets. "Is everyone online?" I asked. Up at the tent, Peter said that our voices were coming through loud and clear. Rachel and I veered to the right. Though we no longer could see Mia, we could hear her rapid breathing over the headset. "Avi, I've arrived at the lodge," she said. "I assume you want me to take off the headset before I go up." "Absolutely," I told her, "but wait until we're in position too. We're not quite there." For Rachel and me, the final 20 meters presented us with a daunting climb. We pulled ourselves higher and higher over the treacherously slick surfaces. We grabbed at trees, and at last we made it to the clearing too. I could see Mia over on the left, waiting for our signal. Rachel, zoom in on the front door in case someone answers. I want a good shot. I then signaled for Mia to go. She walked up the driveway, stepped onto the deck. She seemed perfectly at ease. We heard the knock, and Mia calling out, "Is anyone home?" There was no response. Moving quickly, we left the cover of the trees and rushed to the back side of the lodge. I was hoping we might find at least one unobstructed view inside. Before we had a chance to do much looking, though, Peter screamed in alarm. "Mr. Sofer, quick! Someone just walked up! It's the guy from Mexico!" Hearing these words, I spun around and ran as hard as I could. Rounding the corner, I saw Mia on the front deck, and the huge intruder stood between us, and I recognized him instantly. Without thinking, I charged, but he heard me and turned just as I launched myself. We collided. He tumbled backwards. His head struck the rail so hard I think it stunned him. To make sure he stayed down, I slapped him across the back of the head with my funny arm. The force knocked him flat, but it also popped the rivets. Standing over the motionless man, my arm dangled to my knees. We had no gun, no cuffs, no way to restrain him. The only thing I could think of was to use his belt. So we cinched his wrist behind his back. He groaned, struggled a bit, but we had him. "Who are you?" I asked. "My name is Roy Brooks. I work for DEA. Hey, I remember you." I demanded that he show me some identification. He told me he didn't have any, on account of he was undercover at the moment. It didn't ring completely true. "Mr. Sofer, look." I turned. Rachel was pointing in the direction of Mia, who was standing inside the open front door. She held a piece of paper in her hand. "I found this in the door," called Mia. "It says, 'Roy, I called your motel, but you weren't there, so I'm driving to town, hoping to find you and give you a lift. If we miss each other, the door's open. Come inside and make yourself at home. I'll be back in a few minutes. By the way, I repaired Mother. I should be able to show you everything that I intended to show you yesterday.'" We followed Mia inside. It was a beautiful place. The ceiling was vaulted, maybe 15 meters or so. The fireplace was made of white stone. And then I saw the photographs on the back wall, the ones I'd seen through the camera. There were men and women and children. We leaned very groggy Roy Brooks against the door. Mia watched him there. Rachel and I crossed to the back wall to more closely examine the images. "Are you thinking what I'm thinking?" she asked. The last portrait on the bottom was that of an old man. He had white hair. It was long, streaming down into his beard. My intuition told me I was looking into the face of David. "Rachel," I said, "turn on the camera. Get him." We each had a job. Mia guarded the prisoner. Rachel documented the ground floor with video. I rushed down to the basement, expecting or hoping to find the lab. Instead, I found a storage room with rows of boxes and metal cabinets, an assortment of monitors, keyboards, and cables. In the center of the room was a freestanding closet with a metal door. It was locked tight and guarded by a rather ominous-looking lighted keypad. "What did you find?" called Mia from upstairs. She was reacting to the suspicious silence. I told her it was some kind of door, but it had an arming device. When I got back upstairs, I asked Mr. Roy Brooks if he knew what was inside the closet, or if he knew the combination. He shook his head no. I proceeded next to the loft Jeremy Bentham's bedroom. Except for the vaulted ceiling and bright skylights, the space was unremarkable. The bed was unmade. On the floor was a collapsed pile of books, most of which had the word stock market in the title. There were also magazines scattered around. Forbes, Fortune, a few brochures. Mia's voice called from below. Avi, he wants to tell you something. The prisoner politely repeated his name in the event she had forgotten. Roy wants to tell you something, she said. He thinks it might be a pretty good idea to be careful. I asked why, and Brooks himself answered. The person who lives here may have set explosives. Do you have anything specific in mind? I wanted to know. No, said Roy. I just think he's the kind of person who might do that sort of thing. Look, I told him, it would be in everyone's best interest for you to tell us one way or the other. Roy replied, I don't know anything specifically. I just think it'd be a good idea for you to be careful. Peter, are you still on? I asked over the earcom. Still here, he replied. Okay, everyone listen. I want to check out the back rooms, but we aren't going to take any chances. Rachel, Mia, I want you to stand off. Take Brooks with you. You think it's booby-trapped? Asked Rachel. I don't know. The door in the basement is definitely armed or on a timer, something. Mia suggested that we should think about this for a bit. I told her we didn't have time. Rachel obediently yanked Roy Brooks to his feet and shoved him out the front door. Mia, though, stubbornly complained that if the situation weren't safe for 3 people, it wasn't safe for 1. She repeated her suggestion that we all head back to camp. What if there are explosives? Mia, I promise I'm not going to force anything or take chances, I replied. For the first time she noticed my funny arm hanging low. You popped it, she said, touching it gently. With everyone gone, my footsteps were the only sounds now, except for the occasional static over the headset. Cautiously, I made my way into the hall. There were 3 doors to be opened here, 3 rooms to be explored. At the first, I turned the knob. The mechanism clicked and the door swung wide. A bathroom, I said into the headset, 2 subdued whispers of relief at the other end. Beyond the second door was an office with a drafting table. Against the walls were file cabinets, rolls of blueprints stacked in the corner. What instantly attracted my attention was the bronze-colored artifact on the wall, encased in hard, clear plastic. What did you find? Asked Mia. I told her it was some kind of copper tablet. I saw the Crusader cross with a vaulted A, and instantly I knew this was the basis for the rub that I had found in Saul's journal. You said tablet? Asked Mia. There was little doubt in my mind. I was looking at the Templar Codex. Plans for a cathedral. Directions to Israel's ancient and holy dead. The map to Absalom's secret crypt. I grabbed the frame with my hand, testing the mount. It held fast against the wall. We would have to come back for this piece when there was more time. I next turned my attention to the open blueprint on the drafting table. Written at the top of the page was Gettysburg National Memorial, Drainage. Rachel, can you hear me? You'll never guess what I've got here. It's an overlay of the drainage system at Gettysburg. Do you remember the skull from the Civil War? Corbett, she said. Yes, but what's so interesting? It looks like the point of entry was a drainage tube. Just like in the Kedron, she replied. Just like in the Kedron, I said. And if we had a list of the blueprints in this room, we would probably have a pretty good idea of the other sites they've hit. I twisted the knob, pushed. The third door swung open to reveal the largest room yet. Inside were computers and monitors against the wall. Peter immediately wanted to know if I'd found the lab. Maybe, I replied. Peter, What kind of computer were they using in Mexico? Amigas, he said. I got down on my knees and checked the nameplates. These are Commodores, I told him. Same thing, Peter replied. Commodore makes Amiga. Well, there are 10 of them in here, I said. Can I please come down? Asked Peter. I told him no. But someone who understands the technology should at least take a look. Rachel, where are you? I asked, ignoring Peter's poignant request. Just outside the door, she said, poking her head into the computer room. Rachel set to work immediately, documenting the blueprints, reading out the names on tape. Meanwhile, back in the computer room, I powered up the monitors, quite unprepared for the sight I was about to see. When the tubes brightened, on each screen was an LA, standing straight and tall with their backs to the camera, and they were naked. Mia, can you hear me? Over the headset, Mia replied that she and Roy were outside, still at the edge of the woods. Ask him something for me. Does he know anything about the LAs? I heard a mumbled question and a reply. Mia relayed that he had only seen them. He didn't know much about them, technically speaking. Are they always like this? I asked. They don't have any clothes on. Through Mia, Roy described the troubles that Bentham had been experiencing the previous day. Rachel then joined me in the computer room. What's going on? She asked, dumbfounded at what she saw on the screen. Where are the clothes? I don't know. It's quite a view, though, isn't it? Yeah, it looks like the real thing, she said. Do you think David's there? We examined carefully each screen, looking for an older body type, and that's when I saw him. Lost in a panorama of buttocks was an old man slouching and spindly, white hair streaming down his back. David? The camera, mounted next to the monitor, swiveled in my direction and zoomed in on me. The old man turned slightly on screen, looking over his shoulder. I told Rachel I hoped she was getting this on video. Maybe he's trying to figure out who you are, she said, her eye observing his behavior through the viewfinder. David? There was no response, except from Rachel, who observed, He's beautiful, isn't he? Mr. Sofer, we're looking at King David's rear end. Oh, please, can I come down? Came an emotional voice over the headset. No, Peter, you can't. Stay right where you are. Rachel spoke to David, trying to get his attention, and the old man reacted, looking back over his shoulder. The camera swiveled left and right, up and down, as the LA attempted to find the source of the voice. He's looking for you, I told her. What should I say? I don't know, I replied. I'm over here, she called. At last, the camera found her, and though he still had his back to the screen, he was looking over his shoulder, nodding, letting her know that he saw her now. She complimented him, saying that he was a handsome man given her rather limited perspective. The LA smiled, and his head started pumping up and down. David obviously liked women, and maybe he even enjoyed the opportunity to pose, though I was probably reading something into it. He definitely hears you, I told her. Over the headset came Peter's forlorn, forgotten voice telling us someone else would like to see too. Peter, that's why we're making a video, I replied. I then told Rachel to keep talking. I wanted to see what the LA would do next. What do I say? She asked. Tell him, just repeat what you've already said. So Rachel repeated that David was a handsome man. He had a kingly bearing. And when she said the word handsome, each time she said it, he reacted by bobbing his head up and down a little more forcefully. He definitely agreed. We heard the whine of a small electric motor. On the monitor adjacent to David, The next LA over was looking for Rachel too. Judging from the profile on screen, it was a young man. But the long hair was the giveaway. It was Absalom. When he turned slightly, you could see his father's high cheekbones, and his grin, what you could see of it, was like David's too. As Rachel repeated the word handsome, Absalom's head also started bobbing up and down, though slightly out of sync with his father's. Other cameras swiveled. Other LAs turned. Perhaps it was the attraction of a feminine voice, but all were looking for Rachel. And when she said the word handsome, they smiled and heaved up and down. Mia said we should also be on the lookout for an older woman. According to Mr. Brooks, she said, Bentham's mother is there somewhere. He thinks it's on the right. Rachel panned the video camera. I walked over to the monitor, and there she was, an old lady with her back to the screen. But before I had a chance to say anything to her, Peter suddenly screamed out a warning again. He's coming! The sensors on the road had gone off. Jeremy Bentham was on his way home. Rachel tucked the camera under her arm and scrambled out the front door, heading for the woods as fast as she could go. Meanwhile, I coolly switched off all the monitors, closed the doors, and made a quick last check of the lodge. Everything seemed to be in place, except for something leaning against the door sill. It was Roy Brooks's duffel bag. "The second sensor just went off," Peter announced, trying his best to stay calm. I grabbed the duffel, closed the front door, and headed for the woods. "Oh no! Who's got the note?" I yelled. "What note?" "The one from the front door." From deep in the woods, Mia cried out that it was still in her pocket. "Stay where you are," I ordered, but I think we screwed up big time. I was running, struggling with the duffel bag, and if one more rivet popped, it was technically possible that my arm might come flying off. "He's 5 seconds away," said Peter, maintaining a steady calm. 4, 3, 2. I hurled the duffel bag into the bushes, then dove in after it, rolling into cover just as the rover appeared in the driveway. We watched the vehicle roll to a stop. Bentham climbed out, stretched, opened the hatch. There were grocery bags in back, which he proceeded to carry inside. The 4 of us stumbled into camp, out of breath but excited. I asked Peter what was happening back at the lodge. He told me that Bentham seemed to sense something was wrong. Several times he had come out onto the deck and looked out toward the road. "What do we do with this guy?" asked Rachel. I told her to tie Roy Brooks to a tree, then blindfold him and gag him, and make sure he's far enough away so he can't hear us. Digging through the duffel bag, Mia came across a 3-ring binder. Inside were official-looking reports, all stamped DEA Confidential. She gave me a quick rundown. "This one is about FBI funding in the early 1960s, she said. "This one, the Dallas Police Department." But her most interesting discoveries were the photographs. There were 7 in all, 2 showing Jeremy Bentham sitting beside a pool. The others were photographs of an elderly man, and the face was strangely familiar. In one, the old man lay on a hospital bed. In another, he was slumped in a wheelchair. The final picture was a portrait, a man in his late 70s or early 80s, frail, hair thinning and white, pulled back straight across his head. But it was the shape of the face, the squared jaw, that struck me as familiar. "I've seen this one," I said. "Go back to the hospital bed." Mia flipped back. In this picture we could see a glucose feeder on the right side of the bed. On the left, a bureau with 2 small picture frames and a half-filled glass of water. "You're the doctor. What's wrong with this man?" I asked. Mia studied the image and said, "It looks like a stroke. Looks like he's waiting to die." "Are you sure?" She looked again. "Yes. My guess would be that he's had a stroke." "But what if he's already dead?" I said, tapping the picture with my finger. She asked what I meant. "I think he's already dead in the picture." They all looked again. "What if this is John Kennedy?" My suggestion was startling. They were gazing on a photograph of John F. Kennedy, the assassinated American president, at an age he had not lived to see. It was late afternoon. The temperature was dropping. Rachel and Mia bundled up and headed down to the tree. When they walked up, they found Roy praying. "Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for thou art with me. Thy rod and thy staff, they comfort me." Mia untied the knotted arms of the sweatshirt and pulled it up over his head so he could see, but his eyes remained closed. "Surely goodness and mercy shall follow me all the days of my life, and I shall dwell in the house of the Lord forever and ever." "It's not that bad, is it?" Mia asked him. As we had been going through his duffel bag, down at the tree, Roy had succumbed to darker and darker imaginings of what we were going to do to him. By the time the women walked up, he thought they had come to kill him. Rachel lifted the plastic thermos to his lips, but he refused to drink. Mia offered a granola bar. He said, "I don't want anything from you." "Come on, keep your blood sugar up," she said, tearing open the wrapper. "Here." She broke off a bite-sized chunk and gently pressed it to his lips. Eventually, he snapped it from her fingers and ate. She broke off another piece. She talked to him and mothered him and slowly brought him around. I watched from the tent as the women worked their charms. It took several minutes, but they finally achieved what looked to be a full conversation. When the timing seemed right, he laughed at something Rachel had said. I gathered up the documents and made my way down to the tree. "Good afternoon," I said, walking up. "Are they taking good care of you?" The smile faded from his lips when he saw me, when he heard me. He remained imperious and somber until he saw the papers in my hand. He warned me, "That's classified." "Yes, I know," I told him. "Am I mistaken, or is this the second time we've run into each other?" "I don't know," he answered. "Was it Mexico?" He shrugged and told me he didn't remember. I introduced myself, showed him my business card, holding it close for him to read. I told him that I was from Salt Lake City, and they're from our Canadian office, indicating the two women. He nodded. His eyes followed Rachel as she and Mia walked back up to the tent. "The reason we found your document so interesting is our company is about to invest a great deal of money in eternal generations." "Look," he said, "I work for DEA, and if you're smart, you'll put that back where you found it and let me go." I asked for identification again, and of course he didn't have any. "That's too bad," I told him. I then asked why he was carrying classified documents around in such a careless manner, holding up the papers, I said, and particularly photos like these. He wouldn't look me in the eye. "Can you tell me anything about eternal generations?" I asked. "How you got involved?" He turned his head away. "Well, I guess we should at least thank you for alerting us to the booby traps up at the lodge, or the possibility of booby traps. You may have saved our lives, so thanks." He was staring past me now, pretending he wasn't paying attention. "So, what's the DEA connection?" I asked. He still would not speak. "Is there anything you can tell me about Kennedy?" He looked up, he grinned at me, but he didn't say anything. For the better part of 30 minutes, I attempted to engage him, but all I got were grunts and shrugs and a few knowing smiles. I had just about concluded that I was going to have to find another approach when a snowflake drifted down from the sky. Both of us looked up at the same instant. "Cold front's coming through," I told him. "I think it's going to get down in the low teens tonight." A few more flakes drifted down. I sensed that the prospect of a cold mountain night unnerved him a little. The cocky sneer evaporated when he looked up. He was afraid we would leave him out, and I suddenly knew my advantage. "Well, this is obviously going nowhere," I said abruptly. "So if you decide you want to talk, give me a call. I'll be right up there in that warm tent." I stood and stretched, flashed him the friendliest of smiles, and walked off. "Hey, what about me?" he called after. "That's entirely up to you," I told him. "You can join us up where it's warm, or you can stay out here. Suit yourself." The instant I stepped inside the tent, Peter started babbling on about the surveillance camera, that something had gone wrong with it. "What?" I asked him as I peeked back through the zipper down to Roy Brooks. Peter told me he thought the batteries might need to be replaced. There had been a high-frequency burst, he said, and the screen just went blank. "How much effort is it going to take?" I asked. He held up 2 9-volt batteries. "I just have to pop the back and stick these in," he told me. "And if that doesn't do it, I'll just replace the camera." Peter rushed outside, stuffing the batteries into his pocket. Rachel moved in behind him as if she were going to assist, but I had something else in mind for her. "I want you to go back down and babysit Mr. Brooks." "You've got to be kidding," she replied. "No, I'm not." Rachel pointed out that it was getting cold. I told her, "I know, but I want you to go down anyway. I think he'll talk to you." She couldn't believe this was happening. "You're teasing me, right?" "No, take a sleeping bag if you're cold." She wheeled around, looked through the sleeping bags stacked along the back wall, and took the green one, which was the one I had slept in the night before. She then stormed out of the tent. The snow was coming down hard as Peter ascended the tree. It took him a few minutes to reach the top, where the camera was mounted. "I'm almost there," he said, stepping to the final branch. Down at the tree, Roy was happy to see Rachel. She plopped down on a stump a short distance away, pointing her knees in another direction so their faces wouldn't be in direct alignment. "So you got guard duty," he said. Rachel looked at him but didn't reply. "From what I hear, it's going to get really cold tonight, maybe down into the teens," he told her. Rachel replied that she hadn't come down for conversation. "If you don't mind, I'd rather not talk," she said. "Sorry," replied Roy. Up in the tree, in the fading light, Peter's fingers were numb with cold. What was worse, the battery door on the camera seemed to be jammed. I told him from below to be careful. We had to return the gear to Amman at some point. "Don't force it," I said. I took a couple of steps back to catch a better angle on Peter, only to notice that his left foot was braced against a scrawny-looking branch. I warned him that it might not be very strong, but he assured me it was more substantial than it seemed from below. Down at the tree, Rachel continued with her attitude, which is exactly what I had expected. Had she known I wanted her to gripe, I don't think she would have been quite as convincing. She eventually revealed her complaints to Roy Brooks, saying that she really didn't want to have to spend the night out in the cold. She would be sick for months. "I'm sorry," said Roy Brooks. His own anxieties were mounting too. "So why don't you tell him what he wants to hear so we can get out of here?" she said. "I can't," replied Roy. "Oh, right," said Rachel, "as if you've got any secrets left." "What do you mean?" Roy wanted to know. "We've read everything in your duffel bag. Have you got anything else?" Up in the tree, Peter was making mouth noises, an accompaniment to his efforts at forcing the cover of the camera open. At last there was a mechanical click, followed by a flatulent burst through his lips. A few seconds passed. I heard fumbling above, and then Peter told me he had found something unexpected. I couldn't see it clearly, but he was holding the surprise discovery in his fingers. What happened next happened so very fast. As he was examining the object, he shifted his weight. There was a loud crack. The branch under his foot broke away as Peter's hands shot up. He screamed and fell backwards. His blood-curdling screech echoed across the hillside. I jumped back out of the way as he slammed into limb after limb on his way down. His legs bicycled in the air, and that was the best thing he could have done because his right leg hooked a passing limb. He caught there, hung up like a man on a trapeze. By this point, Mia was out of the tent, and Rachel rushed up too, dragging my sleeping bag up the hill. Peter was gasping for air, hanging upside down, but at least he'd stopped whooping. From his inverted position, he asked, Did you see where it fell?" "What?" I asked. "It was a GPS flasher," he said, "exactly like the one we put in the monitor in Mexico. Someone's tracking us." As he said these words, I saw the silvery cartridge in the snow near where Rachel was standing. It was dark now, still snowing hard. The four of us sat around in the tent, considering our limited range of options. Mia wanted to know how long it would be before someone showed up. There was no certain answer, of course, because it all depended on how motivated our pursuers were. But you have to assume they'll be worried, I reasoned, because no one's going to want us in the U.S. "So, how much time do we have?" Mia asked again. Before I could answer, we heard a plaintive voice calling from outside. We had all but forgotten Mr. Roy Brooks in our excitement. "What about him?" asked Rachel. Down at the tree, we heard mounting desperation in the voice. "I'll talk. Promise," called Roy. "Can anyone hear me up there? I'll talk. Hey!" "What are we going to do about him?" Mia asked. "And what are we going to do about us?" I told her I thought there were two possibilities. First, if Ehud or Moshe considered this an emergency, they would dispatch a Katsa, someone already stationed in the U.S. That would be the fastest way, but politically, they would have to tell the Prime Minister and, of course, use up someone's cover. The other option would be to send someone specifically to deal with us and, of course, limit their exposure as much as possible. "When you say limit, exactly what do you mean by that?" asked Mia. "Exactly what you think I mean. But maybe we won't be here when they arrive." As I made my way down the hill, Roy Brooks was chattering away, talking to himself. "What do you want to know?" he said. "I want to know everything, Mr. Brooks." "What about we start with John Kennedy?" he offered. "Okay." Roy was almost another man, the complete opposite of what he had been before. His reluctance to speak had disappeared completely. In rapid-fire revelation, or as rapid-fire as someone can be through chattering teeth, he confessed that he had been a mail clerk. When the envelope showed up, he had been the first to recognize the pictures of the president. Originally, he thought Kennedy might be alive, and that's what he had set out to do. He had set out to find him. Why hasn't DEA taken any action? I wanted to know. He told me that his boss, Julian Lockery, was afraid the case might be politically risky. As the only agency to receive the envelopes, it might be interpreted that DEA had been entrusted with information over and above the others. And since the evidence held direct ramifications for FBI and the Justice Department, the DEA team in Phoenix had decided the best way to proceed would be to assume the photographs had been faked. "What do you think, Roy?" I asked. "Are they?" He told me, "At first I thought they were real. Now, I don't know." He told me about Eternal Generations and Bentham and White, the two who ran the company. He thought the photographs of Kennedy actually indicated something else entirely. Roy was convinced someone had broken into the Kennedy crypt at Arlington National Cemetery and stolen the remains of the president. "There's something very strange going on there," he said. "I can't put my finger on it, but now I'm not even sure who sent the pictures." "So you've spoken at length with White and Bentham?" "Yes," he said. "Did they tell you anything about Kennedy?" White talked a little, but he was extremely reluctant. "Did he tell you that Kennedy had been stolen?" "Yes, but he claimed they only created the LA and that someone else did the break-in." If it were true, if Kennedy's tomb had been vandalized, if it were true, I had just found a major tactical advantage. The snow was really coming down as Rachel and Mia made their way along the winding trail. Every few seconds, they stopped to listen and flash light into the surrounding woods. Their diligence paid off. Eventually, they heard soft moaning and spotted a pair of tennis shoes poking up from the snow. Suddenly, there he was, Roy Brooks, flat on his back and unconscious, with a bloody flap of skin dangling from his forehead. Our new campsite was situated on the banks of a small mountain stream roughly 2 kilometers east of where the previous one had been. It hadn't been an easy transition. Anxious to abandon the first set of coordinates as soon as possible, in the cold hours after midnight we gathered the stove, cooking utensils, assorted gear, and fishing tackle, cramming everything we could into our backpacks. We were extremely preoccupied with the move, and so we didn't notice when Roy decided to suddenly make a mad dash for freedom. Racing along through the woods with his hand still bound snugly behind his back with his own belt, he promptly crashed headfirst into a tree. This would be the second head injury of the day, the first one having occurred against the railing at Bentham's lodge. By the time the women found him in the snow, Roy was more dead than alive. Mia, of course, quickly felt along the back of his neck. She was fairly certain that it hadn't been broken, so she lifted him by one arm, Rachel took the other. They dragged Roy through the cold white wake back to the new campsite. Inside the tent, Mia examined the wound and cleaned it. Her probing and dousing had the effect of hurtling Roy into a tortured consciousness. When the yelling subsided, she told him about the very big hole in his head. "And you probably have a mild concussion," she told him. "Why were you running?" I asked. He gave me no answer beyond a groan. Mia wiped his eyebrows and face. "If you're a smart man, you won't try that again," she told him. "Now you're going to get stitches." "Stitches?" That brought him around. "I'm afraid so," replied Mia. "Hold this to your head." She gave him a towel. "Press," she told him as she broke out her medical kit. It was a little past 2 a.m. All 5 of us were crammed into the tent, contemplating the latest events, as we endeavored to keep Roy awake. Mia shouted at him, "Roy, don't go to sleep. You've got a concussion." "I'm only resting my eyes," he told her. "Especially I don't want you resting your eyes," she said. I explained to the others how the discovery of the GPS unit effectively put an end to our original plan. Of course, to the others, this didn't make much sense. Why had we gone to such effort to relocate the camp then? Why didn't we just pack up the Suburban and get out while we could? I told them, well, our original plan is over, only in the sense of how we were going about it. There may actually be another possibility, because if the Kennedy crypt has been violated, I don't think the Americans know about it yet. Maybe we can trade information. Maybe we can still get David back. Mia asked, "How do you propose to do that?" "I've been thinking about it," I replied. "I'm going to go to Washington, D.C. Just me. The rest of you will stay here." My suggestion caught everyone off guard. "You're going tonight?" asked Rachel. "Yes. As a matter of fact, I need to leave within the hour, if possible." They listened politely to what I had in mind. I told them I would go to Washington and make my arrangements. Hopefully I could get our embassy involved at some point, because if we could gain a little momentum with the Americans, there was a possibility this situation would resolve itself. In conclusion, I told them this was how it was going to be. I left no room for additional embellishment or dissent. "I will be back in 2 days," I said, "at the latest." Mia asked why they couldn't wait for me in a hotel somewhere instead of out here. She reasoned, if Amon has directions to this place and already know we're out in the woods somewhere, they're going to find us anyway, so why not be comfortable? "He is the problem," I said, pointing to the woozy man in the corner. At this, Mia noticed Roy was dozing off again. "Hey, Roy," she shouted, "don't go to sleep." I'm up, he replied. "Keep the eyes open, or we'll keep them open for you," threatened Mia. He leaned forward, flashing us the whites of his eyes. "You can catch him out here if he tries to run, but in town it gets complicated. Imagine him running down Main Street in the condition he's in." I told them that they should monitor the radio for my callback, tuning in every 5 hours, starting at 8 the next morning. If they didn't hear from me in 4 days, they were to rent a hotel room near the Albuquerque airport. One of them should then drive the Suburban to the bus station, park it there, while the others gagged and blindfolded Roy Brooks. It was extremely important that they gag him. Then hang a "Do Not Disturb" sign on the door. With luck, he won't be found for a day or two, by which time you'll be long gone. Mia wanted to know, what's the advantage of doing it that way specifically? I mean, not that I have a better idea, I'm just curious. "The major advantage," I replied, "is by doing it this way, you don't have to kill him." When I said this, Roy opened his eyes even wider. As Mia and I prepared to leave, everyone wished us luck, even Roy, whose wits seemed to be returning. "You know, I should have been the one to do this," Roy said to me. "What do you mean?" I asked. "This isn't a game. We're part of a solution, Roy, and that includes you." "Yeah," he replied, "but I guess I'm not in much of a position to argue, am I?" "If this works," I told him, "you can tell everyone that you had just as much a hand in this as we did, because no one person did it all. We're a team, in a way." It doesn't matter," said Roy. "I figured it would end up this way. Well, maybe not exactly like this." I looked at him and smiled. I told him, "Roy, if we win, you win." "By the way," he said, "you're not from Salt Lake City. As for those Canadians over there, they're not from Salt Lake City either." "So where do you think we're from?" I asked him. Roy told us he wasn't sure, but he warned us that he was turning his acute problem-solving skills to the discovery of who we were and what we were doing. "So, Roy, please let us know when you solve your little mystery," I said, walking out of the tent. Before following me out into the cold morning, Mia sternly admonished Peter and Rachel, "Whatever you do, don't let him sleep." "I'm okay," Roy protested. "I know you are, but no sleeping until tomorrow." It was a little before 3 a.m. and terribly cold as we made our way back to the Suburban, a simple trek, because we had made this passage many times that night already. We merely followed the churned-up trail of footprints to our old campsite. Mia told me I hope it snows. Otherwise, I'm not sure we gained all that much by moving. You just have to follow the trail." We looked up. Overhead, the clouds seemed to be starting to clear. The snowplow had been working all night. The drive to Albuquerque held the promise of being relatively uneventful. In fact, by the time we pulled out of Red River, Mia was sound asleep, her head resting against the window. Suddenly everything seemed peaceful, maybe almost ordained. One thought kept rattling around in my head. What if I were steering us into another major political disaster? Without doubt, our intentions were noble enough, but intentions weren't enough. We'd need a little luck, not to mention political leverage. Another thing bothered me. Roy Brooks. I had a strange, illogical compassion for him. He had obviously cast himself as my competitor, and I knew how it felt to look up and see someone else making it across the finish line first. By the time we reached the small community of Cuesta, New Mexico, most of the clouds had migrated to the east. The sky was now the consistency of soft velvet and the brightest showcase of stars I had ever seen. There was so much reflected light, I could have driven without headlamps. Gradually my thoughts and worries diminished, lulled by passage through this exquisite, cold mountain night. It was a perfect solitude. Mia's soft breathing was the only sound other than the hum of the tires. My thoughts dulled to a point. I wasn't thinking of any one thing in particular, as I steered into a particularly sharp turn. Coming out the other side, though, I found myself in a sudden emergency. Parked on the opposite shoulder was a pickup, its lights flashing. Someone was running down the highway. I braked. My headlights caught a crumpled form splayed in the middle of the road, either a large deer or a horse, I couldn't tell. The creature's head had been shorn from the rest of the body. A thick column of steam rose from the gaping hole at the stem of the neck, like smoke through a chimney. Even on this perfect night, death had been lurking close by. Mia awakened. She asked why we had slowed down and sat up. When I explained what had happened, she looked back down the highway and shuddered. We rode for a few minutes in silence until she brought up the subject of Roy Brooks. She wanted to know what I thought of him. I told her that I identified with Roy. "Oh, Avi, not really." "Yeah, I think we're both in the same situation, in some ways." "I don't think so," she replied. "The circumstances between the two of you are completely different. You got here honorably, not because you're chasing an opportunity. In fact, I think I could make the argument that you're here at great risk to your ambitions." I told her that I felt sorry for Roy, that he had set out on a simple, brave quest to find the president. He wanted to be a hero. How different was that from what we were doing? Mia replied, "Just because someone wants to go to the moon doesn't qualify them to fly an airplane. What business does a mail clerk have jumping into something like this?" She was right, of course, but how different were we? Thinking we could find the lab by ourselves was just about as delusional. Mia said that she believed returning David to Israel was an honorable goal. Finding letters lost in the mail, she said, that's something he can do. But this, Avi, is what you do. I realized at some point we were actually having a veiled conversation about me, and I found myself in the curious position of speaking in defense of both Roy and myself. I told Mia maybe Roy thought that by sorting mail at some point this would lead to something, particularly if he stuck to it long enough. And when he saw John Kennedy peeking out from the stacks, he thought to himself, this is it. Mia, I understand this man. He is a lot like me. As we pulled into the parking lot at Albuquerque International, Mia asked for specifics, what I would do when I got to Washington. I told her I planned to connect with the U.S. State Department because we need both governments in on this investigation with us in the middle, favorably in the middle. Can you do it? She wanted to know. I told her I hope so. I want more of an answer than that, Avi. What are the chances? At this point, 50-50, I replied. Oh, another sure thing, she said a little sarcastically. The sun was coming up as we pulled into an empty parking space. It may have been the angle of the light, but in Mia's countenance that morning I saw a more striking resemblance to Julia than I'd ever noticed before. What is it? She wanted to know. Nothing. But you're looking at me funny. I told her she looked good in this light, and she replied, It's still dark, Avi. We found the terminal deserted. None of the shops were open yet. I asked the woman at the ticket counter where everyone was, and she looked at me and smiled and said, Right here. American Airlines is still flying out today, I said, right? Oh, yes, it's just early. Traffic doesn't pick up until at least mid-morning. As she said this, the agent seemed to notice my scraggly beard, the wool coat, and maybe even my funny arm for the first time. And where are we going today? She asked a bit more formally. Washington, D.C., replied Mia, producing the gold card. 1 ticket, round trip. Thank you very much. Mia was in no mood for attitude. As we stepped onto the escalator heading to the gate, Mia asked something out of the clear blue. Would you ever want an L.A. of Julia? I told her, I don't know, maybe. I guess I'm old-fashioned, she replied. I think it's starting to bother me a little now that I think about it. Why do we need this technology? I suggested how incredible it would be for a great-grandchild to grow up in the presence of ancestors, always there, always at the other end of a power switch. But it's not the same, Mia responded. Not the real thing. And where does it end? Just because something can be done doesn't mean we should do it. With more than 2 hours before the flight, we had plenty of time to argue this point, and plenty of space. We were the only ones at the gate, and there was no one, not even a custodian in sight. Avi, answer this for me. What if we found a cure for old age? She asked, as she took a seat across from me. I told her my timing would be impeccable then. The day I turned into an old man, they would have the cure for it. No, Avi, I'm serious. Death clears space for others. That's what death is designed to do. What are you saying, Mia? It's part of a rational plan that there's a God out there sending down babies so he has to kill off all the old geezers to make room? That's one way to look at it, she replied. Think about a young person scratching out an existence in a world where the 70 and 80 and 90-year-olds aren't dying. I mean, not just dying. They're holding jobs and living in nice homes they've been paying off for the last 60 years, gobbling up resources. What's the good of that? I had to think about it for a moment, but I did find a reply. I told her, in that situation, young people would have to show us a little more respect. If the elderly weren't so impoverished, human culture would be tipped back, right side up. That's not my point, she told me. A technology solution for aging may be good for old people, but just because we can stay alive and stay at our jobs another 30 years, should we? It's an issue of generational morality. So, what about LAs, I ask? What's the problem with that specifically? Maybe LAs are just the next stage of photography. Her reply was simple and poignant. What happens when we get so attached to our illusions we're dull to flesh and blood? My reply was also simple. Having an LA of Julia would have made the transition a lot easier. To go from having her in my life 1 minute to losing her the next, that's what I call generational immorality. She was my sister, Avi. I realized there was another level of conversation taking place here. Mia was trying to figure out if it would ever be possible for her to compete with the dead. The conversation fell silent. Mia looked out at the runway, lost in her thoughts. "Time to go," she said finally. "Good luck, Avi. I hope it works." I reminded her, "Mia, if I'm not back in 4 days, get back to Israel." She told me she would. "Something else, Mia. Do you remember November 21st, 1987, the night Julia got so bad?" "How can I forget?" was her reply. "Well, the doctor told me it might be only a few minutes. She grabbed my hand and she ordered me to be okay. She didn't want me to forget her, but she told me to get on with life. I didn't say it out loud because I didn't want our last seconds to be spent arguing, but I made a vow, Mia, a vow that Julia would be the only one, ever. Maybe it's old-fashioned, maybe it's silly." "Why are you telling me?" Mia asked. "You trying to bring happiness to my dull little existence, or is this just your excuse?" I replied, "You've risked a lot in the last few days. You put up money, but mostly you put up your heart. I just wanted you to know, Mia. I noticed." "You're right, I have," she said, turning and walking away. 5 or 6 steps later, she stopped and turned around. "Just so you'll know, Julia and I also had a last conversation. Someday you should ask." "Tell me now," I replied. "No, when we get through this, if we do, I'll tell you then, maybe." On Wednesday, March 21st, 1990, both GPS units fired. The first pulse came from the back of the computer monitor, the second from the surveillance camera in the tree. From a listening station north of Tel Aviv, a technician at Shiklet, which is the section providing eavesdropping services for Amman. Shiklet notified Danny Halfon when the bursts came through. It didn't take long to interpret the implication. 2 signals from approximately the same coordinates. Amman and Mossad now had a fix on the lab and me. In what turned out to be one of the most treacherous chapters of the investigation, Danny Halfon promptly contacted the U.S. Embassy in Tel Aviv. According to what I later found out, he had been nurturing his own back channel to the Americans. Though we don't have an exact accounting of precisely what was said, it's safe to assume that it went along these lines. The rogue agent responsible for the Pollock fiasco was once again in the United States. What made this doubly disgusting? Having rushed to the Americans with this information, Halfon failed to contact his own boss. In other words, the Americans knew about the flash transmission before the Israelis. Some have suggested that it was because Benveniste was enmeshed in a political scandal at the time. High-ranking members of Israel's Labor Party had been meeting in secret with the PLO. These were, by the way, meetings sponsored by the U.S. The duly elected government of Yitzhak Shamir, the government of Israel, was thus being sidestepped. So, knowing his boss to be under a certain degree of stress, his apologists suggest that Danny Halfon only wanted to relieve him of any unnecessary headaches. But I don't think this was the intent, and neither did Benveniste. Danny Halfon showed up at his office mid-morning the following day. He grandly announced, "We found Avi Sofer. He's in the U.S. I took the liberty of contacting the embassy already." Benveniste was astonished to hear this. Not that I was in the U.S., he knew that, of course. He also knew that the Americans would be delighted to get their hands on me. But even though they had cynically scripted me into their little operation. Neither Moshe nor Ehud really wanted to give me up, not unless absolutely necessary. I guess it's true. Deceit is, by definition, a many-layered thing. In this case, Israel wanted the secrets of memory harvesting, first and foremost. And if our luck held, David and Absalom. Now, should the operation fail, though, I would be sacrificed to the Americans for a share of the technology. This was the full context of the betrayal into which I had allowed myself to fall. The only problem, no one counted on a personal act of deceit by Danny Halfon. He was willing to sacrifice me solely in his own best interest. This is how he defended his actions to Ehud. "I knew you had a lot going on," he said. "I didn't want this situation to get out of hand, so they'll probably be calling you, the Americans. We might even be able to arrange a schedule with the ambassador." Benveniste could not believe the young man had exercised such broad license. He had compromised a carefully scripted operation. "Who do you think you are?" I was just acting in the best interest, sir. Isn't that what we want?" "When were you asked to do my job?" "But I just set the stage," said Danny Halfon. "That's all. We don't want anyone to say that we don't live up to our international responsibilities." Listening to the young man's excuses made Benveniste sick. Then the phone rang. It was the American embassy. Benveniste's voice remained friendly as he spoke to the liaison officer at the American embassy. He admitted that there seemed to be some kind of operation underway in the States, but he was under the impression it was more archaeological than political. The conversation continued for several minutes. When Ehud rang off, Danny Halfon quickly tried to pacify him, presenting two options. "My own best interest," he said, "would probably be to assist the Americans. I have strong connections with some of the younger staff. If I spend a little time with them, I think I can keep everything on track. And as for Sofer, why don't we just let the FBI pick him up?" Such eager suggestions infuriated Benveniste. He tried to regain his composure. He asked, "What are the coordinates?" "They're in northern New Mexico, a place called Red River," said Halfon. "Sandia Labs, as you know, is in that general area." "I don't want the FBI," said Benveniste. "I want you." "Me?" "Yes. You go fix it." Halfon was astonished. He had hoped to be working directly with the Americans out of Tel Aviv. "But don't you see?" he replied. "When they realize it's Jeffrey Pollock's old controller, they'll think we orchestrated all this just to give him up. And that's what we'll say, that he knew about David and went off on his own as he's done before, and we'll give him up, and they'll give us David. I mean, it's brilliant." Benveniste leaned back, pretending to consider what he was going to do, but finally he spoke. "Danny, you're right. We need someone on the ground in New Mexico. But don't worry about the Americans," said Benveniste. "I've muddled through with them before." Halfon was incredibly disappointed to hear this. "I don't think it's a good idea," he said. He was now the one sick at his stomach. A career-defining opportunity had just gone flying out the window for Danny Halfon. There was a payphone on the wall across from the departure gate. If I'd calculated the time correctly, it was just after 6 p.m. in Israel. I dialed. Benveniste picked up. "Avi, where are you?" he demanded. I told him I knew there had been flash transmission, so he probably knew where I was. But specifically, I'm in an airport at the moment. We both had grievances. He wanted to know how I could be so stupid as to get myself in a double cross between Amman and Mossad. In the bluntest terms, I let him know I was the one who had been wronged. Everyone knew I deserved this investigation, even complete strangers. But you were never an option, he replied. We realized from the start this could eventually end up in the U.S. You couldn't follow it there. So, how much prior knowledge did you have, I wanted to know? Were Amman and Mossad in on this together from the beginning? He replied that he had had no idea what was going on until I was already beyond the point of no return, which was a non-answer. In fact, I suspected most of his answers were disingenuous at best. I got to the party late, he replied. But you could have said something. Avi, is this the way friends treat friends? What could I say, Ehud? That I was enjoying the sentence? That I appreciated being marked off everyone's list? It was not that way at all, he replied. Not at all. He told me he bitterly resented the things I was saying, but I didn't care. I had been used again. As we talked, as we got everything off our chests, something began to dawn on me. Mossad had been set up to take the blame. Meanwhile, Moshe Elgovich, who had set this whole faithless enterprise into motion, he faced the fewest repercussions of all. Whether he liked it or not, my friend Ehud needed me more than I needed him, and I think this began to dawn on him too. Avi, he said, I'm very sorry that you've been hurt. That was never my intention. Will you forgive me? Silence followed. Ehud, I need your help, I replied. I think we can work out a deal for Absalom and maybe even David. I told him that we had stumbled onto something completely unexpected. The technology not only recreates the faces of the dead, it resurrects them based on the person's actual memories. Ehud, these people are extracting memories from the dead. But then you knew that, right? There was a long silence again, followed by another of his non-answers. His tone was conciliatory, though. What do you want? He asked. I told him I needed the drainage abstract for the Arlington National Cemetery in Washington, D.C. Ehud, I need to know about the drainage system, and you're the only person I can turn to. I land in Washington at 3:15 this afternoon. I'm traveling under an American passport. The name is Franklin, last name, first name Charles. The flight is American Airlines 2133. So now you can prove yourself, I told him. You can have me picked up. You have all the information. You can have me arrested if that's what you really want, or get me the abstract. He replied, Avi, it may be too late. Ehud, do you trust me? Do you really think I can do this? I told him I had information that would exert a powerful influence over the Americans. At the very least, we would negotiate the return of Absalom and David, and perhaps they would give us full access to the technology. But I needed that abstract. Be specific with me, he said. What this is really about, Ehud, is grave robbery. An American president has been taken from his grave. And the Americans don't know? No one knows, I replied. But if I have that overlay, I can prove it. Avi, I need to tell you something. Danny Halfon is on his way over, and I have no idea what Amman is doing right now. Let me worry about Danny Halfon, I replied. Now, you can help me, or you can have me picked up. It's up to you. There was a final silence. I could tell he was still considering. Okay, he said, I'll do what I can, but Avi, once you get to Washington, you've only got a couple of hours. That's all I can promise. You've got until 5:15 Eastern Time, U.S. "Make it 6:15, I said. The other end of the line went dead. The cabin lights flashed as the plane rolled to a stop. The bell rang, passengers shuffled into the aisles, opening the overheads and filing out. Meanwhile, I remained in my seat. I wondered who was waiting for me inside. Danny Halfon, perhaps? A couple of thugs? Or was the FBI going to do the dirty work today? After the stream of passengers thinned out, I stepped to the jetway, moving slowly behind the stragglers. I could see inside the gate now. There were a few people milling around, but no one I recognized. Certainly, Danny Halfon wasn't there. Once inside, I quickly scanned the gates, looking for the odd, lingering passenger or the security guard staring off into space. But the concourse seemed to be clean. Casually, I sat down, which would complicate the efforts for anyone trailing me. I sat, I watched. There was nothing particularly suspicious. I waited for 30 minutes until everyone had gone, then crossed over to the check-in desk. "Excuse me," I said. "I'm expecting a package." The ticket agent asked for my name, and I gave it, Charles Franklin. "Do you have identification, Mr. Franklin?" I pulled out my wallet and flashed the Utah license. She looked at it. Then, from beneath the desk, she produced a sealed envelope. Thanks to Danny Halfon, the U.S. State Department knew I was in the United States. Fortunately, they didn't have any of my aliases, and the previous afternoon's bulletin reflected a distinct lack of clarity on what my true aims might be. Located 5 paragraphs into the daily summary, this was what had been written. Rogue elements of a Mideastern intelligence service may have targeted historical sites in Washington. Developing. Source, American Embassy, Tel Aviv. In due course, this update was forwarded to the various enforcement agencies, including DEA's Investigative Council. Julian Lockery from DEA in Phoenix had arrived in Washington the same day. Originally, only 2 people were scheduled to hear Mr. Lockery's presentation: DEA's Chief Legal Counsel, Darnell Hart, and a legal assistant. Lockery spread the documents on the table. The original pictures were neatly stacked alongside photocopies and staff reports. When all was perfectly in place, he began. He explained how, over a period of 6 weeks, DEA in Phoenix had received anonymously posted envelopes containing photographs of an old man. "Study the face," he said, "and perhaps you'll recognize him." Hart looked at the image. When he realized what he was seeing, his mouth flopped open. He interrupted Lockery's briefing to call others into the office. Within minutes, 8 government lawyers drifted in, along with 3 high-ranking DEA officials. When they got to the Kennedy photographs, the process repeated itself with one difference. Lockery's presentation outgrew the office and had to be taken to a conference room. Lockery had to restart his presentation 5 times. In the end, close to 50 people were crowded together, slack-jawed at what he had to tell them. At first, we believed we were seeing some kind of photographic trickery, and now we're not so sure. There were whispers and blank stares. "Surely you've had time to think about it," suggested Hart. "What's the bottom line?" "For the sake of argument," replied Lockery, "let's say the president is alive and in medical custody somewhere." This was the first time he'd ever said such a thing aloud, and the words bounced hard. In order to maintain absolute discretion, the personnel who staffed this unit would have practically given up their own lives to sustain what remained of his, the president's life. We think someone on that team sent these pictures. Hart wanted to know why they would attempt to make contact now after so many years. Lockery fumbled through the pictures, pulling out the one of the old man in the hospital bed. "What if someone's trying to tell us?" he replied. After all this time, what if the president is now on death's bed and they want us to know? If that's the case, this picture seems to say we don't have a lot of time. A young lawyer in a red bow tie and matching suspenders wanted to know why this evidence would come to DEA as opposed to the FBI or even directly to justice. DEA in Phoenix may have been chosen specifically because of this hotel, said Lockery. He flipped through the photographs until he came to the picture of Hotel Pacifico. This resort is known to us. It's on a nice little bay with full access to the Mexican coast, both north and south. A lot of drugs move through here on their way to the U.S. They knew we would recognize this place. Still, why wouldn't they contact the FBI, the lawyer insisted. Lockery told him he could only guess. Of course, remember, DEA wasn't around in 1963 when President Kennedy went to Dallas. The person who sent the photographs may have believed that, as an agency, we haven't been around long enough to be involved in a cover-up. Julian Lockery now approached what would be the trickiest maneuver of the day, the one involving Roy Brooks. When the conference room exploded with reaction to what had just been said, he kept talking right through the din. He offhandedly remarked that he had seen the same excitement back in Phoenix, where everyone got so worked up one of our mail clerks went AWOL. We're still trying to find him. The comment barely raised a glance from the others, while their mouths had been occupied swallowing the tougher pill of a medical conspiracy. He had tossed in Roy Brooks as a chaser, and no one noticed. Lockery stood in the center of the room, attempting to answer a barrage of questions. Lawyers huddled together on the floor, pouring through the documents from Phoenix. Darnell Hart was on the phone. As Lockery watched the Washington establishment in chaos, he realized if there were a conspiracy, these people were just as much in the dark as was he. The young lawyer in the red bow tie re-entered the room with a document in his hand. Hart read the note to himself and then aloud. "This cable came in 30 minutes ago," he said, "and it may have a bearing on what's happening here." It reads, "Operatives in Israel's Mossad have uncovered a plot to steal the remains of John Kennedy. They have an agent on the scene here in Washington. Israel promises full cooperation and will turn over all documents as they become available. This is developing hard. The source is the Israeli government, Tel Aviv." I hadn't had a Big Mac since August 23, 1985. I remember the day with uncommon clarity. I was in Roanoke, Virginia. It was the day Pollock had been taken into custody. The way we ran the drop, I would sit across the street at McDonald's, making sure that when he turned into the car wash, he wasn't being followed. On the day they picked him up, I was halfway through a Big Mac. I saw Jeffrey climb out of his new Volvo, order deluxe suds and more, completely unaware that his spying days for Israel were about to come to a screeching halt. I'll never forget the look in his face as they stuffed him into the back of the white LTD. McDonald's had been my lucky refuge that day. Maybe that's why, when I saw the golden arches on a storefront in downtown Washington, the thought hit me that I was going to need a little luck again today. I told the driver to pull over. "Are you sure?" he asked. I told him that I had just had an urge for something I hadn't had in 5 years. Inside, it wasn't quite the same as I remembered. This particular McDonald's seemed to have endured considerable abuse. Scuffed-marked walls, trim peeled off the tables. Even the plastic Ronald in residence seemed to have been shot through the eye or stabbed. One explanation might have been all the homeless people who seemed to be the principal customers here. While I was sitting there, studying the overlay of the cemetery, two men got into a knife fight over an order of French fries. The manager came out waving his hands and yelling, making such a racket, the other two slithered out the front door, leaving the disputed fries scattered across the table. But when one of the employees started to clean it up, the manager ordered her to stop. "One of them will be back," he said. You had the feeling this was a regular event. With the excitement over, I turned my attention back to the blueprints. I had discovered several entry ports to the tubes under Arlington, all accessed via standard utility manholes. The only problem was they were a little too obvious. Given the inevitable security inside the park, the intruders would have wanted something a bit more discreet. Another pass of the document, however, and I found something I hadn't noticed previously. A small drainage line ran under the south bank of the tidal basin. It wasn't clear from the diagram, but if someone could get inside, the line crossed beneath an empty field where it connected with the cemetery system roughly 150 meters away. The connection was at a junction of 4 large drains. Tube 3 in this series passed within 5 meters of the Kennedy crypt. The annotations suggested that the Kennedy Memorial bristled with motion detectors and sensors. I couldn't help but wonder, how many people did it take to pull this off? How had the noise from concrete saws and hammering failed to attract the attention of the park police? How had they defeated the alarm technology? If I were right, if the grave robbers accessed the cemetery through this small outside line, there might be important evidence still at the scene. A tool, a mark, something lying about that shouldn't be there. Before hailing a cab, I stopped off at a drugstore just down from McDonald's. I purchased there a city map, a flashlight, and a jogger sweatband, which I wrapped around the flashlight, easier to hold between your teeth. From an operational standpoint, I was on my own. I had no support, no backup, and no way of knowing that Ehud had already placed his call to the State Department. His premature contact was either an honest miscalculation of the time zones between Tel Aviv and Washington, or simply another deception point. Even now, I'm not sure which. A little after 5 o'clock in the afternoon, I strolled onto the Arlington Bridge. I took a few steps, gawked like a tourist, stood on the bridge and located the drain, now clearly visible on the far bank. And there was something else, something I hadn't noticed from the map. There was a 2-lane road 20 meters beneath the vent. I unfolded the city map, still playing tourist, but my gaze shifted back and forth from the drain to the road. It would be so easy late at night, with a vehicle up on a jack. It would be a simple matter to drag unholy treasure to a parked car, which would then disappear into the night. Pandemonium set in at the State Department when Ehud's call came through. The park police and the FBI were notified within minutes. An order followed immediately to cordon off the cemetery. I was approaching the monument to the hiker at the far end of the bridge when I heard the beginnings of the uproar. From inside the cemetery, a squad car accelerated toward the main gate. I ducked behind the hedge, taking off the coat, hoping that I hadn't been seen. The drain was now only 30 meters away. More tires squealed on the roadway, police cars. But I focused on one thing, the vent. I moved out, running as fast as I could, my funny arm whipping and clicking. It may have been a great asset in a basketball game, but at the moment, the noise was really bothersome and maybe even responsible for what happened next. The arm distracted me at the exact moment when I should have been watching where I was running. I stumbled into a culvert, and when I came down, I landed hard and flat, rolling into a heap directly beneath the drain. That's when I heard a final sickening snap. Not only had the buckle just blown completely, the rivets had pulled through as well. My funny arm was entirely free. As I staggered to my feet, the villain hung long and loose in my shirt sleeve. I estimated the size of the vent to be about 1 meter in diameter. 5 iron bars covered the opening. Looking around on the ground, I saw a broken pencil, along with unusual strips of metal and a hacksaw blade, tromped almost completely flat into the earth. I popped it loose. The blade was rusty, old. Directing the flashlight into the dark recesses of the drain, I saw trash back in the shadows, along with a ribbon of mud and debris running down the middle. It reminded me of the drainage tube back in the Kedron. When I passed the light side to side, the beam glinted off broken glass and trash embedded in the mud. But I noticed something else, a cut line at the tops and bottoms of each iron bar in the grate. All 5 were held in place with a tiny spot weld. Someone had unofficially entered the system and attempted to hide the fact by cosmetically welding the grate back together. Perhaps this was the evidence I sought. As I debated whether or not the discovery represented sufficient proof, over at the hedge, 5 burly men in fatigues were now standing motionless, watching me from this side of the roadway, and one of them was holding the ugly plaid coat. "Hey, you!" they called. I waved back. "What are you doing?" "Nothing," I said. "Come here," the man with my coat ordered. I pointed to the drain and explained that I had dropped something. "Give me a second," I called. I took a step back. Then, as hard as I could, I kicked the grate. The first bar popped like a dry branch. A quick second and third kick, all the bars were down. "Hey, what are you doing over there?" Without hesitation, I dove inside, and as I did, my sleeve and funny arm caught on one of the grate stumps. I crashed forward to the sound of an incredible ripping. Outside, the park police radioed for emergency instructions. They were told that the FBI had 2 teams en route. One was proceeding to the Kennedy Memorial above ground. The other had been redirected to the bridge and would be arriving on the scene shortly. For me, the world of sirens and shouts faded. With the flashlight between clenched teeth, I wriggled deeper and deeper, transacting an utterly disgusting muck. I had never been in such a nauseating space, and my funny arm, as usual, provided no great advantage. It jammed me, wedged me in, but I had other problems even more serious. The shards of glass slashed my hands and knees like razors. I had just about decided that I couldn't go on when I spotted a coffee can half buried next to the wall. I poured out the stinking water, jammed my fist inside. It was a perfect fit, and now I had a glove, a metal glove. There was another discovery as well. I found that when I crawled atop the prosthesis, my left knee was completely protected from the glass. I could reach ahead, testing the water with my can, then ease ahead, cushioned and protected by the funny arm. It was slow going, but far less painful than before. I finally made it to the junction. It turned out to be a debris trap, a concrete box littered with mud and rubbish, shimmering black water. A nasty place. I tumbled inside and attempted to stand, stretching my body as much as the space allowed. A quick check revealed that my jeans were shredded at the knees. The lacerated fabric was now firmly attached to my leg in a sickly paste of bloody mud. If the Americans didn't shoot me, I would probably die from an exotic infection. There was something about the change of position from crawling to half-standing that induced a back spasm. I attempted to stretch it out, but when I arched, the villainous arm broke loose completely, taking the shirt sleeve with it as it fell, tumbling into the muck. It was quite a shock there, poking up from the shadows, waxen fingers from a watery grave. The rivets had completely ripped from the plastic this time. The leather harness was tangled and useless. As I crawled into tube 3, I decided that maybe this marked my transition to folded sleeves. Above ground, in official Washington, no one knew what was going on. First reports from the State Department warned that the man in the drainage tube should be considered armed and dangerous. I have no idea why they said this. Maybe it was standard procedure in Washington, where you could find yourself in a knife fight over French fries. But it didn't end there. As the FBI patched location sound to offices around the city, as Langley and Quantico tuned in, all sorts of speculation began to feed the operation. From Danny Halfon's alert back in Tel Aviv, someone had concluded that my intent was to subvert American security, the excuse for many of the 20th century's greatest crimes. Ehud's contribution would have been President Kennedy and grave robbery in the same sentence. In addition to being a security threat, I was a grave robber as well. With so many strange possibilities in the air, the men who chased me through the drain were my greatest threat. Rudy Rodriguez, the FBI agent in charge of the insertion team, ordered his men to break out protective gloves and knee pads. Next, he ordered them to shed unnecessary articles of clothing. Stripped to the essentials, 10 men lowered protective visors and one by one crawled into the tube. Their passage was far less painful than mine had been. They made quick work of the first section. When they arrived at the junction, Rodriguez's light fell to an astonishing object in the water. Everyone heard the news at the same time. A human hand had been found, reaching up from a dark pool. "There are no rings," said Rodriguez, "and no hair. The skin seems to be slick and may actually be mummified." A human arm. Grave robbery. John Kennedy. Presidential remains strewn underground in Arlington. From the operations center at Quantico came a request for him to repeat what had just been said. "It's in, I'd say, about 8 inches of water," Rodriguez replied. "Say again?" "There's a hand in a puddle," said Rodriguez. "Please advise." Up and down the line there were fevered, emotional conferences. Here was a thoroughly disgusting possibility, too repugnant to even imagine. Rodriguez was instructed to carefully remove the arm and respectfully place it in a bag of some sort. Someone passed forward a canvas bag suitable for a president. Rodriguez, barely breathing at this point, unzipped the bag, laid it to the side, then cautiously reached toward the stiff waxen fingers. A dripping, wretched arm emerged. Hanging at the end of it, a dark clot, horribly disgusting. Then Rodriguez noticed the broken buckle and realized that he had just liberated someone's funny arm. After the claustrophobic concrete pipe, Tube 3 seemed positively cavernous. There wasn't enough room to stand, but at least I didn't have to drag myself forward on my stomach. As my traumatized pursuers anguished over the presidential arm, I made valuable use of the time and the wide open spaces. Only one thing threatened my progress. When I entered Tube 3, the water barely reached the tops of my boots. Now I was up to my knees in a rising tide, a situation made worse when a massive clot of mud unexpectedly appeared in the tube ahead, blocking the entire passage. Any doubts that I might have had vanished. Here were undeniable signs of excavation. The clog was composed of clay mostly, with traces of sand and gravel mixed in. I even noted broken concrete chunks, the most dramatic evidence yet. I then saw a leak. Next to the wall, a ripple of dark water bubbled through from the unseen side of the clog. I wondered what would happen if I punched through, enlarging the flow. Would it set loose a flood? It seemed to be a risk worth taking. With measured confidence, I began digging, a task for which the coffee can proved invaluable. I scraped at the wet spot next to the wall. Eventually, a huge chunk of clay collapsed into the flowing stream, now above knee level. I dug faster, harder. I could hear my pursuers. With the jagged end of a broomstick, I jammed deep into the hole. Green slime poured through. An immediate chain reaction. More of the dam collapsed, releasing more scum. The resulting hole was now almost wide enough for me. Taking a deep breath, I pressed headfirst into the muck. The soft earth broke before me, a final heave, and I bobbed up on the other side, waist deep in a place where the stench was almost unbearable. But I discovered something absolutely incredible. On the right side of the tube was a fresh green patch of concrete. Now what? I needed a sledgehammer, but only saw more cans and branches. There were several lengths of rebar poking through the mound. Most of them were anchored to heavy blocks, but one shook loose with a sizable concrete rock at the other end. With the flashlight still between my teeth, I lifted this makeshift mallet to my shoulder, then smashed it as hard as I could against the patch. Chips flinted into the water. With the next strike, a section crumbled. I swung again and again, frantically. A small hole opened. I could see through beyond the wall. I could see an excavation shaft. FBI agent Rodriguez exploded to the surface on my side of the dam, covered from head to foot in mud. No sooner was he through than another man pushed in from behind. I had to work fast. I threw aside the concrete block. I shined the light into the hole. I could see at the far end of the recovery shaft were the remains of a concrete vault. One side had been entirely cut away, with wires and sensors dangling from above. "Halt!" ordered Rodriguez. His instruction was followed by the sickening sound of a slide being racked. "Hands up!" By now, of course, my head was all the way into the hole. I was looking at a coffin in the shadows on the other side. "Hands on your head and step away!" I ignored him completely. I was looking at a casket the color of copper. Aside from a few angry scratches and a few dimples in the lid, the casket looked brand new. "Step away!" shouted Rodriguez. "I can't," I told him. As I reached into the hole with my good hand, I felt around for the latch. There were sensors on the side of the casket and the severed remains of a wiring harness. "This is your last warning," said Rodriguez. "Stand aside." He motioned for two of his men to grab me. They splashed forward and pulled me out. "I told you to stand aside," said Rodriguez. As they held me, I noticed that they were all wearing earcoms. Without missing a beat, I yanked the device from one of the men's ears, stuffing it into my own. "John Kennedy isn't here," I shouted as the men struggled with me. "I am an Israeli. I have information." A command exploded from the earpiece. Someone ordered the men to stand down. Instantly they relaxed, all except for the man whose earpiece I had grabbed. He yanked it away and stuffed it back into his own ear, only to have Rodriguez order him to put it back into mine so they could talk with me. I told them that my name was Fawzi al-Naji. The voice at the other end asked what was going on. I replied that we were pursuing an international team of grave robbers. And there's something else you should know, I said. Important treasures and technologies have been taken from my country. Our primary interest is their recovery. After brief hesitation, an authoritative voice in my ear said, "We understand your position in this." Another thing, I said, I need to get in contact with the Israeli embassy in Washington. Tell them it's Fawzi al-Naji. I spelled it out carefully to make sure they got it right. At the embassy, the name would trigger a flag, alerting our people that it was I, and hopefully they would be able to take appropriate steps. My guards were extremely curious about what lay beyond the hole in the tube wall, but they were disciplined men, good soldiers. Rodriguez holstered the Colt and wanted to know if I was okay. I told him my knees are pretty bad. Of course, this he could see for himself. Rodriguez motioned. Another chocolate-covered agent rushed up, broke out a first aid kit, and started working on me. "So, aren't you the least bit curious?" I asked. "Of course we are," said Rodriguez, looking over at the hole in the wall. I told him, "Go on. This is an historic moment, and you're part of it. You might as well see for yourself." Rodriguez moved stiffly through the water to the wall. He peeked in at the open casket, the empty casket. On Friday morning, Rachel awakened to find herself alone in the tent. Peter had wandered off. Roy Brooks, whose hands were still belted behind his back, was outside by the fire talking to Mia, still bundled in my green sleeping bag. Since recovering from his concussion, Roy hadn't stopped talking. Perhaps he needed to get things off his chest, or by much speaking, maybe he was trying to understand the situation in which he now found himself. He spoke openly of the Eternal Generations technology and of the partners who seemed to be locked in a contest over who would control the company. "They don't even talk to each other anymore," said Roy. He looked to the sky, trying to get his bearings. "The cabin is in that direction somewhere, I think." Mia pondered this. "There are 2 cabins," she said. "That has to be it. The second one, White's log cabin, has got to be the lab." Roy said he wasn't so sure. Actually, he thought White's cabin was just basically a repeat of Bentham's place, only on a smaller scale. As the conversation continued outside, inside the tent, Rachel dug through the clutter, eventually finding what she was searching for: toilet paper. She proceeded to wrap a long strand of it several times around her hand, stuffed the wrapping into her coat pocket, put on her mittens, and stumbled outside where the morning was as dull and overcast as she felt. The voices faded as Rachel trudged up behind the ridge. When she reached the top, she turned into a stand of new-growth fir. Here was the privacy she sought. But at the other end of this, her private arbor, a surprise awaited. In a shallow canyon just beyond the trees, someone was moving around. It was Peter. He was exercising. His intensity and determination were obvious, even at a distance. After jumping jacks, he ran laps, tight little circles in the snow. As he went, He jabbed the air like a boxer. It was as if Peter prepared for battle. On her way back through, a few minutes later, as she moved discreetly along the canyon's rim, she discovered Peter still at it, now on his back with a massive boulder suspended above his chest. His arms quivered as he hoisted it up, then down, then up and down. She remembered the day he had bravely stood guard outside the office, the day Ahuva threatened to bring in Danny Halfon. Peter had shown such sweet protectiveness, such uncomplicated nobility. Perhaps that's why he liked wrestling so much. The bad guys came so plainly marked, and the good guys always did the right thing. Down in the canyon, he had stopped pumping the rock. Now it was as if the massive stone were frozen there above his head. He'd exhausted himself and lacked the energy to toss it aside. As she watched, his elbow gave way. The boulder came down, bouncing off his hand. As he groaned, Rachel slipped away quietly. She didn't want to embarrass him by having seen. When Rachel got back to camp, Mia had something to tell her. After talking with Roy, she said, "I think it would be a good idea for us to relocate. I don't know where we're going to go, but I think in that direction, maybe." She pointed. "Isn't there a chance we'll run into the very people we're trying to avoid?" asked Rachel. "That's possible," Mia replied, "but it bothers me that the trail through the snow leads straight here. What I'd like to do is move upriver. We'll stick to the bank. We'll be able to cover our tracks better that way. I mean, we've only got to get through a couple of more days, right?" Mia stood, stamped each boot a couple of times, making sure the socks hadn't bunched. At this point, both women heard something in the woods. They imagined that their worst fears were about to be realized until Peter's voice called out. "It's me," he said. He was cradling his arm as he walked into camp. "What happened?" Mia wanted to know. Attempting a little nonchalance, Peter shrugged and said, "Nothing." Mia quickly told him her idea, that she was concerned about the campsite and off to find something a little more secluded. "I'll be back in a couple of hours," she said, "and I'm taking the radio, so if you need me, call. By the way, there is something you could do." Mia sounded almost like a general at this point. "Get ready to break down," she commanded. "Are we sure we want to do that?" asked Peter. "I think so," said Mia. "At least unhook some of your gadgets and put them away." "Which ones?" Peter wanted to know. "That's entirely up to you. Just be ready to move when I get back," ordered Mia. And then she marched off into the woods. "Take it down, put it up, take it down, put it up," said Peter when she was gone. A few minutes later, Rachel asked him about his hand, and Peter said it was a little stiff. She could tell he was really hurting, and she could only think of him as a little boy, a brave, noble little boy. Peter couldn't have known his fortune, but when a woman sees you in such terms, it's even better than weighing 175 pounds. "Can anyone explain why I should be tied up?" asked Roy. "Haven't I done everything you asked?" "We're not in charge," said Rachel. "Besides, you've got a nasty habit of trying to run away." "Oh, come on," said Roy. "I learned my lesson. I'm not going to try that again." Rachel repeated that they weren't in charge. They only took orders. Roy asked, "By the way, who is in charge? And another thing, where are you people really from?" "We told you," said Peter. "We're Canadians." "Actually, you know what you sound like to me?" said Roy. "Russians." "What a strange idea," said Peter. Mia followed the stream north, ever careful to walk along the bank where the hard pack of snow and ice hid the imprint of her boots. Eventually, the stream intersected an old logging road which ran back into the trees. With Roy's description of a second cabin still ringing in her ears, Mia was curious where it might lead. Was the cabin nearby? Plainly, no one had come this way since the storm. The road's surface was powdery smooth. She walked quickly, the crunch of her boots incredibly loud in this otherwise silent world. Eventually, the road crossed a footpath, and there was something about it, something about the height to which the limbs had been trimmed that suggested it wasn't just an animal trail. 20 steps later, Mia walked up to a mine shaft. She was hesitant but curious. Guided by an open palm flat against the wall, she crept inside, but the shaft extended only a few meters, coming to a dead end rather abruptly at a solid rock wall. She backtracked out of the shaft and back to the intersection. Since the road headed toward the stream, she assumed it would take her back to where she'd started. Overhead, the boughs were heavy with snow, but she also noticed that the limbs were thinning out, and the path was definitely wider than before. Rounding the next curve, she suddenly found herself standing in front of a cabin. She had practically walked up to the front door without knowing it. Mia was rattled. She jumped off the path and tucked in behind a tree. There was no indication, though, that anyone had seen her. There were no slamming doors, no voices calling out. When she was breathing normally again, she moved from tree to tree, circling around back of the building for a better vantage. She saw 4 large back windows with the shades all drawn. As her eyes traced the lines of the roof, she spotted a satellite dish nestled behind the chimney, and she had a sudden intuition, a sensation that she might be standing less than 100 meters from the remains of Absalom and David and perhaps even John Kennedy. She was excited. She took off her mittens and fumbled through her pockets, looking for something to write on. The only thing she could find was the Walmart receipt, the one with the sickening grand total of $1,682.32. Flipping it over, she sketched a simple map of directions. Anxious to let the others know, Mia immediately radioed back to camp. Even though she wasn't absolutely sure, she announced that she had found the lab. "And I'm on my way back now," she said. "Let me talk to Roy." Rachel placed the radio where Roy Brooks could hear. "It's not as fancy as Bentham's place, is it? Basically, it's just a box." "Mia," said Roy, "I hate to say it, but I'm not sure you found the lab." "Oh, come on," said Mia. "Couldn't there be a vault like the one at Bentham's? The other reason I think this might be the lab, you would want a place like this, someplace really remote." "Whatever you think," he told her. Roy wasn't going to risk a disagreement at this point. If this was her hunch, it was fine with him. His goal at the moment was freedom. Mia stuffed the radio, the receipt, and pen back into her pocket, then circled to the opposite side of the cabin, heading out to the path again. The stream could be heard in the distance, and she headed in that direction. She watched, listened, moved alertly down the trail. Then she saw another mine shaft ahead, its entry larger than the one before, and out front she saw boxes and barrels. She peeked inside. She could tell, unlike the previous shaft, this passage went deep into the hillside. Stepping around the boxes, she eased into the shadows for a closer look. She saw ribbon cables dripping from the boxes. Old TV monitors with busted screens were stacked against the wall, and she also smelled death, something deep in the mine and unseen. She tried to think of the many things it could be. A bear, perhaps. A deer. But it could also be the inevitable odor of a place where human remains were kept. It was not a space she cared to explore alone. She rushed back into daylight and then ran all the way back to camp. Danny Halfon pulled into Red River Friday afternoon in a red Mustang convertible, the top down. At the rental agency, the clerk had warned him, just because the sun was out. New Mexico was much too cold at this time of year for a convertible. Still, Halfon insisted. He wanted the Mustang, and when he got to Cuesta, he further ignored the good man's counsel by putting the top down. It didn't take long after that. Even with the heater running full blast, the final 30 minutes of the drive north stung all feeling from Danny Halfon's face and hands. When he got to Red River, his first order of business was to pull into the Shell station, where he promptly put the top back up. His second order of business was finding something to eat. Across the street from the service station, he noticed the Red River Pizza Express. The restaurant was small. A Coors sign flashed above the register like a star in the night sky. When he walked in, he smelled the pungent, companionable aromas of cheese and pepperoni and sausage, and that's what he ordered. Being the only customer, he had a choice of where to sit. He selected a table near the front window where there was a little more light. As he waited for his pizza, he transferred coordinate data to a local map. By the time the waitress brought his order, Halfon knew exactly where July 4th Canyon Road was and how to get there from here. He also knew the approximate location of our first campsite. "I thought I ordered small," he told the young woman. She replied, "That is small." No wonder Americans were so overweight, he thought. But as the young woman traipsed her shapely backside back to the counter, he knew a compelling refutation when he saw it, and she was that, a compelling refutation. At the counter, she wheeled back around and, flashing him a half grin, asked, "So, where are you from?" He told her that he was here on holiday. "Your accent is unusual," she told him. "I don't think I've heard it before." Thinking fast, Halfon told her he was from Tulsa. A strange suggestion, to be sure, but one the young woman seemed to accept. Halfon told her that he was really enjoying the pizza, and probably he was. He left a $10 tip for an $8 pizza. She thanked him and blinked at him a little more. "What time do you close?" he asked before he left. "That depends," she said, smiling at him again. "I'm going to meet some friends," he told her, "but maybe we'll come back or something. Or maybe I'll come back. And you'll be here?" "All night," she said, still smiling. "Most of it, anyway." Danny Halfon may have considered returning to town later. As it turned out, this would be his first and last visit to the Red River Pizza Express. His first and last visit to Red River. Halfon followed the map to July 4th Canyon Road and turned left, heading up the hill. At first there was only a little slippage, but as the angle increased, the tires on the Mustang began to lose traction. Uninformed as he was about driving in such conditions, he pressed the accelerator to the floor, and when he did, the Mustang lost all traction. Skating from one side to the other, the vehicle floated into a stand of aspen, the wheels screaming the entire way. It sledded to a stop between two trees. Here, he shut off the engine and climbed out, as if this was what he had intended to do all along. He had a compass, maps, and a collection of useful devices in his backpack. Night vision goggles, a GPS transceiver, a portable radio scanner, and a .22 caliber Beretta in the pocket of his jacket. In no time at all, he found our tracks, and after that it was a simple matter of following where they led. Within 5 minutes he found our first and abandoned campsite, with its angry, chopped-up field of snow. High on the hillside he saw Bentham's Lodge, the origination point for the second GPS signal, but As badly as he might have wanted to go up, he had been given specific instructions to locate us, nothing more. Not wishing to invest himself beyond anything that was absolutely necessary, Halfon had an idea. Before stomping around in the woods, why not listen for radio activity over the scanner? It was something that could be accomplished from the relative comfort of the log on which he doubtless sat. He took out the device, switched it on, and then watched as the LEDs flickered across the spectrum. Almost immediately, he picked up the fleeting, garbled voice of someone on a two-way radio, several voices, actually. The first belonged to a woman he did not recognize, but the second he did. It was Rachel Levy. The signal broke up as he turned. He was thus able to pinpoint the exact direction from which the sound was coming. As the voices grew distinct again, something was being said about a dish on a roof. Given the fact that radio signals don't transmit great distances in the mountains, he realized that the source had to be close by. This would have been especially disappointing because he had been thinking about the pizza goddess. Now he had little choice but to track down his errant countrymen and take them into custody, thus ruining any plans he might have had for the evening. Again he spotted our tracks. After following this second trail for less than 5 minutes, he heard voices, people laughing on the other side of a hill. He knew he had reached his destination. Dragging along on his stomach, he eased to the top where he saw 4 people below sitting around a fire. They were completely absorbed in conversation. He studied the setup, hoping to find a better position, and he found it. To the left was a terraced bank sloping down to where the 4 were seated. The incline was covered with trees and boulders. Excellent cover. If he could make it as far as the rocks without being seen, he would be in perfect position. So he scooted down slowly, careful to stay within the profile of the trees. The voices became clearer and clearer. When he was finally in striking range, no one around the fire had the slightest idea there was anyone else within miles. Roy Brooks was talking. "I think you give them a little too much credit," he was saying. "I grant you they're smart. But the technology was jobbed out, and they're really just at the end of an assembly line." Rachel remembered a situation where someone had been talking over the phone to a computer and didn't realize it. It was a reference to my conversation back in Mexico. "So you can't trust the phone anymore," she said. "Do you know what's even scarier?" asked Roy. "Someone making a copy of you inside the computer. Something accurate enough to study your behavior and figure out how to make you do whatever they want. That's scary." "That's pretty much what Avi was telling us," Mia replied. Behind the rocks, Halfon was ready. There was only one problem. He didn't want to spring his little ambush until I had come back to camp. I was, of course, in Washington. Roy Brooks was speaking. "There's one thing I can't figure out. Who sent the Kennedy photos?" "Why is that important?" Rachel wanted to know. "Because I'm 100% sure neither of them did it. There's got to be someone else, someone in the background trying to sabotage this company. Could it be one of the contractors?" "Maybe," said Roy. "Who knows? It might even be the government. When you think about it, the technology could be the ultimate secret weapon. Maybe someone doesn't want the technology made public." "Do you think people in the U.S. government know about this?" asked Mia. "I think so," Roy said. "In fact, someone may have stolen John Kennedy to control access to his memories." "Tell us about David," asked Peter. Seeing David had been the most unforgettable experience of all. It had been like seeing and talking to the real person. And there was No place where the illusion was obvious? Asked Mia. No. Did he speak to you? Rachel wanted to know. Mostly he just reacted, replied Roy. But they said they were reconstructing him based on his real memories. Listening in more than 6 meters away, Danny Halfon became so engrossed in what he was hearing, he dropped his guard. What was being discussed around the campfire filled in so many blanks of his own understanding, information that would help him in his own investigation. Rachel asked, "So, where is the lab? If it's not Bentham's place, and it's not at White's, it's got to be somewhere." "Maybe I figured it out this afternoon," said Mia. "There's a mine shaft near White's cabin, but there's something dead inside, so I didn't go check it out, but that would be perfect. The temperature is stable inside a mine, and there's no dust." "I think I know which mine shaft you're referring to," said Roy, who was just having his own sudden flash of insight. "That's what he must have been trying to tell me. When Connor took me back, he took me over a hill. I couldn't figure out why, but that's got to be it. He wanted me to see that the mine shaft ran through the mountain to Jerry's lodge on the other side. The lab is inside the mine." Immediately, the conversation turned to a discussion of whether or not they should go up and explore the mine. And Roy began promising. If they would just remove the belt, he promised he would help them. He could be counted on. "Do we have enough flashlights?" asked Mia. "You bought $100 worth," said Peter, "in case you've forgotten." As he was listening, Danny Halfon was mesmerized by all this. His mind became distracted by the possibilities, how he could exploit this situation with the Americans. Then came a lull in the conversation. Halfon looked down to see all 4 people sitting around the fire, staring up at the exact spot in the rocks where he thought he lay hidden. Mia screamed. Halfon jumped to his feet, reached into his pocket. Peter jumped up as well. Everyone was pointing and screaming. Seeing that Halfon was reaching for a gun, Peter scampered off into the trees on the opposite side of the camp. Halfon shouted for him to stop, but Peter kept going.